once I hear the calling, a glimmer of light, telling me that I'm the chosen one. A new world begun, no hope on the horizon coming. I see it coming, I see it coming. It's my time, it's my fate, it's my fate, it's my destiny.
Hi Mom, I'm on TV.
He's cheesy. Instantly had me a good eye. Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Palais coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Malletz has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello everyone, welcome to Paris and the start of the 2024 season of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. The first leg is in the French capital in partnership with Le Club Palais, and we start our 6 days of live streaming with the final table of the 1K FPS main event, a record-breaking France Poker Series tournament. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
That record, by the way, Joe, 4,149 total entries.
That's a lot of entries.
They are down to just 6 players. They're going to play down to a champion today. We'll see a winner crowned. We'll see someone receive a first prize of nearly €500,000. Then we get a day off before we segue into 5 consecutive days of the European Poker Tour main event. So FPS today, EPT main from Wednesday, all the way through to the final table on Sunday. We are live every day at 12:30 local time. That's 12:30 PM Central European time, apart from when we cover a final table. So today we're live at 1, and on Sunday we'll be live at 1 PM CET. And whatever day you're watching, we want to hear from you. The live chat is open, whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube. You can post on X using the hashtag PokerStarsTV. And as far as staying across what's happening on the EPT and the wider world of PokerStars, do check out our Facebook page and our Instagram feed as well. So from more than 4,000 total entries, just 6 players remain. And probably the best known, most accomplished player at the table is Scott Margerison, but he is going to be one of the shortest stacks coming into play with 8,800. The chip leader is Enis Ruisi, playing 44 million. The only other player I was familiar with in this list, Joe, is Matthias Mulhusen, who's an EPT reg.
Absolutely, yeah. I recognize that name. Came really close to making a couple of final tables on the tour. In EPT main events, of course, this is an FPS.
And everyone is now guaranteed 95,680 euros. Once we're down to 5, everyone is guaranteed a 6-figure score, with the winner getting 470,830 euros, the single biggest slice of that near €4 million prize pool. A reminder, this is a 1K buy-in, so we're now talking about absurd levels of ROI. Looks like all 6 players are in their seats, Joe. The trophy's on the podium, ready to be handed over by you and Toby Stone later this evening. But right now, I think we are almost ready to get cards in the air. We are going to check in on the 6 players who've made this FT first. Starting with the player in seat 1, known as Agro Santos online, $5.2 million in PokerStars earnings. Scott Margerison from the UK.
Doesn't have a Twitter. A little weird.
In seat 2 is Blat Zerjav from Slovenia. a former semi-professional footballer, now a poker pro, mostly plays online, entirely focuses on MTTs, and is soon going to become a first-time dad.
It kind of feels weird, though.
It feels weird, but just walking off it.
From the Netherlands, now living in Addleston, in Surrey, Matthias Mulhusen. Got into poker by playing with friends, watching the movie around us. We talked about the fact that he's an EPT reg.
And focusing on the most important part of the movie, Barbie, Ken.
Enis Ruisi is the chip leader. Splits his time between France and Africa, very proud of his dual nationality. Says he is the only non-pro among the final 6 and is not feeling the pressure. He's been playing poker for 2 decades.
How many Tunisian winners have there been in FPS main events?
I want to take the over-under on 1. Now, he's not quite right because Yassine Bakal is also a recreational player. He heads a company based in Casablanca, regularly plays at Club CT player. And finally, we have a qualifier in the mix.
Whoa.
Kasper Pizarra from Poland has 1 million in live winnings. Again, an MTT specialist, also an MMA specialist, someone who believes in Buddhism and used to stream both poker and CSGO.
That's quite the mix of hobbies.
So where are we at? Well, they finished play last night with 21 minutes left on level 37. So we're going to play out this level. Then we'll play 2 levels back-to-back straight after that. So blinds of 300,000, 600,000 with a 600K big blind ante. And this is hand number 1 of the FPS main event final table.
It's time for poker. It's been a while.
A whole 2 months since we last saw you in Prague. That was the conclusion of EPT 2023. This is the start of EPT 2024. Action folded to the blinds. Pizarra in the small with King 10.
Always nice to be in a position where you can actually play King 10. You know you want to do it. You know you're not supposed to.
And he is going to shove on Scott Margerison, who is the table short stack, has 12 big blinds, folds Jack 10.
No, I did before. Yeah. I didn't see it.
You're gonna see.
Pizarra is second in chips at the table, but there is quite a disparity between the chip leader and the rest of the field. Pizarra playing just shy of 40 big blinds, whereas Ruisi is playing close to 75 big blinds.
Ruisi does it. Well, we've got some potential for Ruisi to really put a chokehold on this table.
Yeah, and Ruisi, by his own confession, is not a pro, and despite having played poker for a long period of time, probably has played fewer hands than many of the other players, fewer tournaments than many of the other players. Does he know that that's what he's meant to do here? Does he know that he is in a commanding position to leverage ICM and really put the pressure on these 30 to 35 big blind stacks?
He may not know, but also claims to not really care about the money, so maybe he'll just do it anyway without really knowing the real reason he should be.
Well, he's raised here with Jack 9 of clubs. He's made it 1.5 million.
These cards are the worst, though.
Yeah.
To look at, like, fucking the ugliest things.
Stevie Wonder.
Yeah.
I'm sorry they're not aesthetically pleasing enough for you, Agro Santos.
That's a pretty aggro comment. Also, why is Stevie Wonder catching strays? Are they in Braille?
That was raise and take it for Ruisi. We had Aditya on YouTube asking, is this the start of EPT Paris? More events to come. Yes, first stream, final table of the FPS from Wednesday. We'll stream 5 consecutive days of the EPT main, and as far as future events are concerned, Monte Carlo, Barcelona, Cyprus, Prague. That's the rest of this season of the European Poker Tour, and there will be live streams from each stop of the tour. Ruisi first to out with 10-4 offsuit. So round 2, Bakal. 8-6 off. Pueblo on Twitch asks, what does FPS stand for? France Poker Series. It's the PokerStars Tour which operates in France. I believe there are more legs of that tour being announced today.
Cool. Not the French Poker Series, the France Poker Series, or France. I will accept either one.
Pizarra has the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit. He's open to 1.2 million. Ace-queen for the short stack, Scott Margerison. 12 big blinds, seems pretty obvious.
Maybe it's too ugly. Maybe they don't look good enough.
All in.
There's the shove from Margerison. Blinds are folded. It's back on Pizarra, who folds as well.
Calm down now.
Big pickup.
Well, we caught up with Scott Margerison before the start of the final table, and we asked him how the tournament has gone for him so far.
It's been a grind to get here. I haven't really got going at any point, but luckily a few people managed to bust out when there was 9 left, and I'm here now. So,
any key hands that kind of got you to this point, you think?
I won a flip with ace king to 10s when there was 8 left, and then mainly, honestly, I was that short that the other people busting was just so big for me, to be honest.
If you went on to win it today, is that a big win for you? Are you happy about that?
I'd be delighted, obviously, it's a lot of money. But yeah, no, just get in the lane and keep playing.
Scott Margerison now playing 16 bigs and no longer the short stack. Blatz Zerjav has fewer chips than Scott. Queen 10 of diamonds for Mulhausen. I'm liking the attire.
It does look quite comfortable.
So he completes. Ruisi can see a free flop with 8-6, should he desire.
Can really put a ton of pressure on Mulhausen. Now, post-flop, Mulhausen with one of those middle stacks. Can't really get it in with anything but a super premium. With Margerison and Blatz in the teens. Does Mulhausen have a lot of limp traps with super premiums? Probably a couple. But Ruisi is going for it. Oh no, that was a... There. Wow!
I mean, that is a sizable raise. He has more than 10x'd it. No, sorry. Blinds are 300,000, 600,000. Even so, it's a meaty raise.
It's a 7x'er.
And Mulhausen forced to fold as Ruisi chips up to 46 million.
Have a plane. You, yeah? Where to? Where? Tunisia. Holiday?
No, I'm living there. Why are you living there?
So with today being the final table of the FPS main event, with that trophy being awarded today, it's day 1A of the EPT main. They're just over an hour into play, and we're looking at 329 entries so far. Doesn't sound like a lot, but trust me.
For a day 1A?
The second level of day 1A, that's a solid number. You've got people who'll be late regging today. You've got the majority who'll play tomorrow on day 1B.
All I know is that when it's like 210 at this point, I'm like, ooh, that doesn't sound good. And everyone's like, no, that's fine. So this must be something.
Zerjav, who is the table short stack, has opened here with King 10 in the cutoff, making it 1.2 million.
That's really hoping to get away with a steal. Don't think you really want action with King 10 off.
Just has the big blind to act. Yassine Bakal, who has King 7 off.
Okay, maybe you do want action.
T-Burn21 asks, is commentary live to action or live to us? Hopefully, by reading your question, I've answered it. Bakal folds the King 7.
Good one. Good work. Big pickup. Tied with Scott now.
Yeah, 16 big blinds for Zerjav, 16 big blinds for Margerison. And we've got 3 players bunched around the 30 big blind mark, and then Ruisi way out in front with 76 bigs. And the blind's going up in 10 minutes.
And maybe Blatz knew that Bakal is one to give up the big blind a little bit easier than everybody else, because it does seem like not a totally slam dunk open, being the shortest chip stack, and King 7 seems like a hand most people would defend with, so.
Well, here's an opening here with Jack 9 of clubs, raises from the cutoff to 1.2 million. We see with a better jack, Queen Jack.
And from what we've seen of Ruisi so far, I'm pretty certain chips are going in here.
Yeah.
Nice.
3-bet from Ruisi. And he does not like to raise small. 4,800,000.
I mean, you have to respect it.
Just makes it so tough for any of the players to do anything.
Yeah.
Even Bakal here with ace-jack in the small blind.
Bakal third in chips right now.
Yeah.
30 big blinds. Has only invested half a big blind in this pot.
Even if you think the chip lead is messing about, you're wondering what Mulhousen's opened with.
Do you really want to flip with 2 10s here?
No.
3 stacks shorter than you. There we go.
Bakal folds. Pizarra in the big blind. Has pocket threes. I mean, this is in the same category as ace-jack. Throw it away. And Mulhousen, again, finds himself being bullied by Ruisi. And there's not a lot he can do about it. Out of position, with half a hand, around 30 bigs, same stack size as 2 other players.
Yeah, I mean, this is a slam dunk in the bin.
Okay.
Might join you to Tunisia.
Please.
Ruisi clearly does know how to apply the pressure as a big stack and is now up over 80 bigs, closing in on the 50 million chip mark.
I mean, it's pretty cool when the one guy who doesn't care about ICM also doesn't have to care about ICM.
Over the course of this week, we've got things to talk to you guys about. We've got the live stream we're going to be doing from the Irish Open.
98.
We've got the live podcast that's happening in March.
Picked up the blinds, some blinds got
But one thing I want to quickly flag is that the Sunday Million anniversary takes place in April, and we are going to have a couple of free rolls this weekend for live stream viewers to win tickets to that Sunday Million anniversary. $215 tickets will be in the prize pool of a couple of tournaments running on Saturday and Sunday. So if you're able to watch the last 2 days of our EPT main event coverage, we'll bring you details on how you can play that free roll.
Slade on Twitch asks, what's ICM? I'm new to tournament poker. I'm not going to get into the total weeds of ICM, but in the way we're speaking of it now, it's just a blanket term that basically means laddering up. Just basically means surviving to make more money.
The reality is we're looking at very big jumps in prize money with every single elimination, and if you're middle of the pack and you've got two players at the table with super short stacks, you shouldn't really be putting yourself in a position to bust before them and miss out on maybe $70,000 to $100,000 in equity.
There was a time when players didn't really care that much about it, and there's still players out there now who, you know, maybe with an ace-jack there would ship it in over the top of the chip leader to play for the win, but the prevailing sort of theory these days is that that's kind of dumb, and you're better off folding in those spots and making smaller prize jumps when you can.
Yeah.
That's okay. It's really. I'm always quite short to the ground. I'm always quite short to the ground.
His hand's dead, right?
And take it for Ruisi. Nope, Margerison still to act in the big blind. Now it's raise and take it.
That's right, Slade. That's why Ruisi can play super aggressive. Exactly. And that may be Ruisi's style to begin with. We don't really know, but certainly I'm willing to give him credit for doing the exact right thing that's going to print him chips in this situation.
Just like when someone like pushes their hand towards the muck and like gets kind of close to the muck, and then they're like, "Oh no, his hand got close to the muck." Like,
You've seen it? Or
yeah, I've seen it.
Really? What kind of rig games you playing?
No, as in like someone just like trying to. Like,
Yeah, obviously.
It's actually in the UK.
Really?
It's kind of an odd place to see it.
Serious question from Salam Mer. Is Martin Cabral allowed to play the EPTs? The honest answer to that is I don't know. Because obviously there are players who, for whatever reason, are not allowed, have been banned from PokerStars live events. But we don't generally publicize who's on that list. We don't talk about the reasons why those players would be on the list. I don't know is the answer. I haven't seen Martin Cabral on the tour for a while, but that could be out of his choice. Was he in Prague?
I don't remember.
How much do you play, bro?
I have 8.8.
9.
8.8 before the small blind went in. Zara has Margerison and Blatz to get through both blinds. Both of the short stacks. And being able to shove on both short stacks again is a pretty big advantage here.
Yeah.
On the off chance one of them does wake up with a better hand, they still don't necessarily want to go broke before the other one.
Thank you to Ove2411 on Twitch, who says Cabral was at EPT Prague. I was on a table with him in the 1K Eureka main event. Fine. So there we have our answer to our question. Martin Cabral does still come to EPT main events and clearly is allowed to play EPT main events. Meanwhile, we can see Ruisi has moved over the 50 million mark. Currently 83 big blinds, but the blinds are going up in 3 minutes. We'll go from 300, 600 to 400, 800. We'll play that level out, 60-minute level. We'll play the level after that, which will be 500,000, 1 million, and then we'll have our first break of the day. I mean, there's bullying and there's insanity. And 8 deuce offsuit kind of feels...
Ruisi has taken the same amount of time on all of the decisions, so I think there might be a little bit of a pregnant pause like I just did in that sentence. I'm getting pretty meta here. Careful consideration, I'll say.
Just to quickly address Krushavin's comment, it's a blanket rule for PokerStars live events. If you're allowed to play Eureka, you'd be allowed to play the EPT. It wouldn't be compartmentalized that, oh, you can play this tournament but not that one. If you're banned from PokerStars live events, you're banned, regardless of whether it's EPT, Eureka, FPS, Estrellas, UK IPT, etc., etc.
Jerison, pocket threes on the button. Obviously would be shoving into the other small stack. But Mulhausen does have chips in the big blind. Not a ton.
Oh, he's called. He's snap called. With 9s.
Wait, is that his lucky hand?
9 bal, corner pak. 9's.
Paire de 9, paire de 3. Ouais.
I love money loves me.
Yeah.
8,8 of zo.
Benny Glaser on Scott Margerison's rail. And Margerison is going to have to get very lucky here. We saw a 3 folded. Ace-3 was folded.
And Mulhausen won a flip with pocket 9s with 10 players remaining.
Yeah, I'm just...
And his opponent had his favorite hand, which was pocket 9s.
Let's have 5. 5 is fair.
5 is fair.
Margerison with 1 immediate out. Running cards required, alternatively.
9 tous.
Oh, that's also the same.
That's a runner. So Margerison now has 5 outs.
You didn't want under the river, right? On the turn, you wanted on the turn. 10 of spades.
Any 5, you're right. I'll take any 5. Any
5 or a 3 to save Scott Margerison.
Juice.
Jack.
I like how you think, huh?
Jack of spades. Jack.
It's a 7 on the river, 9s hold, and we lose Scott Margerison in 6th place. First player eliminated from the FPS main event final table. Cashes for 95,680 euros.
I was too tired yesterday to do the job for you, okay? But today I'm focused.
Do it together.
There's a blind.
Pocket 9, mijn favoriete hand.
Time to get in the main event.
Ters Mulhausen now second in chips, playing 43 big blinds.
Very good, sir.
And we spoke to Matthias at the start of the day, and we asked him about his journey to the final table, to the last 6 of this record-breaking FPS main event.
It's been incredible. It's been like it's a motivation for everybody because I started day 2 with 6 big blinds. So I was ready. I told everybody I'm going to take 2 or 3 minutes. Then I'm going to have a good lunch, no breakfast, and somehow 2 hours later I was very, very hungry. I had 900K. Yeah. So and everything from that point in time just went up. This was amazing.
Any key hands that you think that have kind of contributed to getting to the final table? Any big ones in your mind?
Winning a flip on the final table bubble with Ace King versus 9s. That was worth a lot of equity for sure. So that one, other than that, I mean, I've been extremely lucky winning all-ins. I mean, to beat 4,600 people, it's I'm not that good.
Any kind of strategy going on to the final table? Any kind of plan for today?
Are they listening in or not?
No.
Oh yeah. So the strategy is just going to play my my game. It's going to sound very cringe, but I'm just going to play my game and make the best of it, to be honest. Play try to play solid and don't be a head case, and that's why I meditated just before.
I was going to say, I saw a bit of meditation before. Is that like a bit of manifestation, trying to, manifest your destiny kind of thing?
Yeah. I'm not I meditate now. I'm not a Djokovic fan, I'm a Federer fan, but Djokovic is always about visualization and meditation. So I'm like, the guy has 24 Grand Slams. Maybe he's onto something, If I win today, that would mean actually that the wedding is going to have more guests included, basically. So now it's going to be amazing. It's a huge score if we could make it, but it's still far from that.
There it was, the pocket nines.
And here is a hashtag fun fact. Mateus's fiance is Dutch poker player Dalia de Long. A pretty accomplished pro in her own right. So that is going to be a poker powerhouse wedding.
I wonder how much more he'll have to win before the guest list gets big enough to include me.
So just to pick up the action on hand number 10 of the final table, Mulhausen limped in the small blind. Ruisi checked his option, and Mulhausen has checked the flop. He has the best hand with 9 high and the straight draw. Ruisi also with a straight draw.
And Ruisi, if he continues playing the way he has thus far, is going to be able to put a lot of pressure.
So he's bet $1 million here.
I mean, he's put $1 million into 1.8 million.
There's Dalia. That is a raise. Check and raise to 2.7 million.
Hein? C'est quoi un pot?
Cool. Somebody playing back at Ruisi. I loved his answers, by the way, in that interview.
Yeah.
I'm just going to play my game. And I understand why he said, oh, it's going to sound cringe because it's kind of a pat answer, but it makes sense. And so far, his game seems to be pretty cool.
Third 8 on board, so...
It's such a fun card because it just totally kills potentially any straight or flush draws.
Absolutely. Mulhausen still has officially the best hand, but you're not feeling comfortable about that straight draw anymore.
Interesting.
So having check raised the flop, Mulhausen bet small on the turn, 800,000 into 7.2 million.
Less than a third.
And a fold from Ruisi.
Pretty well played.
So Mateus closes the gap between himself and the chip leader. He's now playing 50 big blinds. Ruisi 76 big blinds, because we have gone to the next level of the tournament. 400,000, 800,000 with an 800k big blind ante. And that's going to put the pressure on Vlad Zerjav, who's now got just 10 big blinds. He is in the danger zone.
Danger zone! I'm not saying I'm always an optimist, though. That's a different story.
But it's nice to be one.
It's nice to try to be one or become one, right?
His I am
come a long way, yeah? You know what I mean? Might become friends at one point. Well, we've seen each other like 10 hours every day. I see more than my family.
Ace 10 for Zerjav. Is that good enough to get it in here?
Yeah, hell yeah. Good enough to get it in. Definitely don't want to get called.
A reminder that what we're watching right now is the final table of the record-breaking FPS main event. Being a final table, being down to 5 players, everyone who is still in the tournament is at this table. So asking, is X still in, is Y still in, is Z still in, is pointless, because if you don't see them on your screen, they're not still in.
De update zie je ankers.
Bakal 9-3 in the big.
So anyway, this hand is over. Hood Hunter says, quick insight for you guys. It's pronounced like Zhuryav. Okay, so you're saying the word B-L-A-Z is pronounced Zhuryav. Okay, thanks. You banned.
So we have played 11 hands so far, 1 elimination. Scott Margerison KO'd in 6th place. And to help out Andy watching on YouTube, Maria Ho is in Paris, but she's playing quite a few tournaments. Not sure if she made day 2 of the FPS High Roller. Failing that, she will be playing day 1A of the EPT main event. So I'm sure we'll hear from Maria later in the week, unless she makes a deep run in the EPT.
Boring as hell, no?
Maurice on the button with 10-9 off.
Voilà. This is the travel. Which awesome. Oh, very slow.
Bakal, by the way, hasn't played a hand today, has been chipped away at and is down to 20 bigs as the second shortest stack.
Wow, tako.
Just under $30,000 in total live earnings in the Hendon Mob. So cool to be in this spot. Gonna 10x that potentially today.
As a raise and take it for the chip leader.
Vidno.
It's a yellow card, eh?
Oh. I would say it. 3rd time today.
3rd time already?
Good, yeah.
Action folded to Ruisi. King Jack of Diamonds.
Easy open. How much is it going to be for?
That much.
Is that 400K?
2 million.
Just 2. Okay, 2 million. Sorry, I thought it was 4 million.
White chips are 500K, so 4 of them equals 2 million.
Seems reasonable. 2 million at 800,000.
Ace-5 in the big blind for Blatz, who has 10 bigs.
Oh, boy. What do you do?
I would imagine
with the chip leader opening
that if he were to ship here, I think he's getting called.
Yeah. And I think you do have to ship with the chip leader opening. Just because they're going to be opening the king 10, the king jacks, the queen jacks.
So Zeryav does get it in. Ruisi asks for a count. It's going to be 7.5 million to call. And I don't know, somebody just tells me he's the kind of player who's going to call here with King Jack.
Ouais, à partir de 4, c'est vrai, faut... Faut juste que lui sorte.
Okay, thanks.
Ouais, après, faut... Ouais.
Ex-Christoph says he's calling for sure. There's the call. So Zeryav gets it in as a slight favorite.
Koning Boer Aas 5. We zijn voor Koning Boer.
C'est là-bas le short. Roi valet, ouais.
Slight
C'est bien ça.
favorite.
Roi valet.
Deze is blank. Deze is blank.
Aujourd'hui, c'est aujourd'hui. Là, c'est aujourd'hui. Allez, faut appeler.
54%, 45%. It is almost a flip.
I like his chances, though. Because we just learned how to say his name.
8-4-4, ace-high holding. And Zeryav is now better than a 3-1 favorite. Has to fade kings and jacks, though. At least diamonds aren't a factor. Turn card is a 7. Same outs for Ruisi. 6 cards for Zeryav to fade, to double up and survive.
Ooh, that's dangerous.
The prepay getting cut out. Dangerous indeed.
River card is a queen. Wrong kind of paint for Ruisi. The double up for Zeryav, who's now going to have more than 20 million. Around 25 big blinds, will be third in chips behind Mulhusen.
6.
Ja, zie je wel. Hij heeft timing tells.
Everybody at the table rooting for a king or a jack there, but at least they had the class to not say it out loud.
So the other controversy, apart from people justifiably criticizing our butchering of foreign names, is the question over Zeryav's flag. I can assure you that it is the Slovenian flag. The problem, in inverted commas, is on the hand graphics where it's slanted and you only see a portion of the flag, is you don't necessarily see the bit that makes it look Slovenian.
There's a bunch of flags like that that could be easily confused if you only saw half of them.
Then we had someone ask if there are any online crushers at the table. I can tell you that Zeryav definitely falls into that category. Ruisi with Jack 10 suited, a little bit of a dent, but still hovering around the 50 big blind mark, still chip leader with 5 players remaining. This is a question that gets asked at least once per event, and I give the same answer every event. Juckus asks, when will players get heart rate monitors? It'll be fun to see how high the heart rate goes. You have to remember, I've been working in televised poker for nearly 20 years now. And back in 2005, 2006...
This brand new idea that came out 20 years ago?
It was standard to have heart rate monitors on players. All it demonstrated is that poker players are really, really unhealthy.
All right, now we can see that Charlie is breathing hard. His heart rate is out of control. He just got to the table. Cards have not been dealt yet.
Yes, Lawrence, there is no shot clock in the FPS main event. The shot clock will be employed in the EPT main event from day 3. As we see, Pizarro with a decision on the button. Ruisi is open to 2 million. Pizarro with ace-queen.
All in.
And there's the shove.
Can you just count the whites for me, please?
20 million.
How many flops have we
90.
had?
90 million.
There's the 2 all-ins. There's the 3/8 board.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, I was assuming we weren't going to have one here. But things are still being counted.
No worries.
Shove gets through, eventually.
The wager with a nice callback to the last event. Mulhusen, poker player. Other players, just chips.
He's conscious.
Improving, eh?
Yeah.
I feel like that quote's off slightly, but I like it. I get it. I appreciate it. We lost a lot of viewers with that one.
And 15 of the final table. Ace-4 for Bakal. Folds. He is now the shortest stack at the table, by the way, hovering around the 20 big blind mark.
Shortest, but not quite at the point where he needs to be open shoving ace-4 off.
Yeah, and still has 40 minutes until the blinds go up again.
Yeah. Unlucky.
Was that a walk for Ruisi? Yes.
With Havana Banana.
With 5 players remaining, everyone's locked up nearly 125 grand. Nearly 300k for the runner-up. Better part of $500,000 for the winner, 470,830 euros in the biggest France Poker Series main event of all time. 4,149 total entries.
Handen?
Ruisi, king 10 of clubs. Raises small to big. Bakal has not yet played a hand at the final table. He has 8-5 of strawberries in the big. That's not unplayable.
Wat?
To są moje łapki z nim.
Możesz się podzielić. O ty.
Camera wants to know why there's no shot clock.
I do like the idea of having a shot clock where if your time runs out, you are given an electric shock. You get 30 seconds thinking time, and then after that 30 seconds expires, you start receiving low voltage. And for the longer it takes you to make a decision, the higher the voltage.
I don't think that would speed up the game at all.
Well, it might thin the field a little bit. You know, if some players take too long and die.
That's possible. I could totally see some poker players still tanking like 8 or 9 minutes and just dealing with it.
So Ruisi flops best with second pair. Bakal 2% equity and facing a bet of 1.6 million. That's right, Wheatley. It could improve the health of some players based off of historical heart rate data.
Maybe some of them would walk out with their depression cured.
And Bakal folds to the C-bet. And Ruisi back up to nearly 40 million chips. Hovering around 50 bigs. Is tournament boss.
I'm glad you mentioned that, James, because Red Gorilla Production on YouTube asks, anyone knows how much stacked the players are? Yes, in fact, we have the stacks right here. Thank you for your question.
Ferme la clé.
I think it was a good joke, though.
Don't want to understand what you said.
Sorry?
Don't want to understand
Oh,
what
really?
you said.
You like my shirt?
No.
Nah, I'm joking.
I'm not talking about you.
Bakal with Jack-7 in the small blind. It's been folded to him.
Meister says, commentators reading the chat, much love from Austria. Good day, mate.
I think it might be a crime in that part of the world to watch a live stream instead of neighbors.
It's so, I mean, the royal flushes flow backwards there.
So Bakal completes. Pizarra potentially picking up on how passive Bakal is, how few hands he plays. Raising here with 9-4 from the big.
Ja, weet ik. Die nemen die looplimiten niet. Dat weet ik.
The 9-4 is a good candidate to do something like this. It doesn't really have a lot of playability. Why not bluff with it? Pakal does seem a little suspicious. He has taken quite a bit of time with some otherwise trivial decisions. This one, I mean, obviously, you see a hand like Jack-7 suited, and you see potential.
I was just in my...
Ooh, Pakal's gonna peel. What do you do though when you miss with this hand?
Fold.
That would have been very painful.
When it comes ace, king, 6, 1 heart.
Check, bet, fold. Pizarro has no showdown value, no draw. So when Pakal checks, and trust me, he will check, Pizarro has to bet, and it will induce a fold.
Shot clock with diamonds or chess?
The reason why I say this with 100% certainty is because I would play this final table exactly the same way as Yassine Pakal. I am Pakal.
Let's not insult him too much.
More off the table, so I guess chess clock is... Because you want to use the valuable time.
But yes, Pakal is a self-described amateur player. I mean,
So I had that dude in the final table.
can he find some more creativity in this hand?
No, he's checked.
So I guess chess clock for sure.
What you do is you take a really long time there to make them think. Oh!
Now, Pizarro checked back there, which was curious. I expected a continuation bet. And with Pakal now pairing his 7, maybe, just maybe, he can win this pot.
I don't think you can check this twice, though, and not get bet into.
Yes, but he could legitimately call. Wow, he's going to lead.
Just over half.
Straight draw.
Oh, come on.
From Pizarro's perspective, this guy does not play hands. I don't think he's messing about here.
Come on, bro, you can talk to him. We are friends or not?
No friends at the poker table.
Ace?
Some signs of life coming out of Pakal here, too. I think he knows he's going to win this pot.
Bluff? Ace?
I think Pizarro was shook when the ace king 6 came and thought that Pakal maybe would be flatting some small aces, some king queens.
Yep.
Z czym cię przebijał?
Pakal still the low man at the table, but now playing 20 bigs.
So we don't no cards. We don't have to speak English now. We do. Jak zrobił 4 milion?
No 4,5 zrobił do ciebie.
Gówno.
Słabo?
Gówno.
W kolorze? A jak sprawdziłeś, on zrobił 3,5?
Multilingual table.
And Mulhusen correctly checking first that what the rule is, and the rule is once there are cards dealt, once players have cards in front of them, English only. In between hands, other languages are allowed.
I would assume you don't want too much conversation in between hands, even that all the players can't understand, right? Tanis is fluent in Polish, says Booze Brood. So impressive.
Now don't get carried away, Bakal. Folds the 8-7 to Ruisi's raise.
Excuse me, Flor? Excuse me, Flor? Can I see the phone? Yeah, of course. I should ask you to hide. Okay. I would like to see the phone. And is it possible to have it, like, because I'm gonna check pretty often, I think.
Well, they like it if we kind of try not to, but obviously I understand.
You spun it up from a couple big blinds too, or not? With left 2 tables or something.
Yeah, I had
Quite short?
like 5 blinds at some point.
Nice, those are the ones.
But lucky there. Yeah.
Oh man. Nobody's here to get unlocked.
That's for sure.
We'll raise and take it there for Ruisi. Can't believe we're closing on the end of the first session already.
Well, we have 26 minutes on this level, and then there's another hour to play before we take our first break.
I guess the first full level is what I should have said.
Yes. We have that remaining 20 minutes of level 37. We're coming to the tail end of level 38, and then we'll roll straight into level 39. Bakal, ace-4 in the cutoff. I get wanting to be balanced, but this is getting a bit frustrating now.
I don't know.
Bakal raising from the cutoff with ace-4. Round to Mulhausen in the big blind. And it looks like he's folded the 9-4.
Got a strategy question here from Gun, Sword, and Shield who says, quick question. Why is 7 deuce worse than 9 deuce? All right, get out your pen. This could be a while. A 9 is better than a 7.
What?
Thank you for your question.
Is this written down somewhere?
Musimy po polsku mówić tutaj, bo to...
Ale możemy się wymieniać tą informacją przecież.
Wiem, ale... Nie, też miał gówno, tylko po polsku na tym stoliku nie chcę go...
Anybody got more? Anybody got more of these strategy questions for me? I mean, I'm not really... I usually charge for this.
We can, yeah, sure. But I think it's unfair to the other guys.
Oh.
It's not unfair, but just to talk in general in a different language. He doesn't like it, and I understand. If there were 2 Frenchmen sitting here talking French in between the hands, I wouldn't like it as well. So I was explaining him, let's talk English. Thank you. No worries. Even though it's allowed, I think it's...
What a guy!
We shouldn't do it.
I just said that!
I wouldn't feel comfortable if there were 2 people speaking French or whatever.
1,600,000.
What you play about? It's like 18?
I already said I was a fan. And now I might love... He's engaged, right?
Bakal has opened with Jack-9 of hearts. Pizarro in the cutoff with King-10 of diamonds. By the way, I did double check. I found some random website that had the rules of poker, and yes, it goes 7, 8, 9. So 9 is actually 2 better than 7.
Because I was plugging it into the solver. I can just shut that down.
Yeah.
Okay. Shut it down, guys. I got it. It's all right. Yeah. No. Power it down. Been verified.
Pizarro has re-raised. Ruisi with king 3 in the big blind. This seems like a trivial decision, but he's counting chips. Huh.
These other shorter stacks have had it too good for too long getting to play pots. Not getting Ruisi'd. This looks like, now that he's looking him in the face, though, it looks like it's going to be a count out and fold. I think this is a little chest puffing. Yeah.
Okay, so it's back on Bakal. Can we tell Bakal that Ruisi is folded and he now has to make a decision?
He knows. I know that when I am in poker situations, I make my decisions way too quickly. I don't have an issue with Bakal thinking these things out because it does seem like he's thinking. I don't think he's just waiting.
I think that's fair. Again, my take on the situation, out of position, against a 3-bet, Jack-9 suited, it's a pretty hand, but nah.
Wow. Check your privilege, James Hardigan. You're assuming this person knows they're out of position? Not everyone is a pro. Like you.
Elfin leads, says, where are the time banks? We had this conversation already. We're replacing them with electric shocks. Go back in the stream. You'll hear it.
The shock clock.
At this point, it would be danger, danger, high voltage. Bakal's head would be melting right now. Oh, he's calling.
Yeah, see, I don't think that it's pure, like, oh, you know you're folding, don't take so long. He's genuinely deciding what to do.
Well, okay then. Well, he has not flopped best. Ace 10-7. It's second pair for Pizarro. Bakal does have a straight draw.
Can he find the C-bet? I mean, only has...
Well, hold on a second. He's now leading. This is not conventional.
Sorry, not C-bet, excuse me. Yeah, sorry. I mean, he was the initial raiser, right? So
sure, but
you would expect this connect with an under-the-gun raise a lot of the time, although why didn't it all go in pre-flop if it was really an under-the-gun raising hand? And now Pizarro is going to call, and Bakal has, what, not barely pot left behind?
The 5 on the turn has not changed anything. We have got 12.8 million in the model. Good observation, Joe. Bakal with 13 million behind. Down to 17% equity. Still has the gut shot.
I mean, he looks pretty sick.
If you check, you might get a free river.
But if you jam, you get a 10 to fold, don't you?
Interesting. Okay, he finds a check. Now, does Pizarro check this back?
I think you absolutely have to.
With second pair.
It's pretty tough to fold out better. Yeah.
Okay, which means we see a river. Which is another 10 to give Pizarro trips, but the board is completely bricked out for Bakal, so I hear you. He could have made that move on the turn when there's still one card to come and he still has a bit of equity, but now what do you do? Oh, spoiler alert, if he makes the decision to bluff shove the river, he is getting called.
He is getting bounced.
Wave the white flag, my friend. Just check it. Just tap the table. Anytime today.
You have 2 kings?
What a question. What a question.
Good note from Tom, our Twitch mod. There is another full level before the next break, so this might be the last hand.
15 minutes to go. Do you have 2 kings? What a question.
Time.
Oh, Pizarro's called the clock on Bakal. I can't
Fair.
remember.
This is fair.
The last time I saw the clock called on a player when they just hadn't done anything. No aggressive action.
Yeah.
First to act, someone calls the clock on him. And I think as soon as time was called, Bakal quickly tapped the table, checked, which I'm assuming is waving the white flag of surrender.
$8.5.
Pizarro bets 8.5 into 12.8.
All right, there should not be much of a decision to be made now.
Agreed. You got nowhere to go. You can't bluff anymore. You don't have a hand.
Right.
Fold. Let's get on with the rest of our lives. Boom. And Pizarro chips up to 27 million. So he's now second in chips with around 35 big blinds. Ruisi still leads with 50 bigs. Bakal has dropped down below the 15 big blind mark. Yassine Bakal is edging into the danger zone.
Danger zone. You limped and he might give up.
Później.
Well, at this point, we are thrilled to be joined in the booth here in Paris by Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me, guys. How's it going?
Nicholas, thank you for our gift. I don't know if I'm allowed to say what it's for yet, but thank you.
You're very welcome. It's the least I can do. My excitement for you two is great, and I don't know if I'm allowed to say what we're talking about.
I don't even know what's going on, but I will say that everyone's been really nice and supportive, and I do love champagne, buddy.
I probably owe you about 12 bottles at this point in my life, so it really is the least I can do.
Much appreciated, Nicholas. And when you ask the question, how's it going, I'm going to answer slowly. I mean, we've been playing for 1 hour and 10 minutes, and we've played 20 hands.
Have we consulted the widget yet?
Well, the widget will talk about levels. It's not going to talk about how many hands we're going to see per level.
Right. You're quite right. Absolutely. Obviously a pretty big spot. Let's not forget, guys, this is an absolutely absurd, massive field.
Right.
Yes.
And I don't think I can think of very few places on the planet where you could buy into a 1K and be playing for nearly €500,000.
I don't want anyone to think that we were being overly critical of Yassine Bakal. I think I made the point earlier on. I was being genuine that I am Bakal. I am absolutely the kind of player, if he somehow found himself at this final table, would not be knowing what to do in any and every spot. He is a recreational player. Yes, he plays a lot of cash and a lot of MTTs, but this is clearly going to be his biggest ever result. What did you say his total live earnings were, Joe? About $30,000?
$29,400, something like that.
Yeah, I'm very excited for these guys. Just what a huge spot. And with a field like that, I mean, obviously MTTs already require quite a lot of skill. Sorry, quite a lot of luck and skill, of course, to arrive at a final table. But with a field this big, there's definitely a lot more luck involved. Just have to find yourself in a lot of nice spots to chip up and remain in contention. Final 5, very sweaty moment. And yeah, I mean, just so glad to see us back in Paris and representing. The French want it. Poker is not dead.
And that's something that we haven't talked about yet, Nick. I'm so glad you brought it up. This is the second ever EPT Paris. It feels like the event has grown massively year on year. Last year did massive numbers. It was a very popular event, and word seems to have spread because everyone is here.
Yeah,
all the regs are here. All the high rollers are here. I've seen people who I haven't seen at an EPT for quite some time. And we've got this brand new venue. Last year, things were a little bit squeezed. Here we are at the Palais de Congrès. Plenty of space out there, plenty of tables.
Gentlemen, you heard it there.
Seems like an environment everyone's happy to play in.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say we were a victim of our own success last year in terms of getting players through the door, registered, following regulation, and trying to pack in as much poker as possible. The new venue is absolutely stunning. I feel like we're swimming in space. It's such a big extension on the actual amount of floor space that we have to accommodate players, and it just feels positively luxurious.
Well, action has been folded here to chip leader Enes Ruisi. I mean, with that chip lead, any ace on the button, got to do it. And there is the raise from Ruisi. 2 million. We are still at the 400,000, 800,000 blind level for another 10 minutes. Bakal in the small blind with 10-5 off. He folds. Casper Pizarra in the big blind also folds. He had Queen 4. Ruisi maintains his advantage. 41 million chips, 51 big blinds.
17-6.
Keeping up the pressure. Feels fantastic. Got to wield that big stack, James.
16-8. Or 28 something.
27, I think.
Mateus Mulhouse in the first to act. Folds. 10-9 off for Ruisi in the cutoff.
I think I'd like to see this V-pipped here, James. As we've already said, chip leading. Definitely a super playable hand from this position. Got to keep applying pressure, keep leaning on those shorter stacks. Okay, keeping it snug, that's fine too. I don't think folding is a mistake.
Okay, so it's Bakal's button. King Jack offsuit.
So 13 bigs here, James. This might just be the all-in. think I'd struggle to think of a better line. With only 2 players to act behind you, it's going to be very profitable from a Chippy V perspective. From ICM, I would be interested to see what this range looks like and if there is some adjusted min-raise folding here. Really depends on the players behind and their capacity to apply pressure and their interpretation of a min-raise off of a stack like this. I would argue looks really strong, James. So honestly, I think doing either or is cool, but probably defaulting to the shove so you don't have a tricky situation afterwards, or a tricky decision, I should say, might be better.
Okay, well, this
1.7
is not a shove. It's a raise to 1.7 million.
So a smidge more than a min. Like I said, I think this is totally cool. It does look quite strong at this stage. You know, imagine the small blind just ships and the big blind ships behind as well. You may have actually still found yourself.
Oh. Zara with pocket 4s.
How much do you play? 17, right?
16, 8.
Wants to know what Zeryav has in the big blind before he makes his decision. So I know we're dealing in false hypotheticals here, Nick, but if King Jack shoves the button, 4's more likely to fold. Now, because he's just open to 1.7, 4's can leverage.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it boils down to, like I was saying, the interpretation of what that min raise is at this stage. Does it look weak to Pizarra? Does it look strong? And look at this.
So Pizarra moves all in with 4s. Zeryav has the snowman's num in the big blind. And ironically, Bakal might be able to get away from King Jack if Zeryav gets it in here with 8s.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is exactly the kind of thing that you have to consider on the final table with the dynamic such that you find a ladder when you see eliminations. You know, sometimes that min raise is going to be superior to what would just be a very generic shove from the button. And I appreciate that there's a nuance to those two options. Zerjav, in my opinion, should always take this spot, James, because Pizarra has all of these pairs in this range still. Perhaps he's going to be a little bit less likely to shove super mini pairs, but honestly, he probably should be doing so with the stack that he currently has versus that min raise from the button. And under those circumstances, any pair lower than an 8 is a significant edge, James. Lots and lots of equity locked up in pair over pair spots, and he's taking it.
So he calls all in. Bakal folds the King Jack, and it is a domination situation. 4's crushed by 8s, and this could be a big double up for Blaž Zeryav.
Dawaj.
Blaž is being supported by his girlfriend Kaya on the rail. Right now, Zeryav is a 4-1 favorite to double up through Pizarra. The flop is King 10-6, and it's all clubs. Pizarra with 9 outs. Any club, any 4. We'll see him take the lead.
It's always a sweat, James. Always a sweat. Never easy.
Turn card is a jack. No additional outs. Zeryav set for the double up, but has to fade a 4 or a club on the river. River card is a spade, the 8 of spades. It's a set for Zeryav, and he doubles up. There is his girlfriend Kaya. And Blaž now playing 45 bigs. Not much gap between him and chip leader Enis Ruisi. Meanwhile, Pizarra has dropped down to 13 bigs. He joins Yassin Bakal in the danger zone.
Danger zone! Yeah, absolutely massive spot. Really good decision making there. I think all players playing their hands fine. Like I said, that spot with the King Jack is super interesting from an ICM perspective, and very often we do start to see hands that are just insta shoves as min raise, potentially with the option of folding. And there you go, saved himself some pretty savage cards. Might have done well in the flip anyway, but from a theoretical standpoint, you know, potentially could have been a very, very different hand.
You know that up until the turn, Bakal was like, should have played King Jack. And the moment that 8 hit the river, and I'm a genius!
Exactly. Exactly. And even when you got to 80%, there you go. Always a sweat. And that's going to be a fade that he does not forget for the rest of his life, James.
2 minutes left on this level. Bakal and Pizarra, the short stacks. Zeryav playing 36.5 million. Enis Ruisi, the chip leader, with 41.2 million.
Just think of all the dollars in those chips right now, James. Think about all the value just accumulated. 8s versus 4s. What an incredible moment. What a great spot to look back at, thinking about your poker career.
Action's going to start on Ruisi, King 8 of clubs. By the way, the EPT main event, day 1A, players have just returned from the first break of the day. 425 entries so far. That is a big number, considering we're on the 3rd level of day 1A. That number will increase as the day goes on, and that number will skyrocket tomorrow during day 1B. We will start streaming the EPT main event from Wednesday, day 2, the day they make the money. World-famous bubble coverage coming your way Wednesday of this week.
I'm really, really excited for that. And actually, I'm also excited to see what that final number is going to be, James, because I don't know if maybe I'm being kind of crazy right now. I think there's a chance we could be talking almost Barcelona numbers.
So, on the one hand, that would be great. And I think, going back to what we were talking about earlier, as we see Bakal move all in here from the cutoff with ace-9, his last 9.3 million, and gets folds. We were talking earlier on about the fact that based on last year and word of mouth, loads of people have come here. I think Paris has the potential, probably even in a couple of years, to eclipse Barcelona in terms of popularity, in terms of numbers. However, as good as that is, with the rules and regulations we have to work under, with the number of hours that we're allowed to work, I don't know how we get this done if we have a field of 2,000 in the main event. We are, quite frankly, screwed.
I absolutely know where you're coming from, and I tend to agree. However, if we could be a victim of our own success for a second year and be hitting those kinds of targets, I mean, I really think we're setting a serious precedent for years to come, as you said. So, look, the more poker, the better, but obviously I'm not the dealers down there. I'm not the floor staff, and I know how hard they have to work just to get any average EPT done, let alone these circumstances. But I'm here for it. Poker is not dead. It's alive, and we in Paris, I'm so excited to see what that number is going to be later on this week.
The key thing that will be impacted is the live stream, and I don't really, again, want to get too far down the road of discussing hypothetical situations, but also I do like to manage expectations. If we do see a massive field, we might be in a situation where maybe elements of the tournament we can't stream. Maybe we have to start late one day, for example, just to make sure that we're staying compliant with the working hours that we have to comply with in France.
Sure, no, absolutely. It's really tricky. And also kudos to the organizers at PokerStars for taking this on and, you know, still adhering to all the rules as they should. Has made it a lot trickier, but if the appetite's here, you know, we got to serve.
So Pizarra opening with the Spraggy ace-7 offsuit. And it's raise and take it. Now, there were many players in the FPS main event who qualified via Power Path and bought their way in with a silver Power Pass. All those players got to go to an exclusive meet and greet with members of Team Pro. And that meet and greet included a giveaway for a gold pass to be used in the EPT Paris main event. Our French commentators, Benny and you, were on hand to meet the winner, Alexandre Decorbet.
Les amis, je suis avec Alex. Alex qui avait déjà remporté un Silver Pass sur PokerStars.fr et qui, lors de la promotion Spin the Wheel, donc tourner la roue, a remporté un package pour le main event, pour l'EPT. Je te demander là tout de suite déjà, est-ce que tu réalises que tu vas jouer le PT dans quelques jours?
Alors c'était vraiment dur. Déjà en ligne, quand j'ai essayé d'avoir le Golden Pass, ça m'avait fait un choc de le rater de si peu, de si près. Je me voyais déjà le jouer en fait.
Tu avais fait 3e alors qu'il y avait 2 tickets, c'est ça?
J'avais fait 5e du coup, mais j'avais déjà un gros stack. Du coup, si je le passais ce flip, j'étais quasiment sûr de faire dans les 2-3 derniers, donc c'était vraiment presque là quoi. J'arrive aujourd'hui jouer mon 2e event live, justement à Paris. Déjà des buy-in que j'ai pas l'habitude de jouer forcément. Et maintenant je repars aussi avec le Gold Pass, donc c'est juste incroyable, une journée de fou.
Et là je vais te souhaiter vraiment good luck, mais vraiment du fond du cœur.
Merci beaucoup.
Pour le FPS et pour le PT.
Et ben on croise les doigts, merci beaucoup en tout cas.
Powerpath still a new thing to players in France, only launched towards the end of last year, but great that it's giving so many people the opportunity to play tournaments they would never normally play. As we heard Alexandre say there to you, buy-ins beyond my normal bankroll, buy-ins beyond my normal expectation.
Yeah, and actually I was having a conversation with a few players downstairs in the lobby just before I came up to join you guys, and talking about the new rewards program, and also talking about how towards the bottom end of our structure we have so many opportunities to be involved with Powerpath, and also seeing crazy numbers of people going into Sunday Millions every week, seeing Silver Pass winners going to UKBTs and similar regional events like the FPS, for example, as well. I'm just so excited to see that promotion in effect, and hearing more and more people say, this is my first live event, this is the biggest I've ever played live, etc.
So this is the first hand of the 500k 1 million blind level. We're now into level 39. We've had the under the gun raise from Pizarra. Understandably 3-bet by Mulhusen on the button with aces. But Carl in the big folds.
3.5.
Uh-oh. Ace-5, James. It's the sourdough.
And it has been folded.
Didn't get the memo.
Well, Pizarra is in a 2-horse race for last place with Pakal. And again, we talk about ICM, we talk about laddering, we talk about the difference in prize money. 124,390 euros for 5th. Survive until 4th place, 161,710. That's a very good reason to fold ace-5 in that spot.
It is. I'm being facetious. I'm only joking, guys. That seems like a very reasonable way to go about playing the hand. And obviously, dodging bullets, baby, feels good. But those two players, not only fighting for their life, but think about if you're Mulhusen here with 29 bigs, if you're Zerjav here with 36 bigs, the pressure to allow those people to bust is so huge. And it's very rare that you're in a situation where the multipliers and the prize pool is so big that that pressure has ever been bigger than it would be in this 1K. Got to remember, guys, the number of buy-ins locked up here at the top in such a huge field is just absurd. And the incentive to play tighter and allow those shorties to bust before you so you get the free ladders is very, 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 very big.
Ace Queen of Hearts for the chip leader on the button. Ruisi raising. 2.5 million. Bakal with 10-3 in the small. Folds. Pizarra in the big. Queen 9.
How much?
Pizarra here, 8 big blinds after the blinds and antes are in. Man, this is such a tough spot, James, because it's not a lot more. But it represents a huge portion of his stack. It is quite a large raise right from the get-go, of course, and that's what it's designed to do. Ruisi here trying to say, I'm not folding. I'm applying the equivalent pressure to an all-in here.
So it's a defend from Pizarra, and I hope for his sake that the flop isn't queen high.
It's a huge chunk of his stack, James. Absolutely massive. 7 big blinds behind now. SPR getting real low.
Jack 6-3, ace queen still ahead.
It's one of those weird boards, James. Like Jack 6-3, you can probably just c-bet here and you're doing okay, and you're going to get lots of folds. It's one of those ultra dry flops that you do get lots of fold on. However, with SPR being nearly 1 effectively with Pizarra's stack, if he finds a 6, if he finds a 3, if he has 4-5, if he has a random jack, how often is he going to be like, I'm just going to check shove here because I know I'm probably going to be ahead most of the time? He hasn't. It's a c-bet. He's going to take it down. But under these circumstances, as SPR gets lower, you might want to find more checks there as well, especially with backdoor hearts and 2 overcards, right? You might want to find the easy way instead of being in a tough decision where you might be getting check shoved as a semi-bluff or the hand that you still have equity against.
That was not a standard C-bet, by the way. Ruisi actually just bet enough to put Pizarro all in, and he couldn't call it off, obviously, with Queen 9 high. So Pizarro will be left with 7 bigs, close to 6 after he posts the small blind in this next hand.
Yep, seems good, and, you know, just max pressure there, just gets the job done. Doesn't give him the room to find those cheeky check raises, and perhaps that's kind of his idea instead. That's his plan.
Yeah. Quick update, by the way, on the guy we saw in that short film about the Silver Pass winners meet and greet, Alexandre Decorbet, who is a 29-year-old equity trader, originally from Dijon and now living in Paris. He won that gold pass to play in the EPT main event. He is playing today. He's playing day 1A, and as of level 3, he still has chips.
Still has equity. Still trading that equity. Oh, man, here we go. Bakal on the button, king-queen suited, only has about 8 big blinds behind. I think this time we need to gamble, James.
Don't be Bacalling, be raising. We'll workshop it.
We'll workshop it.
Griffin's not here yet, so someone has to do these poorly thought out puns.
Do they?
I'd like to think the audience are missing. No, they're not missing. No one's missing it.
Okay, it's going to be the effective all-in, it seems.
Yes.
Yeah, that's okay, too.
Virtual Bacall in.
There we go.
And just Zeryav in the big blind to act. He's folded.
Don't you be calling all in. He did it. Nice. Picks it up, takes it down.
King queen up. King queen up. I was ahead.
There we go. I told you there'd be one. The great Gonzo 42 says, I would like to speak up and say I love Griffin and his take on humor. That's a good way of putting it. Griffin's take on humor.
Griffin, how would you describe humor? Oh, okay, that's interesting. Good take.
Griffin will be coming to town in the next 24 hours. He'll be here for the start of our EPT main event coverage on Wednesday. A reminder that Maria will also be part of the team as soon as she is no longer playing in the EPT main event.
Oh, so you mean never, because she's going to take it down, James.
There you go.
As much as I would love to work with Maria, always a joy. I hope we don't see her. I hope she's busy for the rest of this tournament. That would be really, really cool to commentate on. Oh, dear.
That means you're going to play the hand? Oh. Tricks, eh?
Nice to see a smile on the final table. What's interesting here, James, is we did comment on the speed of play, you know, when I arrived, and I did notice it was on the slower side. It's actually massively in the interest of these two short stacks to speed it up a bit, because otherwise they're going to find themselves even further into the danger zone when the blinds go up. We do have nice long luxury levels, though, of course.
60-minute clock in the FPS main event, and as previously established, no shot clock or shock clock, as Pizarro shoves the button with ace-4 of clubs, gets a fold from the small and the big.
Yeah, seems good. Ace-4 suited on the button, ultra shallow.
That would be more fun.
Mandatory.
Still have nearly 45 minutes, more than 45 minutes in fact, until the first break of the day. More than 45 minutes to play at the 500k 1 million blind level.
No best. No best. You're gonna first. Huh? What did you have? And you? Ace.
Stacks of the remaining 5 players. 2 shorties. Bakal with 11 bigs. Pizarro with 9 bigs. Chip leader playing 41 bigs. Things getting a little bit shallower now.
So, valuable.
Plenty of room for swings here. All stacks. Could quite easily get this in pre-flop if we had just the right conditions. Lots of very small finesse, short stack finesse play possible post-flop too, which I love. You know I'm a big fan of that, playing tons of spins. Sub 30 big blind dynamics, super interesting. Lots and lots of very clever poker can be played at this stage.
Carl folding. Pizarro out. Zeryav on the button with 9-6 of hearts. So Nick, I don't think you were here when I floated the idea of the shock clock.
It literally shocks you?
So basically, get rid of the time bank cards. We don't need them anymore. 30 seconds per decision is normal.
Yeah.
But at the point you hit 30 seconds, you start receiving an electric shock, which becomes more intense. Like we up the voltage. So the longer you take over your decision, the more likely you are to die.
And it's just infinite voltage, yeah?
Infinite, yeah.
Okay. I like it.
I was inspired by the game Domination in the unofficial James Bond movie Never Say Never Again.
So you're allowed to flag, but only in so much as you can tolerate like the current like flowing through your veins.
Danger level. Repeat. Danger level. James Bond should never be playing video games. If there's one thing that movie taught us. So the raise is to 2 million. Ruisi actually has a dominating hand. Ace-9 in the big blind.
So here's a situation, James, where I would argue Ruisi should be 3-betting very, 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 very aggressively. Just because, as we already mentioned, Zerjav is under so much pressure to allow the 9 big blinds of Pizarro or the 11 big blinds of Bacall to get eliminated before they take any major risks. The button open's going to be wide anyway. Ace-9 is probably an appropriate 3-bet anyway, even more so when you're going to get even more folds. So I would love a 3-bet here. I think this plays so much better as a 3-bet on the final table, and I think that Zerjav is going to probably overfold tons of their range here. As they should, too.
Raise. Dan mag je mee.
Ruisi 3-betting from the big blind. He's announced raise. He makes the raise. A fistful of white with a little bit of black to go with it.
We've seen Ruisi kind of sizing up at this final a little bit, using slightly larger sizings. But I massively, massively approve of this size, though. 6.7 is a really, really cute amount. Doesn't have to be super big. Bigger is not necessarily scarier here, James. You're going to get the fold pre or you're not. As long as you're going to make this a little bit over 3x or more, you're going to be pretty happy with the results. And sure enough, gets it done. Absolutely stamp of approval. Nice work, Ruisi. Loving that.
Ruisi maintains the chip lead with 45 big blinds. Bacall and Pizarro playing sub-10 big blind stacks. And action is going to start on Pizarro. He's folded. Zeryav is out. Olhusen is folded.
So how wild the guy is opening this French card?
Ruisi with King Jack. Olhusen getting notes from the past, of course. If you've got friends, if you've got colleagues, if you've got fellow poker players watching the stream, you're getting information of what happened 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, I would argue this is just a gem every time, James, especially as the chip leader.
Sure.
It's just slam dunk, insta profit, and the shorty's going to, again, probably overfold to a certain degree. Although, as the ultimate shorty at the table, becomes pretty clear you either got the best hand or you don't, or you think your range is ahead or you aren't. 8-5 is not part of that calling range.
Fold, move on. So it's not a shove from Ruisi, by the way, but look, you've got 9 bigs.
Yeah. And it's certainly not a spot where you're ever going to raise fold. Bacall does like to take his time, and I can't help but feel like maybe shooting himself in the foot just a little bit, James. Like I said, more hands are probably better for Bacall. He needs to put himself in more situations to find a double at this point, and the longer he takes, the less big blinds he'll have when he does find a double, or indeed be forced all in regardless.
More hands is better.
More hands is better.
Has it been long, or you don't know? This tank, has it been long, or you don't know?
I don't know. But yes.
Sounded like there was some chat about how long this tank was taking there, James.
I think the other players are starting to get a little bit knocked by the...
Yeah, it's something I noticed from the previous exchange as well was we saw Bacall kind of jokingly taking his time with 9-8. After the hand was done, Pizarro said, hey, what did you have there? And he was laughing because he's like, I really was just messing around. This doesn't benefit Pizarro. This doesn't benefit Bacall. The two short stacks are the ones that are suffering the most here, and the short stack is the one taking the tank.
Time.
Time, please.
Clock has been called.
Yeah, then that's why I wait. Floor has left the building.
Anybody can find where the group is?
Well, the clock's been called, but we can't find a floor
It's on a
person.
lunch break.
It's a lunch break.
Second clock of the day, Tom, was called on Bacall previously.
There's literally no floor. Oh, there.
Time for the floor player in position 8 minutes 17.
It's been 64 years.
Look, in fairness to Bacall here, he probably doesn't have the worst price to defend 8-5 suited in position here. So, like, if I can play devil's advocate, it's a huge portion of his stack. And when you have position here, you are probably supposed to call some of the time. I don't know on a final table if that's the same applies.
So what do you do now? You flop bottom pair and a backdoor flush draw. What do you do now?
Oh, man.
Maybe do a chip trick. Can you do a chip trick for people at home?
You know what's funny here, James, is Ruisi must know that Bacall has no ace because the ace would have gone in, right? Either
Correct.
pre-flop or you know, whatever, right?
Oh,
so at this
close.
point, you have what is effectively top pair. Your opponent's range is so unbelievably capped, and this is why it becomes so difficult in order to make this the right call given the circumstances.
If I'm Ruisi,
Yeah, he's right. I can do this one, but
7.8 million chips are going in right now.
It's very fake the way I do it. No, they really let it flow over the fingers. I can't do it.
A bit rough on the edges.
Yeah. It's like PKR.
Well, actually, he's bet small, 1.7.
Yeah, and why not?
What? And Bacall calls?
I was always coughing.
Yeah, he wants action from those 8x. He knows he's good.
Your avatar, you remember the software? Or you don't know it?
No, with those big avatars.
The only hands I would be concerned about here, James, especially given the tank were like aces and kings, maybe. But again, pretty unlikely, not something you're that concerned about at this point.
I don't know, this feels like death by 1,000 cuts. You make the call pre-flop, you make the call on the flop, you're left with 6 big blinds.
Buy sunglasses?
Yeah,
like lift.
Which point?
Buy? Oh, which
point?
Okay.
There's no chance Bacall has ace-king. There's no chance he has ace-queen. There's no chance he has ace-8. So when you really boil it down, he might have some queen-x, he might have some 8x, he might have hands like jack-10 once in a while.
Well, he gets shoved on the turn and folds, leaving himself 6 bigs. He's now playing 6 million.
Yeah, love and life.
That's where I started.
If you are Ruisi here, 50 big blinds, chip leading by about 20 big blinds. Zherzhav has 31. And Bacall is in the ultra hyper danger zone.
I played a free roll with 700 people.
Yeah.
I won $4.
Okay.
The next day I make $12 out of it on a cash game. I call my buddy.
Yeah.
I say, bro, this is a gold mine. I call my buddy. It's a gold mine. One day later, I'm broke.
Oh, yeah.
Jacks for Mulhausen, and not just any old jacks. We've got the James and Joe, the JS, the JH.
How are we feeling about the Barbie movie merch.
Love it. It's a great look.
I like the colors.
It's a nice. It works, and he's making it work for him.
It's bold. It's bold, and I dig it. Okay, this one is a mandatory fold. There you go.
And Pizarro folds the big blinds.
What did you expect?
Right?
To win $12 every 2 days?
That's what you expected when you play the game. What? I mean, like, variance? What's that? No idea.
Dean MC 1970 says, Nick, I want to see you wearing Ken gear on your next Spin and Go stream.
Like that?
Seems reasonable.
Let's start.
Also those free rolls.
Very reasonable. I wonder how much will that set you back, Dean? I tell you what, if you buy it for me, I'll wear it. Dean is a regular on my Spin and Go streams, if in case that wasn't obvious.
A7 of diamonds for Ruisi.
Hey man. Thanks. En hou me vast, hou vast.
This hand is already part of this range. I did sort of mention on the cutoff here that I wanted to see Ruisi a little bit wider than normal, just as the chip leader, but A7 suited easily part of the opening range from the cutoff regardless. And Bikal only the 5 big blinds behind. Oh, wow. Really, really interesting situation for Pizarro here. He's going to take it.
Yep. So Pizarro moves all in, and I guess Ruisi's going to call. Ruisi is behind. It is a domination situation, and a great spot for Pizarro, who can double up here through the chip leader.
Yeah, this is a great spot for Pizarro. Obviously, dominating is fantastic, but still always 5 cards to come.
Thank you, though.
And with Bikal on just the 5 big blinds, you know, this is a big moment, James.
She's bluffing, but I like it.
Just the 1 diamond on the flop. Ace-10 is holding. I mean, opportunities have emerged, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. Double paired board options. An ace also the same.
Oh, the 7 on the turn. There is the old adage that it's always coming. Ruisi has hit, and it is domination rotation in his favor. Pizarro now on the verge of elimination and needs a 10 on the river. Two outs for Pizarro. He doesn't hit, and we lose Casper Pizarro in 5th place. He cashes for 124,390 euros. Ruisi now has close to 60 million chips and is the commanding chip leader once again.
Yeah, and if you put yourself in Yassin Bikal's shoes, he has 5 big blinds, just found the ladder, being the ultra hyper danger zone short stack. He's going to love that. Very, very unfortunate for the dominating hand here, but GG, we're down to 4.
Yeah, I think he's jammed on the small one.
Allez.
Last hand?
No,
he was small.
Let's fucking go. Huh?
Ruisi gets lucky. And Bikal gets lucky as well. He just laddered up there. He's now locked up 161 grand, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. Bikal managing to dodge a few bullets to remain in the tournament, and that's why. So much value in those ladders at this point. Bikal's got to be thrilled.
Ruisi opening here with 10-6. Bakal with Jack 10. 5 big blinds. Is this a rejamming spot?
I'm not ultra familiar with under the gun versus, well, I say under the gun. We're only four-handed, of course. Hijack versus cutoff shoving ranges had 5 big blinds effective. Seems like a tricky one. You're probably always going to have decent equity against the chip leaders open here, but I don't think this is a spot you take. Maybe Bakal is thinking, I got the ladder. That's huge for me. Now I need to do some gambling, and just decides to go with the equity that he has. JT usually does all right.
Okay, Bakal is all in.
You know, James, he's short enough that he might actually get a spin here, too.
I mean, I don't see how Ruisi can fold.
Yeah.
He's put in 2.5. It's 3-1 to call. You hate it, but...
Yeah, he's like, okay.
Whoops. Well, he got Pizarra dirty. Is he going to do it 2 hands in a row? Because once again, it is a domination situation in favor of the all-in player.
Yeah, slight misstep here from Ruisi. Perhaps didn't realize how short Bakal was, because, of course, once you open, you got to call that stack pretty much with any 2 cards. Can he do it again? Can Ruisi undominates? Can he rotate?
Well, Bakal is near enough a 3-1 favorite to double up here. King 7-7. Once again, that will open up some opportunities.
Just a smidge. 17% chop opportunities.
Joseph Carlino on Bakal's rail. Ace on the turn.
23% chop opportunities.
Ma fétiche, la dame. La dame. Mamacita. La dame.
The river is a queen.
Wow.
And that is going to see Bakal double up through Ruisi.
What a run from Yasin Bakal here.
Hold on. That was not a chop pot.
No, it was not.
The dealer is awarded a split pot.
The straight.
The straight plays. Bakal should have got the full double up there. He should have 13.7 million. He should have 13 big blinds after that.
Yeah, I thought perhaps the French rail exploding might have been a giveaway.
Yeah, that's right. No, sorry. You took 2 of me.
Yeah, you took 2 of him.
No. You took my money.
Yeah, you took his money.
He had 5.6.
Yeah, 5.6.
So how much?
5.6 it was. No.
13.7.
Okay, so a little bit of confusion here. Unfortunately, a mistake on the part of the dealer awarding a split pot when actually the pot was won outright by Bakal. And the tournament staff will want to verify that we have the exact correct amount going to the player who won that hand.
Wait.
Yeah, this is the blind.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, well, my understanding is that the tournament staff want to verify that these stacks are actually correct, so I do think that they actually are going to consult the cameras. We're going to see what tale the tape tells. In the meantime, we'll take a short break and then we'll be back with more action from the final table.
Yes. Okay. 12-7.
1-3-7.
All right, next hand, Queen 10 of the offsuit variety for Side and Streaker.
Raised to 1.1. Witsiak with 6-5 of clubs.
This is not an unreasonable 3-betting hand, James. I definitely wouldn't mind a little raisey daisy here.
A raisey daisy?
Yeah, 6-5 suited, 8-7 suited. Definitely some frequency of 3-bet there at the stack depth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 17, 27, 37. I don't know.
Witsiak has played one time bank card so far.
4 million.
And you're right, Nick, he has decided to 3-bet with this hand. And I guess with a hand like Queen 10, with position, Side and Stricker can legitimately call this re-raise to 4 million?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just plays nicely in position. I don't expect to see a 4-bet here. That seems a bit over the top. But this is a very, very good situation to try and take it post-flop against an aggressive opponent. Indeed has the best hand, and that's an important part of deciding whether or not you're going to call. How frequently does my opponent actually have a bluff here?
9-5 deuce, so a pair of 5s for Witsiak. Side and Stricker with 2 overs to the board and a backdoor straight draw. Witsiak has the pre-flop betting lead and continues into this pot of 8.4 million.
Yeah, there's quite a few nice turns here for Witsiak, as well as just having the pair right here, right now. But that small continuation in relation to the pot means he's going to flow with Queen 10 here. Queen or a 10 would be very dangerous for Witsiak.
So it was 3 million, the bet on the flop, called by Side and Stricker. Witsiak now slows down, checking this turn card. He is an 86% favorite, but it is Side and Stricker who's going to take over the betting.
Yeah, James, I don't think he's intending on check folding this turn, especially not having picked up a straight draw, right? Even if he's got it completely wrong and he is losing, he still has additional equity with that 4 on the turn, although it's not a ton. I anticipate a check call on this turn loads. A player at Witsiak's level will understand that his opponent will have floats here with 2 overcards, for example, exactly like Queen 10.
3.5 million apiece. The 9 of hearts on the river pairing the board. 21.4 in the million. Side and Stricker has less than pot behind. Action's been checked to him for a second time.
James, I really think that if he pulls the trigger, he could get looked up here. The 9 is actually a really, really good card to see if you have 6-5.
Counting his stack in relation to the pot. He shoves! He bluff shoves with just queen high, and Witsiak has the best hand with a pair of 5s.
Wow, he can definitely call here. This is a spot that's going to be bluffed a ton given the action.
If he calls, it's over. If he calls, he's an EPT champion.
How much?
He asked for a count.
21.
I mean, it's most of Witsiak's stack. It would be a huge mistake to make. You call here and you're wrong. It's over for you.
Yeah, I've got to say, I think the 9 is actually really good because the 9 kind of is what you think Side and Stricker might have when he limp calls here. This run out means there's fewer combinations of 9 remaining, and I think that means he's going to have more bluffs. I really think he might make the call here. It's a huge moment. Imagine making this hero call and claiming victory here in Barcelona.
The former professional footballer, the former engineer, a guy who has been mentored and coached by Antoine Saout. With a decision, that if he makes the right call, will earn him an EPT title.
You can do it, mate. I believe in you. I love hero calls.
Playing a time bank card, thinking about this.
I think he's trying to get a live read now, James. Seems to be looking at his opponent a ton here, trying to get some live tells.
This would be a huge call, and it will be a tournament-winning call.
Look at this from the rail.
Plays another time bank card.
I call it.
He's made the call!
Oh, wow.
We have a result here in Barcelona. It is Simon Witziak from France who takes the title and trophy. The additional 100,000 euros in prize money and crushes the hopes and dreams of the Brazilians.
Wow, what a call. Absolutely fantastic poker. He's dominated this tournament, and what a dominant call to take the trophy.
He has been chip leader for so much of the late stages of this 5K main event. He closes it out. He takes it down. He'll lift the trophy. He'll claim the single biggest slice of the 10 million euro prize pool. While João Seidenstricker is the runner-up.
And it's the first time I said that I heard my father cry. So it was a pretty special moment.
Have you been celebrating?
Oh yeah, of course. I've been celebrating in Barcelona, my hometown now, and yeah, I'm gonna still enjoy it a bit more. Just playing the series right now, online too. So I will be in Cyprus too.
Okay.
So I will really enjoy it during the end of the series and before Cyprus. But yeah, it's coming slowly. But yeah, I just see every day when PokerStars post a new YouTube video on the best 5 hands, epic call, or that kind of stuff. You know, it's still a lot of emotion. We still watch it with a lot of surprise and a lot of yeah.
Yeah, it's actually something we noticed is that you watched the last hand back while on the set. I saw you and your pals had like a little tablet on the table watching that final hand moments after it happened. How many times have you watched it since then?
I watch it in French. I watch it in English too. I wanted to see all the reaction of the commentators on all the final table, of course, like a movie, you know.
Yeah.
So I think I watched it like twice entirely, but some part of it, you know, the highlights of that kind of stuff. Every day a bit every day. So yeah, a lot. Yeah.
Having made a call like that, did that make the feeling afterward amplified?
Everything was gathered together to make a special moment, you know. If I didn't have ace queen against king queen against Carl, when you make the king on the flop and an ace on turn, that's part of the magic too, you know. That's moment that stays, that will stay in my brain for forever. So obviously, the hero call, the crew, the pressure, everything in the same time. It's like a perfect ending, you know. It's like you want to write a pitch, and you said, if I would have dreamed about it, with a camera, taking my time to make a big hero call, and being right in this moment, and you can turn back to your crew, and you are like, you are a bit lost. That's precious. These moments are precious, really. So yeah, a lot of emotions, and yeah, everything at the same time. If I would have wrote the story, I could have wrote a better one. So yeah.
Yeah. In addition to watching you look back at the final hand on the set, we also saw you make a few phone calls immediately afterwards. Who did you call to tell about your win?
So it was to my father and my mother. They couldn't be here, but they don't know anything about poker. they were always a bit reluctant about this, even if they know that I had good years in poker. It's something mysterious, you know, when you play online and you said you spend 10 hours behind your screen, and they don't understand it. And now they see the atmosphere where everybody, even the family, even some friends, even at the marketplace, everywhere is talking about it. So it feels the emotion comes to their in their heart, we can say. And it's the first time I said that I heard my father cry. So it was a pretty special moment. So it felt really, really special to me. Like in this whole atmosphere, someone gave me the phone, and having them on the phone, I couldn't say anything but I won. Like, so yeah, it was a really special moment to me.
So what you're saying is, it's the kind of the cliched parents who like, you know, our son's a football player, our son's an engineer, our son's a poker player.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's You said it all. Like they were really proud about the football part, and because they were happy they encouraged me to continue, even if I would have less study. They were happy about it, but I said no. I'm pretty good at math. I will be disturbed to not have a big career. I was thinking, you have 18, you don't know anything about life. You think engineer, or it's big career or something like that. And finally, I went to engineer, and then I stopped for poker, and they were really upset. It was really hard at the beginning, you know. They even wrote me a letter to say, stop,
they were like,
please.
can you please go back to being a soccer player?
Yeah, do whatever you want, but please, come on. You make all this study, all of this for nothing. It was not for nothing, because obviously everything in football, everything in engineer, in mathematics study or whatever, helped me to be that good, to be rational, pragmatic, take fast decisions, being responsible, have no fear, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, all this way long was finally to say, okay, now you know that it was worth it. You know that it was not a stupid game, and I hope they will learn the rule of poker one day to follow my stories in if I go in a deep run again.
Well, that was Simon Witziak, winner of EPT Barcelona last year and the newest member of Team Pro. We are now back here in Paris on the PokerStars European Poker Tour in the final table of the FPS main event. An impromptu break while we just figured out the stacks following a mistake at the final table. A split pot was incorrectly awarded. Actually, it was a double up for Yassine Bakal. We've come back with verified stacks. Bakal playing 13.7 million and in action. It's the first hand post that break, by the way. Bakal is open with Queen 9 of spades.
And that's understandable.
Zeriev has called on the button with Jack 10. And Mulhusen has Ace King. Mulhusen with Ace King has shoved from the small blind.
That's great anticipation.
I already saw it.
Nice pick up there from Mulhusen. Nice and
away
easy.
from the camera. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they got it. I already saw my hand.
Yeah, pretty easy game there. Pretty obvious shove. And a considerable pickup after Zerjov here actually makes the call, James. Significantly more big blinds to pick up at non-showdown. That's always really nice.
To get my hand dead here. That was good. That was good fun.
No. 1 million blind? 1 million. Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, we are still at the 500k 1 million blind level. Still four-handed. Bakal is still short, by the way. He got that double up, Nick, but when he doubled up, he had like 5 big blinds. So he's now playing 11.
Yeah.
And he's in the big blind on this hand. So he posts the ante. And he posts the big blind. So he's got 9.7 million behind. And we have Zeriev opening under the gun with 8-7 of clubs. We see chip leader has more than 50 bigs, has jack 6 in the small.
Bij allebei, open, flat, ik jam. Yeah, so fucking hot.
Well, take your jumper off then.
It's sweating all the way.
I assume you got something on under the Barbie jumper. Carl with King Jack in the big.
Yeah, tricky spot here. Feels like you're probably going to do okay as a jam, but if I'm putting myself in his shoes right now, James, I feel like the call feels better to me. I don't know if this is really the kind of hand that you are supposed to be 3-bet jamming, even if you think Zerjav is going to be slightly wider. But again, I don't think he's going to be getting out of line here. Only 25 big blinds after putting in the raise, James. And, you know, still big stacks behind him that he might potentially have to tangle with, and that's not ideal circumstances to have a super wide range here. So I think calling is perfectly fine. I think I prefer this to a jam. And A6 tray.
Check. Three bet 1,300,000.
So with Bakal defending pre, we get the ace-6-3 flop. And we get Bakal checking and Zerjav continuing for 1.3 million. King high is still the best hand. Bakal is actually a 71% favorite.
Yeah, against this really small continue, I think technically you are supposed to still have some king high calls. King jack seems like a really reasonable one. With the addition of the final table pressure, I don't know how optimistic you get in these situations. But of course, against the open from the cutoff, king jack will absolutely be the best hand of this texture. It's just whether or not your opponent is going to find slowdowns. Because if I'm Zerjav and I have a hand that has not connected, okay, that's one way to do it.
Interesting.
Very, very interesting. Going to say, Bakal calling here, if I'm Zerjav, I probably end up barreling multiple streets, and this is one way to just test the waters right here, right now. One thing, though, James, is ask yourself, would Bakal really check raise an ace or stronger? I don't believe that this is a believable story unless it's literally 6-3 of diamonds, sorry, 6-3 of clubs or something like that.
Yeah. The story does not check out, and Zerjav has called and has picked up the open-ended straight draw on the turn. And here's the question. Can Bakal now find it in him to follow through on that check raise? Can he bluff shove all in on the turn? And I say bluff, king high still the best hand right now. And with Bakal checking, the pressure is put on him. Zerjav bets enough to put him all in, and he has to fold the best hand. A very curiously played hand. Defended pre, fair enough. Made that curious check raise on the flop and was then forced to fold the turn and is now back to having 5 big blinds again.
Yeah, I absolutely applaud the heart of it, and I appreciate the audacity to find a check raise there. I think what ends up happening is Bakal just has the best hand often enough where perhaps it's not the kind of combo you'd like to check raise with because you just have showdown against the cutoff range. But also, like I said, if you end up getting barreled on later streets, do you really have enough showdown to continue calling? So yeah, you have a decision to make. But I think that, like we said, the check raise on the flop ends up being a lot of bluffs. and not very much value, because when you're that shallow, you're not concerned about your opponent putting you to the test. And if you do indeed have top pair or better, you just want to keep calling and allow your opponent to barrel you off, as we've alluded to from the previous sort of logic. So, yeah, nice move and very nice float there from the 8-7. I really like that line from Zurjev.
So Mulhausen is the second biggest stack of the table, starts this hand with 33 big blinds and has raised here to 2 million with ace-3 suited. The chip leader has ace-4 on the button.
Again, not an unreasonable 3-betting spot, James. Love to see Ruiz here applying more pressure to these mid stacks. The extreme ICM pressure here when Bakal only has 5 bigs is very, very interesting, and something that should be exploited every time. I don't really see any reason why this wouldn't just be a nice chunky 3-bet. Not even that big. 3x is probably perfectly fine. If you wanted to size up slightly, that would be cool if you wanted to really discourage continues from Mulhausen. And I think Ruiz is listening. He's been hitting all these spots that we've been discussing.
Decides to pressure the rest of the table with a 3-bet. Re-raises with ace-4 to 6.7 million.
There you go. It's like he can listen to us. It's like he's hearing us.
I don't know why Bakal is so pained here. Queen-Jack against a 3-bet. All into call. Nah. Literally. Nah.
Yeah, it's just an instant no, James. It's just a no. There are combinations that 3-bet bluff that's better than queen high here. For example, ace-4 offsuit, ace-5 offsuit, even some suited kings probably sneak in here too. King-queen is a very reasonable 3-bet here as well, James. You're dominated against that. It's time to put it in the bin. There you go.
Huzzah! And there was much rejoicing.
You got to feel for Bakal though as well. 5 big blinds, you're just like, how do I double? How do I double? How do I double?
Well, he did double, and now he's back down to 5 big blinds again.
Yeah.
With the hand in the back, how you in France you say it.
I do applaud the heart though. I think that check raise was bold.
You and me.
But the 3-bet here getting it done, and Ruiz putting on a bit of a clinic here. It feels great to be the chip leader when there's a hyper danger zone short stack, James, because
yeah, of course.
Can make way more moves like this, and they're going to be so successful, and it feels great to win pots pre-flop.
One of these days I'll get a hand.
Good for Ruiz, now playing 56 million. So we had that impromptu break to sort out the pot, sort out the stacks. There is an official break in 15 minutes. We're coming to the end of level 39. And that is going to be horrible news for Bakal. Because right now his stack is 5 big blinds, but in 15 minutes, the blinds are going to go to 601.2.
Yeah. I was going to say, James, this is a very similar situation to the spot where Ruiz doubled Bakal, but this time laid down the weaker range, and this time Bakal doesn't even have it.
But this is where I want to echo a point you were making not that long ago, Nick, which is, from Bakal's perspective, speed it up. Try and see as many hands as you can in the next 15 minutes before you are just decimated.
Yeah.
Right.
So you have ace-queen in the small blind.
I guess.
Calls. Both he and Mulhausen have very similar stack sizes, around 30 million each.
I'm going to hazard a guess here as well, James. Like, this is kind of trappy, ace-queen obviously being a very nice hand. I would argue that this is less to do with trapping and way more to do with not getting into any crazy pre-flop raising wars where the pot's going to be really inflated and it might cost them a stack when there's only 5 big blinds left in Bakal's. Yeah, they're going to play it cool here. I don't see these players getting out of line against each other when they have such a massive upside to eliminating that shorty. Implied collusion.
Okay, well, ace-queen still a huge favorite here. 86% equity on a 7-tray deuce flop. Zeryav betting with the best hand, 1 million.
This is actually not the most unreasonable float. Queen high, queen of clubs. Your opponent's probably going to bet this board as a bluff at a fair frequency just to get it done here and now. I think with that pressure of Pikal being 5 big blinds, though, I don't know how far you want to go with this, because at some point you might actually end up having to bluff and it could cost you a big chunk. I think continuing is perfectly fine, though. Yep, a call seems very reasonable.
Deuce of diamonds pairs the board. Zeryav now better than a 9-1 favorite.
Does he want to continue on the turn is the question. Ace-queen's got a lot of showdown here. I think a check is pretty cool. Yep, there it is. Such a funny spot for Mulhausen because he's kind of ahead in a lot of these situations, James. He doesn't necessarily need to turn queen high into a bluff here.
Yeah, of course.
Plenty of combos that limp and then bet this flop that you're ahead of. Do you want to inflate the pot when you can just get to showdown? These blind v blind spots are so interesting just because ranges are so wide, and therefore you can say bold things like queen high has showdown.
5 on the river changes nothing. Zeryav has a lock on this.
I wouldn't be surprised to see check-check. I think both players pretty happy to just take showdown at this stage.
Checked to showdown. Ace-queen is going to win it. And yes, an understandably cautiously played hand, Nick, with those two 30 big blind stack sizes, acutely aware of the fact that Pikal is nursing 5 bigs.
Yeah, and you know what's cool about that effective stack depth as well, James, is ace-queen can limp there, and if it gets raised in the big blind, they can actually just check raise to an amount that's scary enough to get folds, but can also still fold and leave themselves with a decent chunk behind. That's not to say that was going to be the suggested line, but depending on their interpretation of the aggression at this stage in the tournament, I think that it's just a really, really nice spot to have a little bit more passive action pre-flop and give yourself a large scope to go to showdown and take it down, or indeed find some aggressive action pre-flop to take it down pre-flop as well.
Okay, Pikal, get your chips in. God, he was folding there for a second.
All right, mate. This is it. This is your moment.
Pikal in.
Pikal in.
Yes, he salted it. Request the triangle.
Illuminati confirmed.
Count, please.
Oh. Mulhausen asked for a count. He's got 8.
He's going to get action here, James.
He calls, and it is a domination situation, and Pikal is set for another double up.
And Pikal finding lots and lots of great spots to double up as the shorty on this final table. Final 4. 80% favorite pre-flop.
Dat is wel mijn favoriete hand, hè, achter.
%81% chance Pikal doubles up through Mulhausen. Ace, King 3, 10's holding.
Geen 8. Voilà. 10. Alleen maar 10. Nee, geen 8. Alsjeblieft geen 8.
Oh!
I love a good rail, James.
There are no opportunities, so whatever you do, don't split the pot. The river is non-8, and Bakal survives again.
How can he lose with support like that, James? You got so many people willing it to happen, willing the hold, manifesting the double.
Bakal playing 13 big blinds. Mulhusen drops down to 22 big blinds. We play on four-handed with 8 minutes left on this level. 8 minutes till the first scheduled break of the day. Big Swole says, I want to go to bed, but this is too good. Lol.
It really is. You guys are playing for some absolutely mountainous payouts. Mulhusen actually has a bit of a tricky one here. King Jack on the button. Now 22 big blinds deep. I'm not sure if this is the spot where you have 3 bets, and I'm not sure if this is the combo. I think calling is pretty reasonable. It does get a bit tricky if you think that Roisi is going to start squeezing light in order to try and, you know, just take it down pre-flop. And we've seen plenty of that so far. We've seen a lot of nice light 3 bets from Roisi, wielding that big stack and getting those folds. I think this really could go either way. I think a raise or a call is fine. Oh, wow. Look how small it is as well. I was going to say off a 22 big blind stack, James, it's got to be small, but that's a very teeny tiny 3-bet. $2.25x, something like that.
4.5. 25, 23 total, I think.
Nice work. Very, very nice stuff from Mulhusen, James. I love the finesse of that. I love the thought, and I also notice how small he can 3-bet there off of a 22 big blind stack and get it done.
Yeah.
Very, very cute poker. Now, if Zerjov had ace-5 suited, might be a different situation.
Okay, we got Daniel and Lom getting into it on YouTube, and it's almost got to heads up for rolls territory. So I'm going to say, guys, enough's enough. You've said your piece. On Twitch, we have the banhammer. On YouTube, we have the spanner. And I'm going to yank my spanner if this continues.
Chip leader, aces.
Yeah, and raises the button.
Been loving Roisi's work so far. Very solid, very steadfast, picking his moments very well. And with that balanced image, can he get some action with American Airlines?
Carl, king 3 in the small blind.
Just the 10 big blinds. Again, probably just an insta-fold.
Ooh, Zeryev could get himself into trouble here. King, queen of clubs in the big.
So, very reasonable 3-betting hand, James, but I might suggest that we're going to see some more of that sort of slower, more passive play here, with Bakal being the shorty. King Queen suited, such excellent playability. It's a hand that you're very happy to take a flop with. You don't necessarily. Yeah. It's so much better to 3-bet this hand when we're in the earlier stages of the tournament. Absolutely no reason to go to war against the chip leader here when you're in such a great, strong position on a final table and the ICM pressure is heavily on you. Top set for Ruisi. What a life.
98% equity on the flop.
So I think technically at this stack depth we see a lot of like 1/4, 10% pot continuations, especially on a final table, especially final four. And I think that's very reasonable. You get action from all the 9s, all the 5s, all the 6 7s, all the 7 8s, all the hearts. Sometimes like high cards like King X with the backdoor spades, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, it just goes for the 1 big blind continuation. 2 big blind continuation. Yep, still getting action from King Queen. Button versus big blind. King Queen is very, very, very strong. Going to be up against a bunch of complete airball continuations, and Zerjev knows that. Here he's up against a full boat. Ace is full.
Wow. Zerjev is now drawing dead.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame as well, James, because Zerjev knows that this is actually not the worst turn for him in the world. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Chips into the abyss, 2.5 million.
Yeah, just shy of a 1/4 lead. And Ruisi is loving life here, James. I think this is a perfectly reasonable spot just to flat. Where are we at? So 24.3 million behind Zerjev. After this call, we're looking at about 18. If you flat here and your opponent continues the bluff, continues going for value with hearts, continues for value with the 9s, I don't see any reason to put in a raise here. I think you're not going to struggle to get the rest in the middle, especially if your opponent continues to lead river. If this is Hollywood, it looks good to me. It looks like a very reasonable, thoughtful moment for Ruisi. He's definitely selling it to me.
Just calls.
Oh, yeah.
Four clubs on the river. A bluff would be called, he says, stating the obvious.
A bluff would be raised.
Can't be too careful. Your opponent might have quad 9s.
Yeah, I know. I know it looks a bit silly when you're leading into a boat, but I actually really like Zerjev's play here against Ruisi's range. I think it does really well. I mean, there's obviously some queen high, king highs that need to call the turn versus that small lead as well, James, which is why it's so cute, because you get a bunch of hands with equity to fold. You get a bunch of hands with equity to call that you want to call as well.
Well, this is going to be the last hand of the session. Clock ticking into the break as Ruisi decides how much to bet on this river.
I think there's a really reasonable amount of hands that just go check, check, and king, queen is still good here. But obviously, as we can see, Ruisi's trying to think, how do I get max? What's the size, James? 15.5 million in the middle. $11,200,000.
11,200,000, and is Zerjev seriously considering heroing with king high?
I actually don't think it's that crazy. I mean, like I said, that button opening range is going to be wide. There's going to be plenty of combos that call in the turn that feel like they need to still bluff on the river, like any random hearts, some missed straight draws, some combination of both sometimes. I don't know if this is the moment when you make this kind of hero call when there's this much equity locked up in those chip streams, but given the way the hand was played, I can imagine lots of combos that you're beating there with king-queen, so I don't think it's that wild to give it a few seconds. Yeah, good fold.
Great, guys.
So Ruiz wins the last hand of the level, the last hand of the first session of play. He came into this final table as chip leader. He holds on to the chip lead. He's never relinquished it. He's increased that advantage, going into the break with 62 million, which will be more than 50 big blinds at the next level. Everyone else is pretty short. If we look at the stacks of all four players, Mulhusen with 22 bigs, Zelyav with 20 bigs, and Bakal down to 8 bigs. So four-handed action continues from the final table of this record-breaking FPS main event on the other side of an 18-minute break. And we'll have more live action from the Paris leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Okay, you may have seen this next hand before.
5-9? Yeah, I've seen 5-9.
This is probably one of the most famous poker hands in EPT history.
Jason
raise and take it.
80,000. Anthony pass, small blind pass. Every call, 80,000.
So Koskas defending his big blind with 10-3 offsuit, which bizarrely is currently the best hand.
Two players, Eric check in the dark.
Check's dark too, huh? All right, I like it.
Jack 6.
Jack 6-5, bottom pair for Mercier. He checks it back. Turn card is the 8 of clubs.
220.
220,000 bet from Eric.
Wow, an overbet on the turn from Koskas. And I actually like this bet from him, right? Jason Mercier checks back the flop. Koskas can easily have 7-9, 7-4, all the two-pair combinations from the big blind.
With Koskas overbetting the pot, Jason quickly called. There was not a lot of consideration there.
Yeah, there really wasn't.
Total snap call.
And Koskas could still be bluffing with just a bare 7 in his hand, or as we can see here, as wide as 10-3, but it's still a pretty aggressive snap. Wow.
Yeah, board pairs, and Koskas announces all in.
The check dark, the fast bet on the flop, fast bet on the turn, fast bet on the river. It is a little suspect. You tend to think a little bit more about your value bets, right?
Right, and if he was betting with a jack on the turn, he really isn't going to like that 8. So it's unlikely that he shoves all in. You know, it's a card that can hit Mercier if he has a hand like 7-8, 8-9 that calls a turn, checks back flop. So a jack doesn't like the 8. Does an 8 overbet the turn? A lot of this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think one of the only hands he can really have, like a value hand, is a flop set that is now a boat. But again, I just think you put a little more thought into it.
Yeah,
how
and
to get the most
5-6
value.
is counterfeit as well, Joe. So that 2 pairs now dust. He wouldn't jam that. I guess he could still have 7-9, 7-4. But it's not too much in the way of value. You start adding in all those 7s, those missed flushes, some 9-10s, some queen-10 gut shots, and then 10-3. He's bluffing a lot.
I call. And call. Eric all in. Showdown.
Jason Mercier makes the call.
Eric shows.
Koskas shows the bluff. Mercier shows the 5. And that is the hand that announced Jason Mercier's arrival on the poker scene. Eric Koskas eliminated in 4th place. And Jason Mercier now chip leader with 3 players remaining at this final table.
Yes, sir. Cool hand. Cool call.
Congratulations.
Calls him with just a pair of fives. Love to see it.
Koskas both impressed and also a little bit disgusted with the call.
Well, it's such a huge call to make anywhere, let alone here at the EPT final table, four-handed as well. You've got to admire Koskas's heart, overbet the turn, ship the river.
100.
So now Mercier has pretty much all the chips. Minieri raising here with queens.
So Anthony called. Raised to 100,000 from Dario. Action is on Jason.
$340.
Raised to 340,000. Jason. Anthony pass.
Well, this is a situation that you'd expect Dario's reputation to pay off really well.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially now in a three-handed situation, even more so. You know, hand strength of Mercier's ace-4 is going to go through the roof once you remove 5 or 6 players from the table.
40,000.
How much do you have behind?
47,000.
I got 1.8. No, 1.9.
Okay.
1.920.
So here's the flop. Jason will be first to speak. Flop comes.
That flop does not have an ace on it, but it does have 2 diamonds. And this is almost a coin flip.
400,000.
Dario bet 400,000.
And it's a huge flop for Mercier, especially when Minieri, obviously we can see he has the queens, but Minieri very capable of just getting here with, you know, some jack highs, queen highs. He jams, tries to make him fold, not getting the queen.
I don't know how you don't jam there against Dario.
Queens and ace, 4 of diamonds.
You get him to fold a slightly better hand, and if you get called, you can get there pretty easily. This is not a slightly better hand. This is a much better hand.
Dario's player. He's in the lead. Pocket queens. Jason has.
There's still that option
if a diamond comes
of catching the diamond.
Or the ace.
We take the lead right now.
Or the ace. That's true.
Yeah, Mercier's still very close to a flip.
Diamond.
4 of hearts.
Okay.
Running 4s.
Is it
diamond?
Not flush to Jason. Dario Minieri finishing the third.
So Dario Minieri makes it to 3rd place, but is eliminated by Jason Mercier and cashes out for 287,600 euros. The Merce dog, woof, woof, looking unstoppable.
$95.
Raised to 95,000.
Given stack distribution, given we're heads up, wouldn't be surprised to see Lelouch make that re-raise.
Re-raise.
Yeah, why not? You get a pair, it's heads up. You get a huge chip disadvantage.
All in and call. Anthony, all in.
And it's flip time.
His hand is pair of 7s. And Jason shows king, queen.
You skipped the 2008 flip analogy for such a big moment here.
And if Mercier gets there, it's over.
King, queen for Jason. Good luck. Here is the flop. Flop comes queen.
There's a queen on the flop.
Pair of queens.
Just destined for him, huh?
Anthony needs a 7 to survive.
Oh, 7. Here is the turn.
Doesn't even have to worry about
8.
spades.
No help. 2
One
cards
time.
in the deck.
One
The
more
card
time,
is not
yeah.
a 7.
Just 2 outs once.
Of the EPT here in San Remo. And here is the river card. It's a deuce.
No 7. Jason Mercier wins EPT San Remo.
Yeah! Good game, man. Good playing. Played well. Yes, sir.
Yeah!
Yes, sir.
Over here. Ernest just called 12,000 cold. Should be sending smoke signals into the sky.
Wow, started something.
He may be trying to set a trap by just calling, but by not re-raising, Ernest giving Doyle and Tony both better odds to call behind him.
But you can see Doyle's stack, just 50 grand right now.
He's looking at 20% of his stack to call.
Well, no, Tony's going to call it, so I might as well too.
Yeah. I love these big pots.
It's a very loose call from Doyle.
Tony calls.
Wow, what a sick hand this is. 4 ways.
I'm not even going anywhere next pot, so it's like a free roll for me.
It's the danger of smooth calling with kings. Ernest has let 3 other players into this pot.
The flop 9-10, 9 trip 9s for Hellmuth.
Phil has flopped the Hellmuth out of it. Our loose cannon Ernest is in big trouble if he can't get away from this, and honestly, Chris, I don't see how he'll be able to.
Tony G is checked on over to Phil Hellmuth.
That flop looks like you, doesn't it?
No, Phil, I look like me.
Ernest very confident.
17,000.
Phil bets 17,000.
If you look like me, why you bet so much?
Ernest is actually asking the right question, but isn't looking for an answer.
Wow.
All he can see are those 2 kings.
$36,000. I love you, Ernest.
I'll try it again. Well, I just can't.
Doyle folds.
I was gonna raise. I'm so sick.
Tony G's out.
Wow. This is almost certainly disaster for our loose cannon.
200,000.
What are you going to do if I move in? You going to call?
Phil, of course I had no choice but to, my brother.
You got aces or kings or something or what?
Man, if I had aces or kings, man, I'd be the man right now, wouldn't I?
This is why this show's so fun.
You're the best.
Boy, oh boy, I don't think I have a choice here. This is so sick. All right, I guess I'm all in.
I call. Kings.
I got 3 9s.
You gotta be kidding me. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah,
What were you slow rolling him for?
Here, man.
Maybe he had 10s full. I mean, he was so happy.
That was so unreal.
That was torture. I didn't mean to slow roll. Hold on. How many times do you want to deal it?
Oh, hey, thanks for asking me.
3 times?
Yeah, huh?
3 times?
Yeah, run it 3.
3 times.
3 times.
3 times.
Yeah, that'll
You
work.
might win one of those 3.
Gee whiz, man.
Wow, and you straddled and everything. That was perfect.
You made it so much before the flop with ace-9.
Our loose cannon has 1 foot out the door.
You want to deal it 4 times?
When you asked him, you're going to call if I go all in, and he said yes, what percentage of you didn't believe that he was given the straight dope there with that little bit left? Wasn't it like a little bit left? He had
50,000 like the worst slow. That's one of the worst slow rolls I've seen in forever.
No, that's not.
When
a
you
slow
know
roll.
he's going to call because he says it.
You know,
and
Phil Locke, why don't you just stay out of why don't you stay out of it?
Because I'm right here, I feel
because
bad.
you've been so far out of line to me, and every time we've played, and I'm just sick of it. So why don't you just mind your business?
12,600.
But he's right. It was a pretty sick slow roll.
I'm sorry, because I haven't done anything like that in my whole life.
Were you folding? I can't get away from this. The whole speech. The guy's already in.
He's already got 80%
We'll let
of
Doyle
it.
decide.
Doyle, you're the.
He had 50,000 more. Did he have 50,000 more? You want to? I'll bet he had at least 40,000
He put
more.
in
You want to bet?
36,000.
I'll bet he had 40 more before you count and look.
74, 74,
What's the difference?
300.
How
right.
can he ever have that beat?
You want to deal it 4 times or what?
4 times?
Yeah, it gives you a better chance to
Hey,
win.
damn sure do. Cool. Run him out, baby.
All right, 4 times.
4 4 times, need 2 kings. Wow, that's about
Or you need
50,
spade,
50.
spade, queen, jack.
Hey, run a jack.
Spade, spade.
Hey, run a runner.
So we'll see the turn and river 4 times with each pot worth a shade under 50 grand. Run number 1. A jack of hearts.
Queen. Yeah, queen, king.
The river, an ace of diamonds. Round 1 goes to Hellmuth.
Phil Hellmuth is filled up and made a full house. He's locked up at least 25% of this pot.
Run 2. The turn, a king.
There we go. Full house. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Get me down.
If you're in it twice, you got money back.
Oh, damn, I said 4 times, though. Damn, didn't I? Holy snap. I got to stand back up now. I thought it was only twice. Come on.
The river's a 3.
15% dog. Ernest has won the second pot.
So that's cool. I'm feeling good right now. Well,
you're still alive. You're still alive.
Our loose cannon will stick around. Round 3, a 7 of spades.
Everybody's rooting for a spade.
He can now hit a king or a spade to win this run.
The river, it is a spade.
Goddamn spade! Up 2-1. That's loose cannon. He's up 2-1.
Why did you go for 4 times? You went for... Hey, man, I was thinking of more house, man.
Oh, this is like slow roll. One more time. One more time. Put a king ball out there.
Ernest Wiggins has now won half the pot.
This is the thing right here. This is it right here, man. This is like big action right here. Helmut loves it.
Yeah, I really like it.
Come on, one more. King. One more king.
The final run.
Ernest's odds continue to get worse and worse, but Phil looks sick anyway.
A queen on the turn.
Jack! There's a jack!
You want a jack? That would be
king.
fair.
King or a jack, one time. There's what? 3 jacks?
8% right now.
The final river card. It's a king!
That's real! He hit 3 out of 4! He hit 3 out of 4! That's with the worst hand! Why is everyone so happy except Phil? That's what I'm talking about! Huh?
Oh, yeah. That'll work, man. Yeah.
Martini looking down at 9-6 of hearts.
This will be a totally standard raise heads up.
He opens to 1.25 million. Kalilas with Queen 5 in the big blind.
And this will be a totally standard defend of the big blind heads up.
With Kalilas calling, we go to the flop. All hearts. Martini flops a flush.
And this is a cooler.
Kalilas with second pair.
Second pair very strong in this situation.
With the action check to him, Martini will continue for $1 million. Kalilas calls. The turn card is the Queen of Diamonds. Kalilas improves to trips.
Very bad news when you improve the trips and you are still behind. This deck is frostier than a Canadian windshield.
Second barrel coming from Martini. That's 4.6 million.
Martini's actually bet so big that Ramon can't even really raise. They will be playing for stacks on the river more than likely.
Kalilas calls to the river, which is the 5 of diamonds. That's a boat for Kalilas. He was 3% on the flop before catching running cards to make a full house.
This deck is unthinkably cold. This is too ridiculous. Just when I think I've seen it all in poker, poker finds a way to get even more ridiculous.
It's been checked to Martini. He shoves. Kalilas calls all in and he will double up. Martini can't believe it.
What an insane run out.
Partnership with Le Club Berrier. It's live coverage of the France Poker Series main event final table. The first European Poker Tour destination of 2024. A record-breaking field of more than 4,100 players now down to the final four. We've already lost Scott and Casper. Yassine, a very short stack, but everyone at this point well into the six figures and nearly €500,000 to the winner. And let us remind you that this is for a €1,000 buy-in event. Pretty insane return on investment. And you know who knows a lot about that? My co-commentator, Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
What sort of spin and go would you need to hit to get 470 times your buy-in?
Well, it's not that multiplier. Well, okay, yeah, it's 100K multiplier is usually the biggest.
100x.
No, 100x happens about every 200 spins, I believe.
Oh wow. I miss spin and goes. Am I a bigger dog in spin and goes than a regular tournament, or less of a dog, being that I'm like just we'll call it be generous, call it an average poker player?
It depends. It depends on your interpretation of being a dog, because the likelihood that you win it is extremely high,
right?
Because it's only 1 in 3,
right? So I'm less of a dog.
But if you want to talk about the profitability of it, which requires
right,
quite a lot of consistency, that's the trick here.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Blah, Zhuryav, excuse me. Hanging in there with 19 big blinds. Right there is our chip leader, Eni Ruisi, 51 big blinds.
So I was just checking the FR configuration of PokerStars spinning goes.
Right.
The highest payout is 12,000x. But that only happens something like 1 in every 10 million spins.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, here you go. Much better odds at winning 470 times your money here at the FPS main event. Cards back in the air. Looks like Mulhausen is folded. Nope, not folded. In the big blind. Ruisi under the gun. 5-3 off. 1.2 million to call. That's how big the blinds are right now, my babies.
Wait, sorry. My name is Mike. Says 100x. Wait, did I say 100x every 200 spins?
Yes, you sure did.
No, 10x. Excuse me, guys.
Okay.
I was all over the joint with that one. Sorry, guys.
Unfortunately, that's binding, and the company's not out of business.
Sorry, guys. I misspoke. It's 10x. Excuse me.
And we did see the 5 high folded. Ace deuce for the short stack Pakal. More like all in.
Is that a money counter?
Money machine go brrr.
All right, so Pakal here, 8 big blinds. I think it's time to pull the trigger, sir.
Time, that's a key word we've been using a lot for Yassine.
Yeah. Has been more ponderous than the others. Slightly more pensive.
Bigger, look, it's a bigger moment for him.
It's a huge moment. It's a huge moment for anybody, honestly. This is nothing to be trifled with, so I appreciate the slightly longer tanking, absolutely. No shade on Pakal if you're watching this, buddy. Fully support you. I'd love to see you go deep, especially this being biggest spot of your life for show.
Wowee.
That's snug. That is very, very snug. And I don't know.
Tight.
I don't know if you get many better spots than that, right? You're not happy about ace deuce.
I can't wait for you.
But when you got 8 big blinds, I think you got to start pulling the trigger. As a shortest stack, there's not that much pressure on you to maneuver. You just got to try and find the double.
How much you start with?
Zhuryev limping in. 20 big blinds. Milhusen 5 high in the big. Gonna check his option to the floption. 9, 7, 4, 2 spades. So we've got 5, 6, 7, 8 versus 4, 5, 7, 9. Pair of fours out in front.
Considerable equity here for Zhuryev, though.
Yeah, 45% with 8 high. $1.2 million the bet. 1 big blind. Which is a third of the pot.
Yeah, it's going absolutely nowhere. I think he's just weighing up his options here regarding potentially maybe check raising. I think I'm just going to call here a lot of the time. You have the up and down. If you're going to check raise, you usually do it with less equity.
Trip fours now for Mateus. Those 8 and 6 outs no longer exist for Zhuryev.
Yep.
Got to make the straight now. And the straight can't be made with a spade.
Yes, indeed.
And it looks like Zhuryev probably thinks he's got more outs than he really does. Oh, no, he's betting here, not calling. Excuse me.
Yeah, he's leading. So we saw a similar line just now, Joe. I don't know if you saw the hand. I think it might have been just joining us. But Zhuryev does seem to be a fan of this sort of turn 1/4 pot lead situation where there's potentially a scare card, slows down the action a little bit. I did the same thing with the king-queen, if you guys remember, on the turned ace-9-9 turn from the previous spot where he was playing against Ruisi. And it doesn't get there. On the previous encounter, Joe, he just decided to give it up. Tried to buy himself a little bit of a free card, potentially try and get some folds in the turn if he runs into absolute air. Set himself up for a future bluff, perhaps. I don't know if this is the combo you pull the trigger with here, though, especially without a spade in your hand. If you're Zhuryev.
I mean, I would be thinking about this from the perspective of it's going to be tough to get folds on this board against the big blind, right? Even a relatively weak holding like a 9 would be tough to get folded, even, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like I was saying, I think if you're Zhuryev, you're going to do way better if you have 8-6 with the 6 of spades or something, right? If you want to try and rep the flush.
Zhuryev blasting this river. Over 6 million into 8.4. Seems like a pretty shrug call situation here with trip fours.
Yeah, I mean, your opponent's showing a lot of strength here, right? And that's the power of Zhurjev's play. He's running into a hand he probably doesn't put him on too often here. But yeah, 5-4 is going to be good here a ton of the time. But when you see people take that line, Joe, this is the way people do play flushes and potentially hands like 8-10, which rivered the straight. So if Zhuryev is sitting there with 8-10 with a 10 of spades or something like that, you're not feeling good. If they got the 2 spades, you're not in trouble. You're not feeling too good about that either. Sometimes your opponent will have the 4 with a better kicker. Pretty uncommon, but still in there.
Sure.
So no, I mean, it looks a bit silly when you're doing it into 5-4 with a spade blocker. But I think that line is going to work against a bunch of other combos, and I think a 9 kind of shrivels up and just decides to leave it alone. Some of the time.
I know.
Yeah, again, just a big spot there. You know, you're probably never folding trip fours. You just got to take a breath, take a beat, and realize that sometimes you're not going to like what you see.
I think having the spade blocker makes you feel a lot more confident. It really does, especially that one. But just an update there, Joe. Zerzhov down to 12 big blinds after that bluff. So this is a very, very consequential move, and will put him slightly closer to the danger zone. Still 1 pip above Bikal with 8 big blinds, but that puts him in third for now. And Bikal with that 8 big blind stack. Will he feel better about the ace-7? We saw the ace-deuce fold just now, Joe. This is still a shove.
I agree it's still a shove. I would have... Okay, there we go. This time we do get the shove. Remember when Nick said it wasn't going to get much better than ace-deuce? Everyone said that? What an idiot. What a bozo.
Then he runs into kings, right? Like.
All right, Bikal manages to get it in there, picks up the blinds and antes, which is going to... Oh, he's got to put 2 blinds in now. I was going to say I was going to make him dead even with Zhuryev. Black Volmea says this only happened because they're limping a lot. If the small blind raises 2.5 blinds, 5-4 off would not call, I guess. Maybe. Or maybe 5-4 off re-raises with 5 high. Or maybe they do call, and it's an even bigger pot.
Yep, 5-4 off is actually a very reasonable raise versus limp at that stack depth, just FYI. I love it, in fact. There's lots of what-ifs. Oh, wait a minute, is that Flicks in the background?
Yeah, why is Xflix not on commentary?
Unbelievable.
Are we the only ones that work? The French guys were back here, too. Is anyone even paying attention to what they're doing? And we get a walk for Bikal. So a much-needed walk there.
Hello. Well, who's in UTG with queens? Don't forget, UTG in this case is the hijack.
QQ. Couple of lady kings.
Excuse me, the cutoff now, of course. Never mind. As we are four-handed.
Should be an easy laydown for Ruisi, who does seem to try to take the same amount of time with his decisions.
Yep, I think Ruisi's pretty balanced here. Not super excessive, though. Pensive. Final table action. Feels good.
8-7 for Bikal. Should be a pretty easy fold with 8 high in the small blind. Nope, just keep pushing him. Don't. Okay. Don't put him back in there. Just go ahead and keep moving him forward. There you go. And queen 4 for blush. Shortest stack out here. Does have a couple of big blinds already invested.
Yep.
Tough to just let those go, but this would be a situation where I don't know if you can be a bigger dog than this.
Nah, queen 4 is just awful. Terrible combo. Awful playability. Awful visibility from out of the big blind as well.
Can you talk more about visibility?
I knew you'd pick up on that.
Yeah.
You like when Sam says that, don't you?
I like it when it's words I've heard, but I couldn't define myself. I mean, I know what visibility is. But if you, for the people out there, could define it.
I think it's just another phrase for the term playability. Hands and positioning that allows us to make good decisions and have lots of moves and have lots of, okay, what if this happens now? I got some ways to win there. What if this happens? When you got kind of no hand with no playability from a position with very little visibility, it means that you're just going to have to flop super hard or you're going to end up getting bluffed a bunch and you're going to struggle to find situations where you can bluff effectively.
So visibility is a fancy word for playability.
Sort of, but
playability is a fancy word for a bad hand.
Playability.
Do I have that right?
Playability has more to do with the frequency.
Gatekeeping SOBs with your 3 visibility 5-syllable words.
I think playability has more to do with the frequency at which hands can win pots at both non-showdown and showdown, and visibility is more to do with positioning.
Okay. I hate to admit it, but that does make sense.
When you're on the button, you usually have great visibility because you get to see what happens before you can make your decision.
All right, we do have a hand shaping up here. Ruisi opening. King Jack off. Pocket fours for Bakal. Does start the hand with slightly more chips than Zhuryav.
Yeah, I think you got to take this spot, Joe, but we have seen a little bit more snug play from Bakal. Might not be filling the flip with fours. Should be ahead of that opening range from the cutoff from Ruisi.
I understand that if you know you're flipping here, maybe wanting to avoid it, but do you think that you would be getting enough folds?
There might be some fold equity, absolutely.
Justify this?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, we got clock called again.
So Zhuryav here, about 9 big blinds. So you can min-raise fold if you're Ruisi, but we've noticed Ruisi with the larger opens here, Joe, so it makes a difference to the total amount to call remaining. So putting yourself a little bit closer to a call, especially with a combo like King Jack, but I can imagine some combos raise fold here still. So fold equity is a thing.
And we do know that Ruisi, in the first level of the day, did call it off with King Jack suited. And Ruisi had a bigger stack at the time. And obviously, we know Bakal really has a decision here. Unfortunately, his prior history here has not gained him a lot of favor for a genuine tank here.
Yeah. Just looking over, just trying to get a tell or something. This is a good one for you, Joe. Scribble says, if you always look nervous, you never look nervous.
Yeah, I'm actually totally, I'm just as nervous with aces as I am with pocket fours.
Yeah, decides to put it in the bin, doesn't want to play with the fours. As the shortest stack, Joe, again, I don't know if that's a spot that you just need to be involved in.
So you like the fold, and you would have found it faster.
No, I think I probably would have gambled. But
you would have? Yeah, okay,
yeah.
Great. That's what I thought. Okay, jeez.
I think as the shorty, like if you were mid-stack in there.
Speaking of mid-stack, chips being stacked and moved into the middle.
You know what's interesting here as well, Joe? I would wager that if Bakal had shoved, I think Zhuryav just puts A7 in the bin.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
It's interesting how that action changes the play here so significantly because now, like you said, there is fold equity here. When somebody's already all in, you have to gamble with the A7, which is not the same proposition.
Yeah, I think you happily fold A7 if
and
player in front of you jams.
Look, at this point, I don't think Ruisi's going to be calling 12 million here with King Jack. This seems a little bit too gambly. It's not a ton of big blinds, but it's certainly enough to make him think twice there.
Yeah, exactly. Just enough fold equity to get a hand with decent equity against you to lay it down. That puts a little bit of distance between Zhuryav and Bakal. 14 big blinds for this fella. 11 for Bacall.
Star. Right.
SPC Starfighter says, Stapes, you keep mentioning various comments, questions from YouTube. I'm watching here on Twitch as well as on PokerStars UK on YouTube. Can't see these comments. Is there any way I can watch a particular YouTube stream you're seeing? No, unfortunately, the PokerStars YouTube channel is UK specific, doesn't get a ton of traffic. Everything that we're watching is from the global PokerStars YouTube channel. And unfortunately, you cannot access that from your neck of the woods. But happy to have you on Twitch.
Yeah, Twitch is better anyway. Let's be real.
I'm not getting involved in the Twitch YouTube wars anymore. There's just too many casualties.
Too many casualties.
Is a hot dog a sandwich? I'm sitting this one out.
All right, blind v blind action now. Well, he's going to start with a limp. I think this is very reasonable. Now, again, as the big blind, if I'm Ruisi, I would love to see a raise here versus limp. I think this is a great combo to do it with. Checking is not unreasonable, but just as the big stack, I think you do really well here. Just making this like a cheeky little 3.5 big blinds, 3.2 big blinds, something like that.
I think everyone who does just call here, who, let's say, you know, I'm not going to question when a really talented pro does it, but you feel like you're going to trap with ace-5, right? You feel like, oh, I'm just going to slow play ace-5 here, and then it comes king-high, and you're like, oh, crap. I forgot to spike an ace.
Yeah.
So I tend to like raising there from my Neanderthal brain also.
Joe, I know you prefer when you just raise and everybody folds.
No, I prefer to flop the best hand and then turn a better hand.
And then they river
and
the best
and just always have the nuts. That is what I prefer to do.
That would be preferable. I'm loving Ruisi's style, guys. Every time we call it, he's in there with the right play, and it's really, really quite good to see. He's got a real stoic nature about him, right? Seems pretty confident, comfortable at this stage. So Zerjav here, 14 big blinds to start the hand. Is in the cutoff. Is there a bunch of min raise here?
6-3 raise, 2,400,000.
Yep, that is the minimum raise, 2,400,000. Can you believe it? Can you believe that's the minimum raise? That's what happens when there's almost 4,200 starting stacks in play.
So Bacall here is our big blind, has just put in the big blind and the big blind ante. And, I mean, A6, right, from the cutoff, perfectly reasonable. We have seen Bacall slightly on the tighter side, but also, Joey, conversely, does also like to see flops. Seems like a guy that does not like to be bullied when it's not an all-in, but does lay this one down. And, again, a nice pickup there from Zerjav, putting some considerable distance between himself and the 9 big blind stack of Bacall after that exchange. What's interesting there, Joe, is the further away that you get from Bacall, which is, well, okay, assuming Bacall is the shortest stack, the better for you in terms of your ranking, but also the trickier it becomes to play your middling stack because you need to now be considering what can happen
You got to tighten up more.
It's a weird dynamic.
Annoying.
It's a weird dynamic.
More chips, got to tighten up. Sounds crazy. Want to address a few comments here. In Spirit 12 says payout jumps aren't that big. You can afford to play more aggressive here. I'm just going to skip right to the end. You're banned.
Oh, no.
Also, Soul Crusher saying 30-minute delay, so not live. That's weird because I'm about to ban you in absolute real time. You're banned. Thank you for your comment. Plural. Nick, I don't know if you want to address that first comment where they're saying the payouts aren't, the jumps aren't that big. Not that big for a 100K buy-in, I will admit. If this were a 50K buy-in tournament, the payout jumps aren't that big. But for a 1K buy-in, Nick, is a nearly 200 buy-in jump between second and first. Is that a big jump or a little jump? Is that a big jump?
It's a pretty big jump.
Okay, big jump.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're clear on that now. Just wanted to clear that up.
That's a lot of buy-ins, gang.
That's a lot of buy-ins.
It's really hard to get that many buy-ins into a final table. Into all the payouts on a final table, let alone one pay jump. It's really hard.
All right, we've got a busted card, it seems like. Ruisi opening 6 deuce suited on the button. Call with the 3 of hearts. What could the other card be that isn't going to get him the clock called here? Is that a fold? Okay, there goes the 3 of hearts. Queen 10. Oh, you just worked so hard to get some distance between you and Bacall. Is this a defend spot out of 15 big blinds, or are you shoving against the button?
You have to at least call.
Okay.
I don't think this is the combo you're supposed to 3-bet jam. Queen 10 suited, much more reasonable 3-bet jam, which, again, isn't that so silly, Joe? It really, in terms of equity, does not make that much of a difference, but in terms of frequency, does keep you in check. All right. Ace, Queen, and 9. Very, very tricky to navigate here for Zerjab. Obviously, assuming we don't know Ruisi has 6 high, you are going to anticipate a decent amount of barreling. Now, there's only about 13 big blinds effective, so I think Ruisi wants to come in with like a 1 big blind continuation here. You want to be real small in the flop, give yourself some scope for barrels on later streets, and also it's just a really cheap bluffing amount. You get lots of folds just for that 1 big blind.
Well, it's a little over 2 big blinds for this continuation bet.
Yep, does decide to size a little bit more closely to 1/3-ish.
Oh, so terrible.
I mean, you're just going absolutely nowhere. Honestly, Joe, if I'm Zerjav,
yeah,
I'm thinking I have to call this all the way down, basically, no matter what. Just because Ruisi's range is going to be so extra wide on the button, especially as the chip leader. He's going to have to bluff me really aggressively here. It feels absolutely terrible.
It feels terrible to watch it.
It does.
3 in the turn. Ruisi drawing deed.
3 check.
Please shut it down. 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 I would use my 1 time just to get the showdown here.
There's no slowdown here. So there's 12.8 in the middle, guys. Looks like he wants to put some more chips in on the turn.
I mean, yeah, sure. You got 6 high, no draw. What are the 4 ways that you can win a pot in poker hand?
We're not playing this game again.
I'll give you a hint. Bluffing the turn is one of them.
On showdown, bluffing the flop, bluffing the turn.
Yep.
Oh,
and that's
man.
it. You got him. That was the 4.
Okay, so look, guys. You need to put yourself in the shoes of the Queen 10 here. And obviously, you're really sweating the ace, but there is going to be so many bluffs. If you give this guy the respect that he deserves, obviously knows what he's doing at the poker table, obviously a very solid player, has the results, you need to understand how often he's going to be in here with the absolute bottom of his range, and it's going to be very frequent. So technically speaking, Joe, probably just call and hope that he continues barreling.
Right. Okay. Let's see what the river is first. I have a question. And that river is the 8 of spades. Okay. Kind of a brick, right?
Well, Jack 10,
right?
Jack 10's there.
But doesn't interact with too many hands.
Yeah.
So here's my question. If we were watching this hand right now and Ruisi had ace 4, would we just be talking about how Zheryav playing it perfect. This is just unfortunate.
If Ruisi has queen 4.
No, ace 4.
Ace 4. Well, yeah, there is some debate as to whether or not he would have that combo pre-flop. Because he might be more tempted to 3-bet jam a hand like ace 4. Oh, you mean if Ruisi has ace 4?
Ruisi, like if it's just like what it feels like. Oh, like that.
Okay, so I'll answer that in 2 parts, Joe. For me, yes, absolutely. I would try and give you the balanced opinion, which includes the times when he has a hand like ace 4. But for 99% of chat, absolutely the worst play they've ever seen. How can he possibly call with this hand?
Correct.
He's losing to any ace. No, I think that against a thinking player, this call on the turn is really, really needed if you give your opponent the respect that they deserve and the capability of making the bluff. Zerzhov just going, Ruisi at this point, excuse me, thinking, does he really fold a queen on this river after I put in that chunky turn bet? I think Zerzhov can have some ace combos here as well. He doesn't necessarily need to 3-bet jam those pre-flop. I don't know if this is a bit of a timing tell at this point, Joe. Ruisi really, really thinking on this one.
Oh.
Ruisi jams.
Oh, man.
Zhuryev with a decision now for his tournament life. Had to know that this was a very likely outcome.
Yep.
I'm going to need a minute.
I'm going to need a minute. Understandable.
Very understandable indeed.
We know if Zhuryev makes the call, he's going to double up and be out of the basement and once again leave Yassine Bakal alone with fewer than 10 big blinds. If he folds, he'll be left with 5 big blinds.
I mean, Joe, honestly, Zerzhov has such a good bluff catcher here because he knows his opponent is going to have tons of bluffs. He's blocking Jack 10, which is a hand that very reasonably bets flop, bets turn. The backdoor clubs did not come in. He's also unblocking backdoor clubs, so his opponent can have a bunch of clubs that bet the turn that continue bluffing the river. All points point to call. All indications we just discussed point to call. It's just whether or not he has the actual flopped made hand that had him dead from the start. He makes the call.
Zhuryev makes the call. A sweaty, tense hand that pays off with the double for Zhuryev, up to 40 million. And not only is Zhuryev no longer one of the short stacks, he is now the technical chip leader with a few more chips than Eni Ruisi. Pretty much neck and neck between those two. Mulhausen not far behind. It's Bakal all alone.
That was a short minute. It was a short minute.
With just 10.5 million.
A minute?
Yeah, get some claps in the chat there, Joe. That was really, really good stuff. I think both players playing their hands very well.
It's funny, yeah,
I wonder how often Ruisi expects a fold on that river. Once they call, there's not that much left back. They don't have to have the best hand that often, but clearly still a high-pressure moment and still a spot where folds exist, 100%. But Zerzhov knows what's up.
I asked them after that how long did it took, and for me it felt 3 minutes. They said like 7 or 8. You have just used the. You have no idea how time goes different then.
That was a short minute.
Was there a 3? Yeah. Four, 40,
30, 38,
yeah,
42, 44.
So Ruisi here now, Joe. 31 big blinds, still second in chips. Very close second chip leader.
Right.
Definitely.
I mean, that lead is likely to change hands even with one pot.
Right. And, I mean, goes to show you how well Ruisi was doing up until that point. And like I said, I don't want to call that a misstep. I think that was a perfectly fine way to play the hand. And, unfortunately, your opponent just finds the call. I think both players playing good poker there. But Kyle now is the one still in the danger zone. 8 big blinds, folds. Blind v blind action now.
What's the worst hand that you would consider shoving right there in Bakal's spot on the button?
Good question. I mean, probably.
That's pretty close, right?
I think Queen 8 might even sneak in there once in a while. It's
Yeah.
probably
Queen
more,
9,
it's probably,
yes,
it's probably
right?
Queen 9 suited. Yeah. I would say it's probably a bunch of suited connectors as well. 8-7 suited and stuff like that is probably still good enough. Pretty much any ace, pretty much any king, like King 9 or something like that. King 9 off or better, probably.
Yes, peculiar Invictus. It is the Slovenian flag. Blush. Jurjev from Brzica, Slovenia. And it looks like we are going to go heads up to the flop. Jurjev versus Mulhausen. 9-8 tray. So top pair for Jurjev. One spade out there for Mulhausen.
Yeah, it looks like Queen 8 suited is in there, Joe. As we were about 8 big blinds, something like that, right? Lots of suited kings, all your suited aces, all your pairs.
What's the worst king? King 4? Okay, interesting.
King
Good
4
to know.
suited.
Oh, suited.
Got the King 9 right. That was from memory.
Oh, King 9 offsuit. Okay.
Yeah. 6-5 suited, still part of that range as well. That's kind of the bottom end of your suited connector situation, which is very common. There's a big jump between 5-4 suited and 6-5 suited in many of these sort of push-fold spots. Jack 7 suited, definitely on the wider side, but this is also without antes, so it's probably even wider than this. So Queen 8 suited was potentially a misjam there for the short stack again.
Three six.
3-1.
3-1.
Oh boy, what is Mulhausen cooking up here? I don't think we're going to see too many floats here. It looks like, yeah.
I like the flip.
Just the call, okay.
I mean, you got a lot of backdoor opportunities. Like I said, that steal range can contain plenty of hands that you're beating with queen high in position.
Right.
Good visibility from big blind versus small blind.
Visibility. Jack of hearts on the turn. Not a terrible card for the queen.
I think it's a weird turn, Joe. There's plenty of Jack X combos that like to call on 8-9 tray. You know, Jack 10, Queen Jack. Maybe hands like Jack 7 suited with the gut shot.
Certainly more floating occurs with a jack in your hand there.
Yeah, these are particularly tricky ones, blind v blind, Joe, because you know that you probably are supposed to slow down in the turn, but you have very poor visibility here because your opponents will have tons of bluffs and they'll have tons of stuff that actually really wants the call when you put in the bet from position. So on the turn, you're aware that you need to be very, very sticky. You need to definitely check call a ton, but at what frequency and how much credit do you give your opponent for having bluffs here? It's just so tough. What ends up happening here, Joe, is like if you do have a hand like 9 deuce of spades or clubs or whatever works here, if you do have some of your weaker middle pairs, I think you can actually get away with check folding the turn at some frequency. But when you have the turn where you have a gut shot and stuff like that, if you have 9-10 here, if you have 9-7, you kind of don't have. You kind of have an additional reason to stick around where you know that you can have the best hand still, and that's where it gets a little bit tricky. So Zurjov probably ends up check calling the turn here at a very decent rate.
6 million now. Into a pot of 15, leaving us with nearly 22 million in the middle. This pot alone would be good enough for third in chips.
The cool thing about Mulhousen's hand here, Joe, is he can bet the turn, and he's got a really nice combo to continue repping Queen 10 or to continue repping Queen Jack. You got to expect Zurjov to probably barrel with a Jack if they did c-bet the flop. So they're not going to have as many top pairs. You're blocking Queen 10, which is really important if you do want to continue bluffing. And yeah, as anticipated, I think with this combo, you just close your eyes and check call and see what happens on the river.
And that river is the Jack of clubs. It doesn't change much about this board texture.
Oh man, this could get really wild, Joe. This could get really, really crazy. Zurjov probably always checks river here. I don't think you want a blocker bet here because you do still want the bluffs to be in there. Blocker betting tends to happen when you want to slow down the action, but you can also get called by worse, and I don't think that's one of those spots. So we do see the check. Now, Mulhousen has got to be aware of the fact that 8x and 9x are going to be more confident in calling on this paired board river. However, he knows that Zurjov probably doesn't play a jack this way, so can discount that pretty heavily. He knows that Zurjov can have random 10s that turn straight draws that are just complete air now.
Right.
He knows that he's blocking Queen 10, and Zurjov very unlikely to not bet Queen 10 on the turn, and he's blocking it. When you go through it, you start discounting all the combinations that actually want a hero call here. Mulhousen might still find the aggressive line here. 21.5 behind. Does he just go all in? It's less than pot, Joe.
Right. Wow. So what you're saying is there's a lot of options on the table here. Some of them quite spicy.
I think that there's a lot of opportunity for Zurjov to have exactly the hand that he has, and it's very hard for him to call the majority of his stack on this river if he wants to pull the trigger and apply max pressure.
I don't know how you can sit here this patiently, this quietly, knowing that one of your more likely options is to be bluff shoving this river for less than pot. How can you... Oh, okay, a little shake there, but I don't think that was his fault.
It doesn't have to be a shove necessarily. I think that's the most believable way to do it.
Just checks back.
All right, checks it.
Churyov's 9s are good. Mulhousen doesn't risk it all.
Yep.
Lives to fight another day.
Yeah. Just decides to slow it down. And I totally respect that as well, Joe, because what you're really saying at that point is I want this guy to fold a 9. I want this guy to fold an 8. He could have a whole bunch of other stuff as well. It's not that ridiculous for him to have a pair in hand as well. But there you go. Nice pot. And Zurjov is way out in front now. 45 big blinds, Joe.
That's nice.
45 big blinds equates to 54 million, nearly 55 million in chips. And from second from the bottom 2 hands ago to far and away chip leader.
I mean, the only thing better than winning this tournament, Joe, would be winning this tournament. You get to show that hand where you call down with Queen 10 like an absolute stud. I love it. I love it.
One for the highlight reel.
I love it. I think Zurjov has played a great game. Ruizzi's played a great game.
Pakal?
The poker today has been fantastic, Joe. Great action.
I agree. And hopefully Pakal has the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever.
Pakal?
Which is to get it all in here with King Queen. Yes? Yes.
Come on.
Oh my goodness, are we on break? No, people are just going to the rail. That was way too fast. That's what happens sometimes, though, when it's this good. All of a sudden, time flies.
Tough one. Yeah, it is a tough one. It's an interesting one. It's a very interesting one.
If my fiance were on the rail, I would be bouncing back and forth quite a bit also.
Yeah, number 52. Let's do it.
And this is big. This is big right now for Yassin Bakal, who's in the big blind. 20% of his chips in play before the cards are even dealt. And it looks like Zhuryev is attacking that big blind. Action's folded around to the 10-6 offsuit. What do you do here? Just fold it? Just give up those two bigs?
Yeah, I'm folding here.
And so is Bakal.
10-6 suited. Yep. 10-6 off. Nah. Playability, Joe. Hashtag playability.
Hashtag visibility. Hashtag accountability. Hashtag ability.
Ability.
Hashtag accessibility. Zoomer Finn says great poker being played here. If I were capable of identifying great poker, I would probably agree with you, but I take your word for it, Zoomer Finn.
I agree. Scribble says, hashtag accountability buddy.
I do need an accountability buddy. Actually, I feel like me and Nick are sometimes accountability buddies for each other.
I think so. Sometimes we're not as accountability buddy-ish.
When we fail at being accountability buddies, we are definitely, hey, will you back up my story buddies?
So true.
Last night never happened, right? Correct.
Hashtag supportability buddy.
That's right. Hashtag enableability.
Enableability buddy.
Pocket 6 for Ruesi on the button. Only Muhausen has folded thus far.
Tom says, Griffin isn't your accountability buddy. No. Griffin's judgment has nothing to do with myself or Joe Stapleton. All right, Mr. Ruisi.
There we go. Sorry for the groan there. I just was like worried that he folds Queen 8 on the button and then decides to like play into an open. Oh boy. Zhuryev, ace 10 in the big blind. Another situation against the second biggest stack and a very visible, playable hand.
Excuse me, dealer. My hand is invisible. It has no visibility.
The flop is King, Queen, 4. Sixes still best. But cannot love this flop. Is unlikely to like the turn and or river. Zhuryev with lots of ways to run down these sixes. Ruisi continuing, and it looks like it's a pretty small continuation bet. 2 million, not even two big blinds. Seems like a pretty easy peel on the turn. And peel he will. 4th Street is another king. Ace high looking better. Zhuryev checks again.
So far, I think this is pretty standard, Joe. I think you do a lot of checking on the turn with the 6s. If you are getting value from the 4, you're going to do it on the flop, right? And then on the turn, you're like, could have the best hand. No need to inflate the pot.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it has allowed Zhuryev to get there. But that's not to say that we would have seen a fold on the turn from the ace-10 regardless. So check, check, and ace-10 will take this one. Fairly standard play there. I think both players keeping it pretty GTO.
And Zhuryev picks up another $5 million in that pot, which is interesting for one reason. Bless Zhuryev now has more chips than the other 3 players combined. And Ruisi came in as the far and away chip leader today. Was looking like he was going to boss it for a while, but now that potential belongs to Blush Zhuryev. Those blinds fast approaching again for Yassine Bakal, who needs to do something and needs to do it soon. This is probably not the one. You can just tell. Just the defeated look. He looked like my dad when I came home and told him I'd crashed the car. Just
I think so. 10 more. 10, 12, 14. 18 a little bit.
Pure disappointment.
20-ish.
Pocket 10s.
Any chance for a walk? Probably not, huh?
No chance for a walk.
That table talk here is so good.
Very unlikely.
Any chance of a walk? All right, so what's the setup here, Joe? We got Zhuryev and Mulhusen again. The effective stack here is 15 big blinds. I think there's probably there's some limping here, but I think you're still going to probably put in like a 2.5x raise here, blind v blinds. I think small blind prefers to raise rather than trap at these stack depths.
Why was just shoving into the 15 big blinds? Is your hands too strong?
Way too strong. Yeah, you want all the action with this combo. It has great playability even from out of position. And don't need as much visibility because your hand is just going to be the best hand so often. It has great playability. So the two compete with each other sometimes. Mulhusen has the kind of hand that should basically always call as well. Taking his time. He knows that this is probably too good to fold when you have absolute position. Does call, but he's in big trouble. He's going to be miles behind here, Joe.
Pretty rough setup. Let's see how much trouble the flop causes. Queen, 9-5, 2 clubs. So Mulhusen does flop a draw.
So if I remember correctly, Joe, we probably see like a 2.1 million continuation bet here a lot of the time. About a 1/4 pot situation. Your hand is just going to be good so often. There's tons of stuff you get value from. Having the 10 of clubs is particularly interesting here, though, because, of course, if your opponent is calling, you'd like him to have a flush draw. You'd like him to have a hand like 8-10, that kind of thing. Maybe Jack 10 is another combo you get a lot of value from here. So not the best in terms of blocking combos that you want action from. However, still just way too good not to continue. And, yep, 2.8 sounds good. That's approximately what you'd expect. I think the control from Zhuryev is great. Really has a good grasp on these spots. Mulhusen, mandatory call. Absolutely mandatory. Whether or not he decides to raise is a different question. I don't know if he has enough big blinds to start doing that kind of stuff here at this point, though, Joe.
It feels rather limiting right now, this stack size.
Yeah, because what are you going to do? He's put in 2 bigs. You're going to put in... what are you going to do? Put in 5 and then fold? You're going to put in 5 and then not know what to do on the turn when SPR is really low. I think you just call and you pray that you're going to get an opportunity to bluff, or you spike the jack.
Huh? So I shouldn't have been surprised to see the float before. This one a little more surprising.
No, I like it.
Oh, you do like it?
No, as long I was saying the raise would have been really
Oh, a
tricky.
raise. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
7 of clubs on the turn. Does put a double gutter out there now.
Just up and down.
Just up and down. 7, 8, 9, 10. That's right. That's right. Sorry, I didn't count on my fingers this time, and that's always a mistake.
So now, because Zerjov has the 10 of clubs, Joe, he's going to have the best hand a ton. His opponent's going to have plenty of 5x, plenty of 9x. And he is blocking both straights and flushes. He has a great bluff catching hand. Again, not that dissimilar to the Queen 10 that we saw earlier. And I don't think he's checking with the intention of folding. Not in a trillion years. So there's 14 million in the pot. Who's in at 13.3 behind.
Leading up, loading up for a small bet.
Yeah, he can bet nice and small here, and I think that's really key, Joe, because if Mulhausen has the turn club flush, he wants to get action. So this is not unbalanced. This is how a strong hand would be played.
Right. Okay.
But by betting small, you also allow yourself to have more big blinds to shove on the river if indeed you need to find another barrel for a bluff. So he's definitely going to put in 3.5 here. He's going to want absolute air to fold, which this accomplishes at some rate, right? On top of that, he's allowing himself to have the 9.8 million behind, which is going to be consequential enough to generate some folds going to the river, if indeed we do see that stage. Zerjov's definitely not folding, not in a billion years.
Yeah, so this is just kind of unlucky.
So makes the call.
Fifth and final card is the 3 of spades. The brick of bricks. No one improves. The board doesn't get any scarier for anyone. Juryov checks once again to Mateusz.
This is so interesting, Joe. It's like I said, tens is just a very strong hand here, and you have significant blockers, but also when your opponent's bluffing, you really want him to have like a hand like Jack 10 here, right? You really want him to have 8-10 here. So it's cutting in both directions under these circumstances because it makes it a little bit less likely they have those combos that are made. Well, the club, for example, in this case, not as important for the fact that there's no straight.
And Mulhausen has gone for it.
But has not shipped, right?
Nope. But has bluffed this river.
7.
Bet 7 million out of the 9.8 left behind. Has bet 1/3 of the pot. What sorts of hands does he expect to fold out for this sizing, Nick? Not a queen.
Maybe some 9x, maybe some 5x, maybe a hand like pocket 8s, maybe a hand like pocket 6s. Maybe it's just ace X with the ace of clubs, which of course still has to call on the turn, right? See that flop, call the turn, now it's no hand, right? Maybe some ace jack with the ace of clubs, for example. Maybe even king 10 with the king of clubs or something like that.
Right, okay, plenty of non-pair hands,
yeah.
Okay.
I would imagine Zerjov is definitely leaning towards a call here. But like I said, it's both good to have these cards and bad. There's upsides to having the exact combo that he has and a downside. Mulhausen, so many of his bluffs come from the 10x combos, and having 10s does not help you to be in that spot.
Wow.
Great poker. Excellent play from both players.
Happy, sad.
He is
thrilled. You've known me for 3 days. I'm always happy.
No, you always try to be positive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You have a good memory, yeah? You have a good memory.
That is just awesome poker. I think both players definitely playing well there. I think the fold on that river is going to be real close though, Joe.
See it on TV. Finally, I can say it, and it actually is the truth.
How about your?
Altijd.
How about what you ever wanted to say on TV?
What I ever wanted to say on TV? Oh, I would have
mentioned something with one.
Yeah.
To say something.
I wanted to say, check your privilege, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. You check your privilege. Yeah, you too.
Where's
Griffin?
Griffin?
Rest in peace, Griffin Bender.
I don't know what it means, but it's provocative.
No one knows what it means.
I've been so impressed by Mateus. Just his total vibe, his demeanor, and obviously his play. That was just a hell of a bluff there.
See? It's like something much.
Yeah. Yeah, really, really interesting. I mean,
like the government.
You know what's interesting is
just keep paying.
there are probably weaker hands than tens that prefer to call that river, Joe. That's how interesting the sort of blocker dynamic was in that circumstance.
Interesting.
So, like, I think there's a chance. I think there's a better chance that he calls with a 9 there than he does with pocket tens.
I can almost understand what you're saying.
What I would say to you is, you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Damn.
This is like 5 pop culture references in 45 seconds.
No.
Sounds like a Batman movie.
That is from Batman. That is
Jesus,
from
the
The
guy's
Dark
so good.
Knight.
Can we make a deal already? It's a Batman movie. Actually true. You have seen the movies or not? What? You have? You have seen?
Yeah.
Everybody saw The Dark Knight.
Otherwise it would be insane, huh?
Nope, Zerzhov doesn't have time for that. He's too busy studying poker.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
You should have told yourself that with the Queen 10.
Call gets a walk. Seems a little frustrated about it.
Before you called the Queen 10, you should have made this speech, this quote. It's like...
Made it out loud?
Yeah, that's too good TV. That's a clip.
I think when Mulhausen talks to you this much after the hand, you know you got bluffed. He's just way too happy. Looks like this is going to be the last hand of the level, which means it would be a good time to say goodbye to Nick Walsh and welcome back James Hardigan.
Hello, Joseph. Is it my imagination, or does Yassine Bakal have exactly the same number of chips he had when I was last here 60 minutes ago?
The same number of big blinds, that's for sure.
Hanging around.
Missed a couple of shove spots, but hasn't gotten in too much trouble.
Of course, the big change in the last level has been the change in chip leader. Enis Ruisi no longer the big stack. Well, a chance to win some chips here. Ace-King on the button, raises to 2.5 million. And it is the current chip leader, Lars Zaryav, with the decision. 5-4 of clubs in the big blind. Defends. It's a Queen 10-7 flop. The gut shot straight draw for Ruisi. Ace high, still the best hand right now.
Did you catch that 10 high bluff from Mulhausen there a couple hands ago?
I did. Action goes check, check. With the 3 on the turn, which gives Zaryav a gut shot.
Oh, yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Stupid drawing hand, Ace-King.
And because Ruisi checked back the flop, Zaryav is going to lead the turn. And That was a very quick fold from Luis. He didn't even think about it.
Well, this has been all Zhuryev as we raise the blinds.
Absolutely. Now playing 1 million at 1.5 million with a 1.5 million big blind ante. And yes, it is Zhuryev who leads. But only with 36 big blinds. He just got a whole lot shallower. 36 bigs, 18 bigs, 18 bigs, 7 bigs. So reminder that we've got our EPT main event live coverage coming up from Wednesday. After EPT Paris, the next live event we'll be at is the Irish Open, the 40th edition of the longest running Hold'em tournament in Europe. Once again sponsored by PokerStars. Once again we'll stream 4 days over the Easter weekend on Twitch and YouTube. That's March 25th through April 1st. We'll be at the Royal Dublin Society streaming this year's Irish Open main event. Looking forward to it.
There is one live event before that I'm also looking forward to. It's just a one-nighter, and it won't be live streamed.
Ah, yes, indeed. We have talked a little bit about the live podcast, and I'm sure we'll go into more details later in the week as we see Bakal all in with ace-7 of diamonds.
They're going to count.
Can I get... Oh, count, come on. I don't think a count is necessary, except to know exactly what you're in for.
10-5. All in.
There's the ISO.
All in a call, jongens.
Okay, it's a domination situation. Bakal at risk and behind.
As-7 carreau. As-10.
Ouais.
On l'a déjà vu ce coup-là, on l'a déjà vu. Le key 7. Allez, le 7 là.
Oh, is the 7 always coming, James?
Or as they call it here, le 7.
What do they call a set of 7s?
Le 7 de 7.
Hey, buddy.
Language, Timothy.
Ah, that's really cute, though.
7.
Oh. 4-5?
Stop jinxing like last time.
He brought sound effects guy with him. That's awesome.
Allez,
un 5. Le
5 for a chop, 7 for the win.
T'énerve pas. T'énerve pas, c'est la variance. 7.
It's a 5 on the river, so this ends in a chop. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop putt.
Wow. It really was a chop this time, right?
You're fired.
Yes, this time
You're fired.
it is a chop.
You're fired.
No security footage needs to be reviewed. We can confirm that 50% of the pot goes to one player, 50% to the other.
He seems justifiably a little embarrassed about that.
I was calling.
Yeah? Oh, you had like some loses. Yeah.
Have you ever seen a rail so excited at the prospect of a chop?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
That's true. I think we actually have visual evidence of that now. We can play this video whenever people question it.
Yeah. Exactly. So actually, you're not fired. Guy has 9 lives.
Tough break there for Blush. I think that chop doesn't happen without the rail there, with the energy, with the sound effects. Yeah, they wanted it more.
And as we know, that is always the deciding factor in poker.
It's a game of 2 halves, and that pot was both of them.
Unless it goes to extra time, in which case it's a game of 3 halves.
3 halves. 110%.
Kaito?
Small blind versus big blind.
I think a chop pot's perfect there for Bacall, by the way. Because...
I mean, if he'd won the hand, he'd have more than 10 big blinds.
Exactly. It's exactly my point. You stay in the tournament, and you still have a very easy stack to play.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, well, it's Mulhusen who flops best. Pair of fives.
Don't give me too many chips. I'll just screw it up. Check, check.
I mean, obviously it worked out okay for Bacall in the end, but I was wondering in the moment how he felt about his friend going, wah, wah.
Yeah, right?
Shut up. It's not really what you want the people on your rail to be doing.
Not right in your ear either.
No. Bet of 2 million on the turn after it went check, check on the flop. And a fold from Ruisi.
Ik ben een geldmagneet. Ik kom er zo aan.
Can you read his lips?
No. So still four-handed at the final table of this record-breaking FPS main event, the biggest France Poker Series main event ever. 4,149 entries, prize pool of nearly 4 million euros, nearly $500,000 up top. That prize will get awarded today. That trophy will get presented tonight to one of these four players.
Ooh.
Blind v blind it is.
Elects to ditch the king-9 on the button. You forget that even though he's second in chips with 30 million, that's just 20 big blinds, so...
Yeah.
That makes a little bit more sense.
Things have got shallow.
Let Ruisi and Bacall battle it out. Do you really want to give the courtesy double up to the 6 big blinds? A walk! Another walk for Bacall. This time with queens! Oh my goodness. He got a walk with ace-jack and a walk with queens. Oh, Lord. Brutal.
All I'm going to say is better that than queens get run down by 8-6.
Or king-9. Does anybody want to give me odds on Yassine Bacall winning this whole thing?
A couple of hours ago, I would have been up for that, but now I'm kind of like thinking, the guy's indestructible. He's going to somehow get heads up with 8 big blinds and win.
Here we go.
Shove small to big with ace deuce. What does Zeriev have in the big blind? He's asked for a count. King 6 of diamonds. It's not a very big shove.
Yeah, that's, I mean, now a count matters. When he had ace 10, I was like, you're definitely calling no matter what. I don't have any of those fancy charts, but I've been next to people who had them enough, and this feels like it's pretty close to a call to me. Now, we know Bacall has not been shoving as wide as he needs to be, so you might want to tighten your calling range because of that.
Winters asks, hey, James or Joe, are you guys covering the EPT main as well? Both of us will be from Wednesday. 5 days of EPT main event coverage from day 2 through to the final table on Sunday. Queens for Ruisi.
Oh, here we go. Take it, Ruisi.
Starts the hand with 15 bigs. Decides to open jam.
Seems reasonable.
Bacall, 9-5.
More like befold.
So, round to the blinds. And the chip leader reshoves with kings!
Oh, man.
What a spot for Bacall. He's going to ladder up again. Ruisi dominated the start of day chip leader. The guy who had the big chip lead when we were four-handed is on the verge of going out in fourth.
This is so cold. Ice cold.
Jacket on.
This is colder than night country.
Looking good for kings. 2 outs for Enis Ruisi.
James, we're all in the night country now.
Only a queen on the river saves Enis Ruisi. The river is a 10. That will see Enis Ruisi, one-time dominant chip leader, KO'd in 4th place. He cashes for €210,220. Oh no, wait a second, that's 3rd place prize money. He actually gets 161,710. Everyone else is now guaranteed 210. Now that 3 players remain, and Blajzeriev increases his chip lead. He's got 81 million, 54 big blinds. A reminder that Mulhusen has 17 bigs, but Bacall has 8.
Now we're down to 300. Level will be 30 minutes after the next break. When it's 300, it goes to 30 minutes? Exactly.
But after 40 minutes.
If it goes to heads up, there is the possibility to have a break immediately when the heads up arrives? Okay, good. I hope I'm there, but we'll never know.
Nice work, Yassine Bacall. Wasiel theorem in full effect.
Absolutely. Still clinging on, and still has another 45 minutes till the blinds go up. And Zeriev opens here with King 5.
How much you're playing? Around about?
I can always relate
12.
to a player like Yassine
you.
Bakal as another person who has made most of his money by doing nothing.
I don't know. I kind of feel that Mulhausen's in a horrible spot where you just want to stay out of Zeriav's way until Bakal's eliminated.
Yeah, sure, if you don't care about winning. Oh my goodness, I was just kidding. Oh, good Lord. What if you just run into jacks here? My goodness.
Wow.
Oh, the adrenaline is real. Oh my goodness. Do you think that's just like a sick live read or? Hachi Machi. Too slick. Too slick, my man.
Nines for Mulhausen. His lucky hand, right?
His favorite hand. Did he bust a player with nines earlier? First player out in a flip.
Yeah, he busted Marjarison with nines. Jack 6 for Bakal. According to Peter on YouTube, Bakal has to shove any two cards.
Not so sure.
One thing I will say is that now we are three-handed. Simple mathematics dictates that Bakal is going to be in one of the blinds 2/3 of the time. And that is going to blow through his 8 big blind stack pretty damn quickly.
Real quick. Now, the sentiment of needs to shove any two is like not super far off. Like we all had a little chuckle there, but you do need to get your chips in while you still have some sort of equity to either double up or to get some folds. But you don't want to do it, obviously. And the timing, we know this was not your intentional time. But when someone opens in front of you, it's certainly not any two cards.
Well, you say that. Peter responds, man, he should have shoved this.
All right. You know, Peter, I tried my absolute best, buddy. A rare moment of kindness from me. And what do you... No good deed goes unpunished. I don't think Jack 5 off is a shove. Jack 6 suited was honestly the best he's going to get. He will at some point be forced to shove any two, and it's better than 7. All right, I agree that Jack 6 suited is better than 7 deuce off. However, facing an open, right? Open shoving Jack 6 suited.
Agreed. It's very different to be first player in and to get your chips in. Still with a little bit of fold equity with Jack 6 suited. When there's been a raise in front of you and, spoiler alert, you have no fold equity, I'm not sure you want to be risking it all with Jack 6. Of course, I've just remembered. We're in France.
Mm-hmm.
No deals, Mr. Bond.
No deals.
Toby's laptop gets a break.
That explains why they weren't having any of my haggling at the snack bar.
4.5?
Zeriav now playing 78 million, 52 big blinds. Mulhausen hovering around 22 big blinds. Bakal with 8 bigs, and he is going to post the big blind and the big blind ante on this next hand.
25% of Yassine Bakal's chips going in before the deal.
There's 78.
Ace of souls. No deals? What's the deal with that? Rob Jason asks more aggressively, why no deals?
France.
French gaming regulations do not allow deals to be done.
France is why no deals. What do you got, Blush?
All in.
King 8 suited.
Yeah, just shove on the other 2 players.
Go.
Peter, what do you reckon he should do?
Yeah, I'm not going to say what I think until Peter weighs in.
Any 2 cards, says Peter. Well, you heard the man, Bakal. Oh, he's let you down again, Peter.
In fairness, he thought he had pocket 5s.
You started the short stack today, didn't you? I think so.
Second short.
Second? He was shorting?
He had like 8-8 at 9-6.
I really love how the lighting reflects the colors of the French flag in the trophy. I think that's really cool.
I think they're meant to be the EPT colors, but sure, the French flag, yep.
Same. Red, white, and blue, baby. I don't care what order they're in. Every single flag of the 6-handed final table was red, white, and blue.
Popular colors. Bakal, 9-7 of clubs in the small blind. We know what Peter thinks. What does Bakal think?
I'm not that unhappy to get it in here with 9-7 suited.
I don't disagree. Yep, he does shove.
Unfortunately, you're going to get called super wide, and a lot of those hands are beating you.
He's been called by pocket 3, so we have a unconventional race underway.
Nee, ik niet. Nee, we zijn voor 3.
Like a red, white, and blue flag versus a red, white, and blue flag. One of these 2 things has a slight mathematical advantage.
You know the 9-7 is more like an 81% favorite, right? The way this guy runs.
These colors don't run.
Au tour 9, ça gagne.
Allez! Sois pas fâché, c'est la variance. 4-4-5, 4-4-5. T'es devant, mais tu
Oh, just calling for the full house right away, huh?
Allez, Olivier! Appelle-nous ça!
6-8-8.
Allez!
9-9-9.
Boum!
There's the 7!
Lucky 7. Lucky 7.
Doucement pour la télé.
Too many. Too many.
Allez!
Arrête.
Allez!
Non.
Just has to fade a 3 on the river.
Allez la France! Allez la France! C'est pas là ici là! Allez Clarken! 8! On ne le connaît pas. 8! King!
Helemaal niks?
King! 8!
Jack!
Yes, Queen!
Yassine Bakal now playing nearly 20 million chips. Now playing close to 15 big blinds.
Look at him trying to hide his joy. Come on, it's all right. It's okay. There you go. There you go.
Feels like more than twice.
One time we chopped.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you chopped one.
Yes, Queen Bakal. 13 bigs.
That's right, Tang. Bakal has so many friends, he's the real winner, no matter what.
Love it.
Ik heb 31 mil.
And the great thing is, none of them is going to be expecting a single percentage of anything he wins today.
Van hem, hè? Ja.
Okay, let's not get carried away now. 9-4 of diamonds. You can fold this. This guy is invincible for sure. So you have with Jack 3 in the small blind.
Losing, going nowhere.
Sorry, I'm amused that the analysis continues on YouTube. Peter says he's bought himself a little time here, but 3 hands max before another shove.
Peter, get it? Peter, how fast can you get to Paris? Griffin, you're out. This 4 is going to feel pretty strong. Shiryav does have the gut shot. Well, Hosen definitely doesn't really want to be all in. And 3.5 million is a chunk. Not a lot of big blinds.
2.5, right?
But Mateusz does not have a whole lot of big blinds. And if another bet goes in, it's going to be pot size left behind. Nobody with a club. King of clubs on the turn. Shiryav going to let Hosen get to showdown for any reasonable price. And so far the price pretty reasonable, $3.99.
Okay, well, 4s are still good on the river.
Shiryav's hand motion sort of looks checky. Especially because I think he does tap his stack sometimes to indicate it. There you go. 4 gets to show it down.
Vamos,
wat een lawaaiige gereel in die hoek, joh.
Well, Hosen now playing 26 big blinds, trailing Zeryav, who has 42 bigs. Bakal still the short stack, still in the danger zone, hovering around the 10 big blind mark.
Now let's see how freaky Zhiryav wants to get. Yeah, gonna open the 9-7 off. Okay. Pretty freaky. Now I agree that Bakal should shove any 2. Now that I know Zhiryav has 9 high.
I don't know. I kind of like 9 higher in the spot.
9 high doesn't call though, buddy.
Even this guy shoving with 5-3. Have you watched the previous 68 hands?
He's got image now. I think we got to admit, by the way, that Blaze, whatever you say it, that's a cool name.
Blaze? Yes.
Right? I think it's also worth mentioning again that Yassin Bakal, amateur player, in the spot of a lifetime right now. These are the sorts of stories that got us all into poker in the first place.
That's a walk for the chip leader.
Yo, Joppy, how much money you have loose in poker, booty? How much money you have loose in English? Yeah, it's probably not his first language. Maybe not fair. Anyway, I've done pretty well at poker. Not playing it, but, you know, being bad at it has paid off.
6s for Bakal.
Here we go.
10 big blinds on the button. Let's be having you.
You seen?
What is he doing?
Counting out a raise. Do you disagree that 6s are a hand you should raise?
I don't know why you have to count anything. Just shove. Oh, interesting. Decides to min raise from the button.
You could get a lot of credit for this. Feels like...
You could also get shoved on by ace deuce and then be in an awful spot.
But how many people are raising 6s there? You're going to be raise trapping there. On a 10 big blind stack, doesn't that seem super fishy?
Yeah.
Well, we got the defend from Milhusen. We've got a Jack 9-5 flop. 6 is still ahead for now.
This is why you shove, says Jake's Famous Stakes. Yes, we all were hoping to see a shove there.
Famous Stakes.
Trying to be positive.
when I see the min open. Unfortunately, the big blind is almost never going to fold to just a min.
Oh. Oh, it's just a bet. I heard about raise. I
Yeah.
thought like he was, you know.
He's raising from 0.
But he was upping the famous stakes, but instead just bets 2 million.
I mean, we know that Lozen is capable of ripping it in spots where you wouldn't necessarily expect it.
Ooh. Check raise alert. Weakness has been detected.
I mean, I don't know how you sniff this out. This feels like how people play super strong hands when they're short stacked, especially amateurs. I feel every time I'm in one of my $150 nightlies and somebody plays a hand like this, it's kings, aces, and that's it. Not even queens.
Don't forget that Milhusen is getting information about what's happened at the final table so
True.
far, and there is a pattern here. When Bakal has a middling hand, he bets small.
And has likely played with Bakal for the last 2 or 3 days too, right? We have no idea. We assume that they played the final table together, at least the parts of it that happened before today.
Playing down from 9 to 6 last night.
And who knows how long before that. So plenty of information to work with. You're right. Milhusen does have a big rail there. We saw him looking at either an iPad or a device from time to time.
He folds, the check raise gets through, and once again, Yassine Bakal is playing 6 big blinds. A third of his stack will be posted in this next hand. The big blind and the big blind ante.
And we can focus on the positive there. And just Mateusz Milhusen, what a hand.
Yes, he did.
What a hand.
Playing 30 bigs has closed the gap between himself and the chip leader.
A lot of criticism here for Yassine Bakal. And look, there is, I'm not going to lie, plenty to criticize about the play. But all I would say is that, you know, there are some people saying, like, how did he get here? And final table play is a lot different than every other phase of the tournament. And so maybe we can give some benefit of the doubt that those decisions were a lot easier and a lot less obvious to us that may have gotten him here.
Well, he's been shoved on here by Milhusen. Folds the 8-5. That's going to leave him with 4 big blinds, and he'll post the small blind on the next hand.
Like, I fear the day that I ever make it to a televised final table, whether it's for money this big or smaller. 52. Because how do you practice these spots?
Yeah.
50, 60, 4.
54?
4, 60.
64 roundabout?
65.
65, all right, thank you.
Here we go again. Bakal versus Zeryav. Blind v blind. Jack 7 of clubs for Bakal.
Good luck, all-in player.
He has shoved. And he's been called. He's walked into 8. The Snowman's Bazariev.
Boer 7. Oh, is het terug. Nou, kom op. Achter.
Num num.
Wat? Dat niks. Blokkers van de draw.
Zariev, a 2-1 favorite to eliminate Yassine Bakal in this hand.
Yeah.
How indestructible is this guy? Can he survive another all-in?
This one's a lot harder to chop.
Mais il en faut 2, hein. Il en faut 2 dès Lucky 7.
Jacques. Okay.
King, Trey, Deuce on the flop. Bakal with 3 immediate outs, looking for a jack on the turn or river.
I know his Womp Womp guy has been removed. Oh no, he's in the back now.
Okay.
No additional outs for Bakal. 3 cards save him from elimination. He needs a jack on the river. The river card is a jack. He spikes the 3-outer. He survives again. He really is indestructible.
Yes, Jack.
Die kant staan. Misschien moet je aan die kant gaan staan.
Unprecedented skill. Study that.
And he's back in his comfort zone. 10 big blinds. Boom!
He's like, all right, stop it. Okay, knock it off.
Magic man. Nice one.
You can't win them all, Blush.
How much was it? All in? 700?
Fast forward to midnight when this guy spikes a 1-outer on the river and we're playing heads up. 3 big blinds versus 1 big blind.
So sick. Even if you don't ladder up beyond 3rd, even if you don't somehow win this, you got to look back on this day and be like, oh man, wasn't it fun?
Oh God,
when
yeah.
I kept surviving. I just got to keep playing.
Absolutely. And he's all in again with Queen 10 from the button.
Pretty close for 10 bigs. And against the range we know he shoves with, yeah. Sorry, less close, I should have said, for 10 bigs.
Didn't even try.
Loving the energy in the room, loving the energy from Bakal's rail.
Stadium, huh? Yeah, just that we're the away team. Yeah, we definitely are. We definitely are.
I think you were right to give me even money. He doesn't seem to be having that much fun, though, and that would be my only advice to him.
On the inside, he's having fun.
I hope so.
He's probably not being funny. It's a mix, right? You're having fun, but you're also stressed as hell.
I know that I would not be having any fun.
Yeah, he's a little bit stressed right now.
Come on. $4 million.
Blind v blind. Well, he was raising to 4 million.
I mean, he knows that the range that Bakal has to have to shove on him is so narrow that he can just have these 2 big blinds all the live long day.
Carl folds.
Cookie!
He said cookie, right?
That's what I heard.
Okay. I heard cookie. Yeah.
Cookies.
I heard cookie and then a deep breath to inhale the smell of fresh baked cookies.
I mean, clearly these players have been competing for a number of days.
They're hungry.
A number of hours. Well,
Yeah.
look, I mean, energy levels are
Your
going
blood
to be
sugar.
flagging. And
Yeah.
when people need that kind of boost, when they need that kind of energy surge, sugar. You want to eat something sugary.
You gotta raise your blood sugar.
Absolutely. That's the best way to do it.
There's another comment from Peter. Says he really seems to be playing on his gut feeling, not any kind of game theory. He is listening to the little voice, and it's actually working. That's the kind of comment my mom would write. She's constantly invoking her little voice. Did we finally discover my mom's burner? Is she Peter?
I like the idea that he has a little voice in his gut. Most people talk about the little voice in your head.
Right. I think you're right, Matt. I think he said cooking. Like, let him cook.
It's my cousin Matt.
Your cousin Matt? Oh, Matt Hardigan. I didn't even notice that.
I've absolutely no idea whether Matt's related to me or not. I think it's a coincidence. I mean, at some point down the ages.
Sure.
So we have calling in the small with ace-3, Mulhausen with 7-3 in the big. Checks his option. Queen 6-4.
Damn, pretty good flop for 7-3.
I was going to say, I mean, could be worse. Could be a lot worse.
Like, I have a draw? I have a draw!
$4.5 million with the gut shot, gets a fold from ace high. And the gap is narrowing. Zelyaev with 38 big blinds, Mulhausen with 35 bigs.
Mulhausen, player poker. The rest, they're chips.
He was amused.
Sorry? You have cookies? I don't have any cookies with me. I don't even run a cookie shop. It's like
Not even a cookie shop?
No, not even. Maybe after this tournament. It seems very popular here, cookies in France. So.
French poker players really love their cookies.
I mean, this is the home of baked goods in general, isn't it?
Hold in.
Mulhausen shoving small to big with 7-5 of hearts. 4 deuce off the Bakal.
Has it not looked yet?
Close? Ah! That's not good. You're from Paris?
Now you're asking?
Good talk. The banter between these guys, I mean, will it ever...
You have? It gets very hard to see from this side.
50.
You're the Spider-Man meme. You both have 36 big blinds.
Wait. 3 million.
Raising the button with Queen 9. Queen 4 for Bakal.
Hold on, we got to see what Peter has to say about this. Ma? When's the next break? Sacramento has to get some work done.
Next break is 6 minutes away. Peter predicts he'll call and get felted. Peter, you're wrong.
I really want Peter to nail it eventually.
So we have calling out of the big blind. And 2 big stacks, and I use the word big loosely because they're playing fewer than 40 bigs each. Go to the flop, and it's a pair of 9s for Mulhausen. This may well go check, bet, fold. It's Benjamin on YouTube says, I've stayed up till 4 a.m. for this.
Wow.
That's on you, buddy.
There's a certain threshold where you stay up on your own volition, right? Because you're having a good time, and then you really regret it and you want someone to blame. And that's where he's at right now.
There we go. C-bet and a fold. Next hand.
Once the night version of you runs into the morning version of you, it's like, hey, who's to blame for this?
Funny enough, I did
Mulhausen has retaken the chip lead, close to 60 million.
You did the croissant what?
Croissant baking.
You did it! Oh, I wanted to do that too. Yeah. I have no clue how to do it. And did you succeed?
Well,
Stars fun?
There is an activity here at EPT Paris.
Okay.
Players are invited to go to croissant cooking classes.
Next year, Valentine, you're completely ready.
I'm going to start with croissant pronunciation classes. Although I think I kind of nailed it there.
Carl folds the button. So we have with 9-8 in the small blind. King 10 in the bag. Mulhausen checks his option. And it is a 10 high flop. Gut shot for Zeryav, though.
Yeah, that gutter ball could be pretty dangerous. Hey, Nimitz says, I love these poker events as is, but your guys' casting makes it 10 times better. Thank you.
2.5?
Thank you so much. 2.5 million. The bet from Zeryav. All too happy about this.
Okay, well, you can see the percentages. With the board pairing on the turn, Mulhouse now 9-1 favourite.
I don't even know if you can take another stab at this. Yeah, Zeryav does in fact. Back it up, Mike. Back it up.
Apparently you can get a 10% discount and free shipping for any orders placed at the PokerStars store during EPT Prague. Promotion ends December the... Oh.
Huh.
That's an old thing.
Or maybe it's real early for this year.
The code is EPT Prague 23.
All right, probably not. So, Mulhouse going for value here. Ain't gonna get it. Does deny some equity.
And Mulhouse pulling ahead of Zeryav now. More than 40 bigs for the chip leader, 32 bigs for Zeryav. Bakal, by the way, has dropped down once again to 7 big blinds, and 2 of them will be posted on the next hand, which happens to be hand 81 of the final table.
Yeah, here we go. Who loves you, baby?
Kojak for Zeryav, who makes it 3 million.
Later.
Bakal with Queen 10 of diamonds. Bakal all in and called. It's Bakal versus Zeryav, round 68.
And the equity is not too far apart.
Après tout ce que t'as fait, pas maintenant.
Allez, Zinedine!
40% of the time is almost half.
Bakal has been running golden in every all-in situation today.
Sois pas fâché, c'est la variance. T'es devant, mais tu vas perdre.
Allez, Zinedine!
The flop. Ace, Jack, deuce. Bakal has kings and queens working for him.
Don't forget backdoor diamonds.
Non, Queen, c'est pas bon pour la télé. Diamond!
Oh, womp guys back up front.
Oh, shit.
Okay. We now have 10 outs. Kings, queens, and nines working for Bakal.
One time! One time!
Guys, you used your one time a long time ago.
Mamacita!
The river card. is a 10. It is not enough for Bakal. He finally succumbs to Bryce Zeryav. He is finally eliminated in third place. Cashes for 210,220 euros as we go heads up at the final table of this record-breaking FPS main event. And they're pretty even stacks. Roughly 30 bigs each, Joe.
It's a
Where are you guys going now?
It's a heads-up match that should not take super long, but I don't know who the favorite is. Both players have been incredibly impressive
We have
today.
a break, huh? Let's first have a break.
Well, we've hit the break, guys. End of the level. When we come back, the blinds will be 1 million, 2 million, with a 2 million big blind ante, and we will be heads up for the title, the trophy, and that first prize of nearly €500,000 euros. By the way, let's salute the amateur player Yassine Bakal. I know we gave him a lot of stick. I know you guys gave him a lot of abuse. Yes, he took a lot of time over his decisions. Somehow he got phenomenally lucky to keep doubling up from 5 big blinds. But hey, a 210k payday for a player who had just $29,000 in cashes before this. Good job to him.
The people's champion.
This, not a replay, by the way. This is live. As we see, Mulhosen versus Zeryav. 31 big blinds plays 30 big blinds. And when we come back, they will play it out. A heads-up battle between two pretty talented players. More action from EPT Paris after this 20-minute break.
There is your chip leader, and he has 2 10s. Good hand that. Good hand then, good hand now.
I would say that its nickname, Spraggy, was even more relevant in 2004 when a few people still remembered who Paul Daniels was.
Yes, yes.
The guy that played C3PO.
All in from Justin.
Bonomo is shoved with ace-queen. Looks like Olsen has the same hand.
I call.
Wow.
Carl announces call. 164,000 bid from Justin.
Ristine folds back around to Brandon Schaefer.
Comes back to Brandon.
What a loser. The only guy who didn't get a hand here.
We've got 3 players, 1 player in and got a side pot.
Wow, we could have action on the side here with Schaefer calling as well. Bonomo all in and at risk.
It really sucks when your 10s don't hold here.
And again, pretty unusual because I think in 2020 you're going to see like a re-isolation shove, right? Schaefer opened as the chip leader. You'd imagine that's wide. So Olsen typically in the modern day would be all in, but we're going to see a contested side pot post-flop.
Flop comes 9.
Fortunately for Schaefer, the board is 9 high.
Carl is first to act. He checks.
And this is the problem for Olsen. He's already in for, I think, about 164,000. Didn't have too much left. He's missed the flop.
Both players check. Board pairs on the turn.
Really rooting for the 10s here.
And check. River card.
10s hold.
Check.
You're not going to think they did till they table them.
Yeah, this gets checked to showdown, and that is the end of Justin Bonomo's run in the EPT Deauville main event. Season 1 of the tour back in 2005. Bonomo's first cash, a 4th place finish for 31,500 euros.
No Mo Bonomo.
Call. And Brandon calls.
Oh, kings versus queens here. Ristine raises to 50,000 and Schaefer flats with the queens. No re-raise. And it's a queen high flop.
Reverse setup.
Marcus first. Mark checks.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark Ristine. You didn't deserve this.
50.
He's setting a trap, but his trap is actually inside Brandon Schaefer's much bigger, more disguised trap.
Mark raises to 100,000.
It's actually a pretty nice spot for a check raise as well with the kings.
And Brandon calls.
I think both players are playing this hand really soundly so far. I guess more commonly going to see the 3-bet pre-flop, but sorry, the re-raise pre-flop.
Thank you.
Brandon checks. River card.
Check now.
8.
And a 8 on the river.
Really great card for Ristine as well, pairing the 4. He beats Queen Jack now, of course. All in and called.
Oh, man.
Wow, what a cooler.
And that is the end of Mark Ristine, cashing out in 3rd place for 40,500 euros. And we are going heads up in Deauville. A round of applause from James Hartigan at the back.
Well, we know Brandon Schaefer loves 10-7.
Suited in diamonds. And, oh, looks like the Desperados have arrived on the rail. Yep, 29-year-old James Hartigan is swigging away.
I think that might be a Heine. All right, so we have a defend with the 4-3 of hearts. And flops about as good as you could hope.
Carl bets 120,000.
Hey, John Gale.
Yeah.
Come on.
All in announced.
Top pair versus bottom pair in a draw. It's a tale as old as time.
James Hartigan watches on in the background. There's the call.
And Carl calls. We have an all-in the final of the French Open. We see the hand. 10-7 for Brendan.
So top pair against a flush draw, a straight flush draw.
Top pair not the favorite.
Turn guys, a 9 of spades.
Now it is.
No help for Carl.
And it is a blank on the river, which sees Brandon Schaefer win the Deauville leg of Season 1 of the European Poker Tour.
Brandon Schaefer, 144,000. First prize, Brandon Schaefer, runner-up, Carl Olsen. This prize money, 80,000.
Ooh, pocket kings for poker royalty.
Another good starting hand.
Raised to 1,200. David Williams, king 9 suited. Makes the call. Ace 8 for the loose cannon, Will Davis. He folds.
He wanted to so bad that time.
I wanted to. Doyle's a scary guy over there.
He ain't that scary, believe me.
Action folds around to Jason Calacanis. Calls.
Calls with a weak ace out of position.
So 3 players to the flop. Deuce, deuce, 6. Calacanis checks.
Safe flop for Doyle. Going to try to get some value.
Bets 3,300. Williams folds. So does Calacanis.
My favorite hand.
The 10 deuce.
Jason Calacanis. Itty bitty pocket pair. Raises to 1,200. Negreanu folds. Pair of ladies for Doyle Brunson.
Pocket queen's definitely a re-raising hand. See if Doyle goes for it.
Raise the pot.
He does to 4,800. And he gets an evil stare from Calacanis. Williams folds. Pocket jacks for the loose cannon.
2 very big hands here. Could see a lot of money going to the pot.
A tough spot for our loose cannon. Let's see how he plays it.
How much to call?
4,800, so 4,400 more.
The first big decision for Will Davis. Getting the stare down from Doyle. Re-raise to 14-8.
Well, looks like a raise.
Okay. That's all I need to know.
Calacanis folds.
10,000 more.
Those are the two guys I would not want to get into it with.
Will's supposed to be the amateur. He's certainly not playing scared. Might be his undoing. Decides he wants to go toe-to-toe with Doyle Brunson. Re-raising with jacks, not always recommended. When you get action, usually you're racing at best.
I'm all in.
Here's re-raising pot.
Once again, it is pot limit pre-flop.
Close enough anyway.
So Doyle can only raise to 46-4.
Will's looking a little sick right now.
Can he get away from this?
I have no idea what's going on here.
That didn't take long.
Yeah, for real.
This would be a devastating pot for the table to lose to you, by the way.
Now, Doyle wasn't able to move all in the way he wanted to, but this fifth bet should be a big indication to Will as to what kind of shape he's in.
You're like the one guy I didn't want to get involved in a pot with. This hurts.
That's why you decided to re-raise him 10,000 more.
You're supposed to fold.
That's all.
Well, Will, 5-bet says you're supposed to fold.
I never like to let my children drown.
Doyle's referring to the chips he's already got in the pot. To my knowledge, both Pam and Todd Brunson are capable swimmers.
Okay, nice hand, Doyle.
Will's hand is sunk, and it might have saved him an awful lot of dough. Ace-Jack offsuit. Raises to 1,500. Doyle Brunson, pocket queens.
Queens again.
He's also had kings. Doyle makes the call.
Just call's going to mix it up a little this time.
Oops, sorry.
Action folds around to Jason Calacanis, who folds as well. So it's just Daniel and Doyle, king 7-8. Pair of spades on the flop. Negreanu checks.
Doyle seems confident in his hand. Doesn't think Daniel would check a king to him.
Doyle bets 3,300. Daniel folds.
You're doing a good job here, by the way.
I'll give a little credit to the dealer.
Action begins with Daniel Negreanu, 7-4 suited. And looks like he wants to play.
I think they wanted more dead money at the table.
Raised ace to 1,200. Pocket kings again for Brunson.
Doyle's fourth big pocket pair, and we're only 22 hands in.
Just calls.
Playing it tricky.
We'll find out.
Williams folds. Davis folds. Abe's in with pocket eights.
All I know is I'm the least experienced player at this table. And no one will hold it. By far.
We should just make a triple draw, just for you.
Another big pocket pair for Doyle. Going to try another slow play.
Jack deuce tray, 2 diamonds. Masseri checks. Negreanu bets 3,200.
Daniel raised pre-flop. He's continuation betting here. Something tells me it's not going to work. Doyle looks like he's thinking about a raise. Try to get some value.
Doyle with a re-raise to 15-2.
It's tough to get value out of a re-raise that big. Abe may have liked his eights before. Probably not so much now.
Gets rid of him. And Daniel folds.
What do we got? Tell him how smart you are.
I have no idea.
No, tell him.
I really don't know. Kings?
I mean, how you gonna beat this guy? He knows what you got all the time.
I missed that show.
Another pair of ladies for Doyle Brunson.
Check his face for bruises. He's getting smacked with the deck.
He just calls. David Williams folds on the button. The loose cannon does as well. Abe Masseri, though, he's playing.
Doyle's just called with his queens, maybe trying to trap Jason yet again.
3 to the flop. 4 deuce jack, 3 diamonds.
No one's got a diamond.
Abe checks. Calacanis bets 4,000.
This is another very bad flop for Jason. It's a pretty safe board for Doyle. It's hard to put someone on a flop flush.
Doyle smooth calls.
Doyle's calling for pot control and to watch the diamond situation.
And Abe folds.
Easy fold for Abe.
So it's Calacanis and his top pair against Doyle Brunson and his queens. To the turn, another queen, giving Doyle a set.
If Doyle liked his hand before, he loves it now.
Calacanis is checked on over to the Hall of Famer.
He's probably going to bet now, try to build this pot.
Makes it 8,000 to go.
Another difficult spot. He lets it go. The tech guru must have seen the README file on Doyle.
Can we pick a card? Yeah, you can. The front one, this one right here.
That's it. Thank you, God.
How about the other one?
Yeah, it's the same card.
The other one was the best it could be there. I think it was Queen of Diamonds.
Raise the pot.
Jason Calacanis announces a raise.
What is that?
3,400.
To 3,400.
Not a bad raise in an unopened pot, but Daniel's got a hand and chips to play with.
Now we both got a lot of money. We could play a big pot.
Nice.
Okay, let's try it. Is it 84? That's what I'm doing. I'm just saying.
84.
Not pot or anything, but just 84.
And look at the hand for Doyle Brunson.
Doyle has picked up more giant hands than the cleaning crew at an NCAA game. He straddled, so this time he's got pre-flop position. Doesn't look like he's going to slow play them this time.
Doyle's coming over the top to 28-4.
You can play a real big pot.
But yeah, raising out of position, that was a good idea.
The internet tycoon continues to get his firewall hacked.
And folds.
Okay, I'm going to be honest here. I honestly think Doyle is making one of them internet moves, the 4-bet bluff, but I don't have the balls to do anything about it, so I'm going to fold. But I do think you're making a move.
Daniel folds.
Too chicken. I should
by
just
that
shove
he
it.
That's why you're the man.
I do think you were bluffing, but I don't know.
Bad read.
Doyle is officially inside Daniel's head. Hello. Aces for Doyle Brunson.
Turns out the poker gods are sick of giving Doyle kings and queens. Nowhere to go but up.
Raised to 1,500. David Williams calls on the button.
Let me think.
The loose cannon's in.
Still gearing up. Love it.
Abe's out. Three to the flop. Trey Queen 8. Check by Davis.
Pretty safe flop for Doyle. Not sure he'll get a lot of action.
Doyle bets 4,500. David Williams calls.
Fold.
And the loose cannon folds.
Kind of a loose call for David with only a gut shot.
The turn. Ace of diamonds giving Brunson a set.
Doyle's hoping David was calling with an ace high, but in all likelihood, this is probably going to be an action-killing card.
Doyle leads out again. That's 8,200. David folds.
That was a good card. No.
What do you have? What do you have?
Ace.
Oh, a lot of aces he had. He had a lot of aces.
What?
Doyle's still smiling. He's got pocket kings.
Only pocket kings this time. Must have angered the poker gods.
Brunson raises to 1,500. Roble folds. Ace queen suited for Doyle's good friend.
Come, Abe.
I'm coming, Doyle. I'm coming.
His boy Abe's got a hand he can play with.
Abe calls. Daniel's out.
I just want to see tears this hand.
You'll see him.
Physical tears. If you could do that for me, that'll make my day.
Thank you, Dirty Harry. 9-6 Trey, 2 spades.
Doyle's still out in front with his 2 kings.
Fires 3,000. Abe folds.
What do I got, Daniel?
I don't know. Kings, I guess.
What? How do you know every time?
You always have kings.
Jonathan Little has taken down the 25k Poker Go Cup finale, in the process becoming the Poker Go Cup Series champion. He earned the better part of $500,000 for this achievement, so let's say congratulations, Jonathan Little, and welcome back to the podcast.
Thank you. It's been a great week for me of poker. I actually won another one for 250K, so a nice 750K week. Had a few other cashes, so
Wow.
maybe it was 800K week. I'll take it. Sometimes
Applause
you run
all
hot.
around. Look, Jonathan, we often complain about people in the US not knowing what's happening in the European poker world, but I have to confess, I have no idea what the Poker Go Cup series is, so please enlighten me.
There's a studio called the Poker Go Studio.
I know
It's
that.
right next to
I know
Aria.
that. So when a man and a woman love each other very much.
You don't
Yes.
have to start with the basic rules of Hold'em. Just tell me specifically about this series.
This series is like the other 3 series they have. They have 3, call them major No Limit Hold'em series, where
Right.
it is a series of 10K events up to 25K or 100K or whatever they decide to go to. I think they actually just started adding in a few $5,000 tournaments. So it's essentially a series of 8 or 9 or 10 tournaments. I don't know how many. All the days bleed together. And if you get the most points, which are essentially linked to the most cash or profit, not exactly sure how they do it. There's some system
There's an
where if you get the
algorithm.
most points, you win. There's an algorithm. And somehow, some way, a win plus a 7th and a 9th plus a 2nd would not have won because David Peters won 2 of them. And so I essentially had to win 2 events to win. And luckily, I did.
Man, beating David Peters at anything is tough, especially over a long period where he had some really deep runs. So D Peters for D Peters, as I like to say. Jonathan, were you at all distracted this week during the Poker Go Cup? Given that you were what I like to call, you were a main character on poker Twitter for close to 7 days?
Poker Twitter's a funny thing because it's full of people that some people pay attention to while other people do not pay attention to them at all. And I mean, look, I'm almost 40 years old. I don't have time to sit on Twitter. Oh, look how smart I am at poker. Look how big my muscles are. I don't have time for this. I am busy playing a poker tournament series. And apparently Matt Berkey did not like something that I said on Twitter. He seems to not like random stuff that I say. And to be fair, if you put out tons and tons of content, inevitably some of it's not going to be perfectly accurate or it's going to use a bad example or whatever. And to be fair, his pointed out a bad example. And I immediately clarified it with, here's a much better example. You're right. And I think what happened is Daniel Negreanu sees Berkey trying to crap on me a decent amount of the time. And he presumes it's because we're both in the training space. And Berkey, as Negreanu thinks, does not do as well as I do at it. And he's picking the try to tear them down method as opposed to the build them up method. And I don't really engage with that kind of content. If you're trying to tear people down, that's not for me. I get that some people love it, but that's not the type of content I engage with. So I don't worry about it. You have to realize that I'm not in control of these people. I don't really care what they say. I don't care what they do. I'm just busy trying to play poker and add value.
And, of course, just as you move past that, you then become the subject of a mini vlog from Nick Schulman. And by the way, Nick, please don't drive and vlog. Please do your vlog and then drive home. Please don't record video while driving.
I always try to assume that the video's reversed and they're in the passenger seat. And I'm just seeing it because of the... I try to give the benefit of the doubt there. And again, to Jonathan's credit, it seems like this Nick thing, you just immediately were like, hey, I'm sorry.
So look, with this Nick thing, we were on the bubble of the $25,000 buy-in tournament. I had just lost a huge amount of my chips with a full house. Somehow, randomly, I had pocket ace. The opponent had queen jack, and it was like queen, jack, jack. And we checked it through, and the turn was an 8. Ugh. And anyway, on the river, I saved 5 big blinds. I was down to 5 big blinds on the bubble. Somehow I did not lose my last 5 big blinds. My opponent did not want them. And then I get up and walk to the other table, and I see Nick Schulman all in with aces against the queen 9 of hearts. And it's an emotionally charged week. I'm doing my best to play good poker, trying to show that I know how to play good poker, because apparently some people think I'm terrible at poker. And this time I was good because his aces lost to the queen 9 suited. So I'm very good at poker now. And anyway, the 9 came and I said, okay, anti-sweating him. You're always anti-sweating the other short stack on the bubble. It's just how it works.
Absolutely. That's how poker works.
And he probably had a rough day. He was short stacked. He was grinding it out. He wanted to cash too. No one wants to bubble a $25,000 buy-in tournament when a min cash is $55K or something. And he was apparently annoyed. So the queen came on the turn. He's like, is that okay too, John? And I'm like, okay. Okay. I'll go back to my table now. And
but he did bookend it by saying that, I guess that was what happens, right? When you're all in on the bubble, you kind of want that guy to lose, and at least Jonathan was honest about it, and I kind of respect him for that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not trying to sugarcoat anything here. Yeah, I wanted whoever's short on the bubble to lose. I don't care who it is. And it just so happened to be him that time. I love Nick. I played with Nick a few times. I wouldn't say we're like good friends or anything, but we're friendly. And like him very much, and I'm glad he didn't punch me in the face.
Welcome back to Paris and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It is the first day of our live coverage from the first stop of EPT 2024. Heads up in the record-breaking FPS Paris main event. Matthias Mühlhausen, 31 big blinds. Blaz Zeryav, 30 big blinds. Pretty even stacks as we begin this heads-up battle. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
And yeah, relatively shallow, Nick, but still a decent amount of poker that could be played.
Yeah, and it's almost like you brought in the short stack heads-up specialist just in time for the sub-30 big blind battle.
Level 42 of the main event about to get underway. Blinds will be 1 million, 2 million with a 2 million big blind ante. And now we are short-handed. At the point we got three-handed, players were told we now go to 30-minute levels. Obviously, we did lose Yassine Bakal on the last hand of the previous session, so we will be playing a 30-minute clock now. The runner-up will get 294,530 euros. The winner, 470,830 euros. A significant difference in prize money, and something that we have highlighted a couple of times. It was something we highlighted when we first came to Paris last year. French regulations, French gaming law does not allow deals to be agreed in poker tournaments. So if the players want to go away behind the scenes and sort something out behind closed doors, that's on them. But as far as the tournament staff are concerned, as far as we're concerned, they are playing for the advertised payout. So they are playing for the better part of 200K right now.
Yeah, absolutely huge pay jump here, and that means the pressure is on them. And, I mean, how many fans do we have that watch and tell us, oh, I hate deals. Deals really make me angry.
Correct.
That's not how the game should be played. Well, this one's for you. Paris is for you. Keep it in the diary each year. EPT Paris is the place with no deals.
So the champion going for just shy of $500,000 plus the FPS main event trophy. We referenced this being a record breaker, 4,149 total entries. And now just 2 players remain.
Slowly. Oh, yeah, slowly, slowly.
Now, obviously, we've referenced a few times that Matthias Mühlhausen is an EPT reg. He's been a fixture on the tour for many a season now. And we know that Blaz Zeryav from Slovenia is an accomplished online player focusing on MTTs and will soon become a dad.
Yes.
Yeah, both players, very impressive performance thus far, and it really you can just really see it in their play, guys. I think that putting on a bit of a clinic here. Final 6. This is for all the jewels, guys. This is it. We're starting 30 big blinds effective.
And now that we have lost Bakal, it's a lot quieter on the rail. We've got Team Mühlhausen stood over his shoulder, and we've got Team Zeryav over behind him. But all of those French players have left the building, or at least left this section of the building. One of these two will lift that trophy and claim that first place prize money. And we are ready to get this heads-up battle underway. A reminder that this is the start of level 42. The blinds 1 million, 2 million, with a 2 million big blind ante.
What was your lucky charm?
All right, let's see who can play some heads up now.
I reckon both these guys are pretty solid heads-up players, Nick.
I think you're probably right, buddy.
4 million?
Button raised with King 7.
Just the straight min, feels good.
King Queen, though, for Zeryav.
Probably a little bit of 3-bet, a little bit of call. Certainly not a fold.
shove from Zverev, the fold from Mulhausen, and that will see a change in the chip lead. But a reminder, still pretty even right now. But strictly speaking, Zverev has the advantage. Quick update from the EPT main event that we will be streaming from Wednesday. 583 entries on day 1A. We can expect at least double that on day 1B. So we're looking at a big field in the EPT main for the second year in a row. Ace King for Zverev.
I think this is definitely one that you want to be limping some of the time, raising some of the time. And just to check back, yeah, 8-5 off, not the combo you want to do weird stuff with here necessarily, James.
Oh, trip fives for Mulhausen. Zverev, however, has whiffed this board. But Ace-King will still be the best hand a decent percentage of the time.
It will, absolutely, yeah. On Jack 5-5, heads up with ranges being this wide, Ace-King is still a very significant showdown. And as a general rule, guys, I know it seems a bit trite for me to say, oh, a little bit of limping, a little bit of raising. That seems a bit wishy-washy. But generally speaking, as we get deeper, we're going to want to play our big hands faster because we need to build the pot more frequently at a faster pace in order to get stacks in potentially. As we get under 30 big blinds effective, the traps become way more frequent just because it's so much more likely that your opponent is going to shove versus limp, or they're going to try and ISO, and occasionally they're going to raise versus limp and you can put in a big shove, and you've picked up a significant portion of the total chips in play because that raise from out of position has to be like 3 big blinds, 3.5 big blinds, depending on the effective stack depth. So it is important that you recognize the difference between 30 big blinds and 25 big blinds and 20 big blinds is so significant. And that's where a lot of the subtlety in heads up exists, where you got to study those a lot more closely than perhaps, the gap between a 60 big blind pot and a 50 big blind pot if you are 8-handed or 9-handed or whatever.
So let's just recap the flop action. Zverev bet 2 million, got check raised by Mulhausen to 5 million. Zverev called. We've gone to the turn, which hasn't changed anything, other than the fact that Zverev is now drawing dead.
Yeah, I don't think there's any slowdown. If you check raise here, you're going to continue all your 5x. Some of your stronger Jack X combos are not unreasonable as well. This isn't one of the spots where the backdoor flush draw started coming in as well, James. On a Jack 5-5 board, you will see people check raising with, 1 over card and backdoor spades, 1 over card, backdoor clubs, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
There is quite a lot of check raising on these dry textures. And if you want to balance check raising 8-5, where you're this strong, you actually need to have some of those other cool sort of backdoor potential items as well. Maybe a hand like 8-7 of spades might still continue here as well, right? Check raise the flop with the backdoor flush draw. But on Jack 5-5, it's a bit different.
A bet of 8 million called by the Ace-King. Will he call the river as well? 32 million in the pot.
Mulhausen's got to be loving this, James. Such a juicy spot. When you get 2 calls, they're going to have significant showdown, including a couple traps that contain like aces and kings and queens as well. Let's not forget that.
Same as the turn bet, 8 million.
The size here is really interesting. James obviously wants to get paid as often as possible, and I can't help but think that this is actually a very well-sized bet. to try and get exactly this kind of combination to call, but I'm not really sure, James. I don't know how often Mulhousen's going to be weak here. Like I said, maybe some 7x, but we're talking about a very specific part of a check-raising range that might not even necessarily exist in Mulhousen's game, so just a tough one for Zerjav.
This is only the second hand of heads up, but it is a decisive pot. Regardless of whether Zeryav calls this river or not. 40 million. Could be 48 million. But the fold from Zeryav, and that will put distance between them. That changes the dynamic. 36 bigs for Mulhousen, 25 bigs for Zeryav.
Yep, so little clap there from the rail. 25 big blinds effective now. And don't forget, Zerjav here has to put in a big blind for the big blind and a big blind for the big blind ante as well. So 25 down to 23, starting the hand with 25. But that means there's a lot of extra dead money in the middle there in relation to the remaining stacks. That big blind ante here, particularly savage when we're heads up.
Absolutely. So in terms of chips, it's 73.7 million, playing 50.8 million.
Yeah, it kind of ends up almost like you're playing half a big blind and then two big blinds, James. You know, paying double big blinds when you're heads up, which you need to remember is going to significantly alter the way that you're supposed to play pre-flop because there's so much additional dead money to win at non-showdown pre-flop.
Queen 3 limps, 5-3, checks. Ace, Jack 9, all hearts. Zeryav has the 3 of hearts. It's not a flush draw you're crazy about, though.
Yeah, when it comes to heads up, though, you need to be sticky with your flush draws, even if they're really weak. And also, don't forget, when you float here, you do have the opportunity to turn your hand into a bluff on later streets as well. You'd expect Mulhousen to fire flop pretty much with range.
Queen high is the best hand right now, and Mulhousen has bet 2 million. Called by Zeryav.
Story checks out.
Turn card is the 4 of diamonds. So wheel draw to go with the small flush draw. But Mulhousen now at 68% favorite. Jack on the river, queen high still good.
I think you can do a really small bet here as a bluff, James. Zerjav doesn't have to go big to necessarily represent strength, but I suppose if you did have a jack, you actually might go bigger here, so maybe that's not so true. Some of his weaker heart draws may or may not have just check raised the flop as well. So actually, in hindsight, maybe to sell this, you got to go like 7 mil here. You are blocking hearts, which is pretty useful, especially when your opponent checks the turn. Very unlikely to flop bet hearts and check turn. How much is he going to go?
$8 into 10.
Nice. Yep.
Queen high hero call, question mark?
Yeah, I was going to say with that smaller bet, if the river came like the deuce of spades, James, I think that would be more of a small bet situation, but if you really want to sell that you've got a made hand here, I think you got to rep the jack, probably most likely, unlikely to be the ace given the pre-flop action. Queen high hero call. I would be very tempted, James. There's lots of missed hearts out there. Plenty of missed straight draws, too. Sometimes a combination of both. Imagine Zurjov just has 8-7 with the 7 of hearts or something like that. In heads up, calls like this are often what makes the player
You literally see him going between folding and calling. Reaches for cards, reaches for chips.
Gets it done. Nice work.
Lets it go. And so that chip, that pot rather, goes in the direction of Palais. So that will narrow the gap between them.
Not optimistic enough. No. Close.
Queen high, no good.
Sorry? Queen high, no good? You say that? That's scary, bro. I'm going to ask you about one hand we played on day 2 after we finish.
After we finish?
Yeah, of course. Not going to ask you now. I'm so curious about one hand.
Just the one hand? I would have thought there'd be several hands you'd be interested in asking about. Well, that is a raise from the button with pocket 5s. And that is a call from the big blind.
Interesting here, James. I think 5s is probably a combo that prefers a lot of limping here. It's not one that does particularly well in raised pots, but when you limp, you do give your opponent the opportunity to shove significantly worse hands that you dominate in particular. At this stack depth, plenty of ace, deuce, ace 3, ace 4, ace 5 kind of combos that you can still call with for the 25 bigs. In addition, keeping the pot nice and small post flop, and very frequently you can kind of just battle it out for the small ones.
And we don't know who has the best hand right now because we've only seen one of Mulhousen's cards.
So we missed the flop bet in position, which I think is fine from Zurjov. Zaryav, if that's the correct pronunciation. I think betting the turn is mandatory. You want to go big here too. Oh, wow, quite a small continue on the turn. I think my reasoning here is because you want to get all the value from the sort of club draws, potentially a gut shot with a club draw, that kind of thing. Given the action thus far, you're going to have the best hand here a lot of the time, and that's a jack on the river.
Okay, so Mulhousen could be even stronger than a pair of jacks, but we know he has at least that, so has 5s beaten.
By betting small in the turn here, I think you're probably giving a lot of clubs the correct price, especially if you imagine that you have 5s. There's going to be a lot of clubs with one overcard. That's going to be clean as well. You know, jack 5 with the 5 of clubs or something like that is not completely unreasonable here. I think the bigger bet is probably just going to do you better because he'll still have to call with some 3x. So it's not like you're purely trying to punish clubs. You can still get calls from the combinations that contain a 3 with the 10s and 3s.
So we know that this pot is going to go in the direction of Mulhousen. Again, it's a case of how big is the pot going to be.
It's a good-looking chip shuffle.
Check.
Jack's good. Gets paid off. And that is going to see Zverev drop down to around 20 bigs. 2-1 chip lead for Matthias Mulhuisen.
Yeah.
So our chip leader now 40 big blinds, but the effective stack here about 19 after blinds and antes. Lots of limping here. I know 10-4 off seems like it's pretty bottom of the range, but you're probably going to want to limp here as wide as even like 9 deuce off. You're going to want to play as many hands as possible. And as we get shallower, the way that you incorporate that is you find more limps, more traps. A lot of old conventional wisdom was when you want to enter the pot, you're always going to come in with the raise, but as soon as we get heads up, you're going to want to start incorporating a lot more limps as you get under sort of 30 big blinds effective and thereafter. And all part of that is playing the absolute worst of it here. And the way that you're allowed to play combos like this is because, of course, you will have some big traps in there. Ace-king, ace-queen, aces, kings, queens, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So your opponents don't always know that your limps are weak and vice versa.
Well, king 4 was ahead of 10-4 pre-flop. Still ahead.
Fairly standard. You're just going to bet this board a lot. Bet call, and on the turn, not a whole lot of change in the texture.
Check, check on the turn and the 9 on the river. 10 million in the middle. A few people asking about shot clocks. They are used in selected tournaments on the EPT. The FPS, the France Poker Series, like all PokerStars regional tours, does not use the shot clock.
Zverev going to make it 8 million here.
But it will be a thing once we're into the EPT main event. From day 3 onwards, there will be the 30-second shot clock and time bank cards utilized.
I think I drilled it.
8 million.
Sorry?
8.
Oh, drilled it. Again, I think that's showing a lot of sophistication. Zverev used the exact same bet size there with the 5 tray when he got the queen high to fold, keeping it nice and balanced on that river. Again, it's going to be texture dependent as well. Like I said, if that wasn't the paired jack, we probably might have seen a differentiated size, but same kind of scenario there. Just got to rep it big.
Jack deuce calls, queen 4 in the beg.
$7.5
No.
7 million.
Putting on the pressure. I guess this is going to come down to who wants it more.
all over again.
Yeah, there's definitely plenty of limb folds here. And I think the The Jack Deuce is perfectly fine.
So I was just checking in on PokerStars to see how many people had registered interest in coming to the live show that we're doing to celebrate the 300th episode of Poker in the Ears. Nick, I know you can't make it because you're on holiday that week.
That's correct.
But Wednesday the 13th of March, Joe and I are hosting a live show at the Hippodrome Casino in London. And we're giving PokerStars players in the UK the chance right now to sign up for their free seats to this event. Go to the events tab in the PokerStars lobby, you will see Poker in the Ears 300 live at the Hippodrome. By registering for this dummy tournament, it's not a real tournament, but by registering for that, you get yourself 2 seats to the event. The production team will email you. You can confirm your attendance, give us the name of your guest, and we'll see you on the night come mid-March.
And I heard you guys are bankrolling free bar all night at the Hippodrome.
There are drinks vouchers. There is also going to be a free-to-play poker tournament after the event.
Amazing.
So there is plenty of value in the event.
No, I'm actually gutted that I can make it. I was a scheduling error of mine that meant that I booked stuff that I wasn't supposed to over those dates. But if you guys want to go and have a great night, definitely get involved. Go get registered. Definitely need to register ahead of time, though, right, James?
Yes.
Yeah, don't just show up on the day, guys. Make sure you've gone through the steps correctly.
One thing we said, by the way, I urge you to listen to the most recent episode of the podcast because we go over in detail at the start of the show exactly what the show is, when is it taking place, what you need to do, the password to register. One thing we also said is if you are in a situation where, for whatever reason, you can't register via PokerStars, I think someone's already reached out to Joe, who's in Ireland, for example, and is going to make the trip to London. If you message us privately on Discord, for example, or message us on social media, we'll see what we can do to get you on the guest list.
I should be listening to the podcast anyway, of course. Award-winning podcast, that is. Poker in the Ears podcast. Check it out. Follow where applicable. All right, calling a check.
10-9-3 on the flop. Check again, and the board pairs on the turn.
So on the turn here, Zerjav definitely does want to put in some money. Going to have the best hand here a ton, can still get called by significantly worse. But again, probably want to see a size up, because what you punish here are the draws. And there's a ton of those draws that have a lot of equity, you know. 8, 7, for example, although you might have expected that to lead turn at some frequency, so just be aware of that. 6-7 is probably a good example, but again, not the most ridiculous hand to lead turn with either. So when you're betting here, it can get called by worse 3s. Sometimes it's a combination of all of the above. He's going to bet 4K. I don't see Mulhausen actually making a fold here, though. Going to have the best hand way too often. Does call. And don't forget, guys, pretty under-repped here as well, James. Ace-8 suited just went limp check. So I think probably he's thinking, my opponent doesn't think I'm as strong as this when they bet the turn here either.
Zverev with an absolute monster now, 3-pair. Action's been checked to him.
Yep, and just a value bet on the river. What's the size that gets you paid from the 3x and the 9x, or depending on which you think is most likely to call? Again, you probably anticipate that Milhuizen here is going to lead some of their spade draws in the turn as well.
$10 million.
500. Call.
And there is the call. The ace-high call pays off the value bet. And how does that change things? We are almost evens-Stevens again. Milhuizen still with the advantage, but not much of one.
66 tegen 4 of 56 of zo. Zo. Oh.
This is hand 90 of the final table. They've played about 10 hands of heads up. And this could well be the last hand of this blind level, Nick, because now we're playing a 30-minute clock.
Yeah.
Going to go up to the next level, probably, after this.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think that 9-8 of spades here is one of those really nice combos that you want to be limping way more often here. Other hands are like Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, King 10 suited. Now, instinctually, you go, these are hands that we usually raise when we're playing multi-way. Heads up, though, especially as we get down to, 25-ish, 28-ish big blinds here, effective. You do want to be limping these because you do want to play them a lot more often in position. And the way that you do that is you end up limp calling a ton. But also, sometimes you find yourself getting raised by significantly worse, and you end up trapping some of the kind of hands that like to raise versus limp. 8-9 suited, mandatory limp, mandatory call if you are going to limp here. The whole point of having that limping range is that you can play these super high value positions from, combinations from absolute position. And it's just so pretty. You just want to try and make it to the flop as often as possible. If you raise them at too high a frequency, your opponents can 3-bet and you're forced to fold way too often when they do so much better as a limp call.
Pair of nines ahead right now.
6-3 check.
Pair of nines still good.
And I think on the turn, James, it's time to start betting that 9. Still plenty of combos that want to call here, but the way that Zaryev's played this hand, James, is a little bit like he's happy to try and take it pre, but he's giving up post. Like, you can't imagine he's going to play aces, kings, queens like that. Ace-jack, probably not. Queen-jack, probably not like that as well. On this turn, there's tons of hands you get value from with the 9, though. And again, if you're going to miss that flop, you probably want to size up a little bit on the turn. That's kind of a pattern that we see quite often in heads up. But given the fact that Zaryev hasn't fired, I think maybe you don't want to go too big because you still want to get called by hands like pocket 7s, pocket 6s, pocket 5s. But yeah, he's just one and done pre-flop, and that's fine.
Okay, so that hand, that pot goes to Mulhausen as we go up to level 43 of the France Poker Series main event. Blinds are now 1 million, 2.5 million. That means the chip leader has around 29 big blinds, and Zeryav has 19 bigs.
Yep, we're getting down to it now. There's going to be a lot of those traps that we were describing pre-flop. Plenty of limping. And also plenty of opportunities to get the chips all in pre-flop for a sub-20 effective scenario.
You don't like it? Yeah, I do. But you have to play tomorrow. I'm just looking out for you.
Three call.
Mulhausen with the best hand. King 10 checks his option, the big blind, after Zeryav limp with Queen 4. And the flop is 9-4 tray. So Zeryav has flop best.
So on this board, James, I think the 4 can barrel pretty aggressively. When you have that nice queen kicker, it changes things. And I know it seems like a pretty inconsequential sort of note here, but the higher the kicker here, the much, much, much better it becomes to bet your second pairs, because if you are going to be betting all your 4x, you need to be aware of the fact that your opponent will sometimes just have you outkicked with kind of some of the combos that they want to defend here. So you don't always want to bet your 3x, you don't always want to bet your 4x, but the way that you can maybe differentiate them is the bigger the kicker, the more likely you are to fire. When you're playing ranges this wide, every little counts, every little subtlety of the game is important, because it's a lot less to do with a clearly defined strong range versus weak range, and it's more to do with how do I play ATC against this guy who's forced to play ATC.
6.5.
It raised 6 million.
Pair of 4s leads for 2.5 million, and Mulhausen raises to 6.5 million.
And immediately punished here. 2 overcards in the backdoor hearts. I would be surprised to see a fold here, James. I think that Queen 4 is a little bit too strong if your opponent is capable of bluffing like this. And of course, at this stage, they'll know that they are. You're beating a lot of straight draws. You're beating a lot of hard draws. So we're going to go to the turn here.
And that turn is the 10 of diamonds. Mulhausen now with the advantage. Looks like Maria Lampropoulou is on his rail right now.
That's what it looks like. Yeah, this is not the time to slow down. Great turn for King 10 here. 20.5 million in the middle. My guess is you probably want to go something like 11 here. That would make a lot of sense to me. I think that works. Sometimes you can get away with a little bit less. There's only 40 million behind Zeryav here. Does go for 12 mil.
Maria. Maria. That is a call from Zeryav.
Yeah, I feel for Zeryav here. The 10 feels like a somewhat inconsequential turn on his texture, James. if you were beating some of the draws that we were describing, the 10 doesn't really change things. So I appreciate why Zaryev's sticking around here, and I do think that this is good poker, despite the fact that Mühlhausen has managed to find the top pair on the turn. Now, the deuce of clubs, under many circumstances, might be considered a brick, but this is not one of them, James. This absolutely is relevant. And, you know, you have to think hands like 5-6 will sometimes be in the check-raising range. Maybe hands like ace-5 once in a while, although perhaps the ace combo might have been played differently pre-flop given the action. So this is not an inconsequential run-out and actually might give Zaryev an additional opportunity to get away if we do see another bet on the river.
Shoves on Zaryev, and if he calls, it is over. If he folds, he'll be left with 10 big blinds, 11 bigs. I mean, it's better than having no chips at all, but either way, he's in pretty horrible shape right now.
Absolutely. This is rough. This is a really rough spot. Heads up is just such a tricky game, and when you're playing against good opponents, they will put you in spots like this where the 4 is absolutely still good.
If he heroes with a pair of 4s, this tournament is over.
I really want to flick it in for some reason.
You want to flick it in for some reason?
Yes. It's for good?
I mean, I'm not allowed to tell you. They'll banish me from PokerStars.
Genuinely wants to make this call. Genuinely thinks the 4 could be good.
This 5. This 6.
Again, I'm not allowed to tell you, buddy. You can ask me what my favorite food is, for example.
What is?
Sushi.
The more you know.
Japanese, to be exact. Teppanyaki.
Okay. There's a certain air of confidence about Mühlhausen right now.
James, it's the teppanyaki tell. Everybody knows you don't discuss teppanyaki at the poker table.
You remember the quote, right? Batman quote.
A good quote.
It's a good quote.
Ah, for fuck's sake. Sorry if I'm not allowed to sweat.
You just did.
Seems like an occasion to do it.
Absolutely can't be loosey-goosey eating a sandwich. And that's exactly what Mulhausen was doing there. As we get the fold from Zverev, we are going to play on.
7-5.
One of the possibilities.
Yeah, great poker there. Both players, I think, playing really well. And I think Zverev correctly identifying lots of those bluff combos we were discussing, James.
Depends what you have with the 4.
Yeah. That's true.
For free.
Fours.
95.7 plays 28.8, so we're playing 10 bigs effective now, Nick.
Oh yeah, we're talking danger zone area, but one little double here, James. Back in contention, anything can happen.
13.
And it's going to come down to card distribution at some point, especially when these guys are playing at this level.
No. Card distribution's got nothing to do with it. It's going to come down to who wants it more.
Oh, sorry, of course. Yeah, I meant after that.
So, call with King Deuce. The shove from Zverev with Ace Jack, and a fold.
Story checks out.
I know that my view on it is biased, right? Because I could see what Mulhausen had there. But when asked the question, what's your favorite food? And he goes into that long speech about sushi, Japanese, and it's almost like too much confidence. Someone who is bluffing is never exuding that much confidence.
I think you're right. I think there's something to that for sure.
Zverev shoving King 6. And the same hand for Mulhausen, who folds.
Yeah, it's interesting, James. It's a little bit on the deep side for King 6, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was getting very dangerously close to the calling range required. I mean, Zverev could easily be shoving suited connectors there, Queen Jack there, Jack 10 there, 9-10 there, loads of those shoving hands.
I'm a happy guy now. If I'm not happy now, what am I doing with my life? Bro, you could call, you could fold. Like, I'm too happy.
Too happy?
I'm too happy. You want to sing a song together?
Depends on the song.
That is a shove.
You have 37, I guess?
Should be.
Total?
That's 31. 25.
31 plus 5.
31. 33.5.
Yeah, it's just a jam.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I want to know what song they're going to sing.
Antoine, zing eens een liedje. Rainbow.
It was a very lackluster performance. 3 out of 10.
Get your votes in chat now.
Hij heeft 30. Hij heeft 13 blinden.
So yeah, first act here, Jack 7. Again, probably a mix of things. A little bit of little limp, a little bit of raise, but we are getting quite shallow. This is a shove versus limp, though. Ace-3 every single time. Never miss this opportunity. Yep, there it is.
Zaryav still hovering around the 10 big blind mark, still very much in the danger zone as the heads-up battle continues in this France Poker Series main event. 294, that's what they're both guaranteed, 294,000 euros, 470k up top. Plus that trophy.
Oh, James. Tried to sneak in the danger zone for you. Again, this is actually not an unreasonable shove. In fact, I believe it might even be GTO approved. Gonna play it cool. Seems good too. Interesting. I think Queen Deuce of Hearts actually might be a shove versus limp here as well. Both players playing it coup.
And Queen High is still ahead. What do you think about this analysis on YouTube, Nick, from OK Not Yet? Zaryav, he feels the pressure mounting. He is getting completely ragdolled like a mouse in a cat's mouth.
I mean, very descriptive, very imaginative. I would disagree. I think both players are very much in control, and it's just been a case of the way the hands have played out. I think a great performance from both players, in fact.
Check. Queen. Queen is good.
Queen High beats Jack High. Small pot goes in Zaryav's direction. Adam Campbell wants to know, when is the deck going to give us an exciting hand?
If this isn't it doing it for you, then I don't know what to tell you. It's been pretty good.
$10-9 on the button. Zaryav completes. 6 deuce for Mulhausen.
$9 million.
Raises. Big. And gets a fold. Starting to apply the pressure now.
Only 9. That's it? That's it.
It's going to boil down to one big pre-flop all-in. That's my guess. At this point, there's not a ton more post-flop, although there are plenty of limps. There is the opportunity to see some clever ultra-short stack play.
The Spraggy from Mulhausen, A7 off. Shoves on Zeryav.
Yep, definitely a shove here.
And he calls all in with King Queen.
A70 koning vrouw, voor alles. Voor alles. Maximum effort.
Mulhausen ahead, but not by much.
Aas is de baas, toch?
Wow, huge moment here, guys. Perfect shove, perfect call. Both players doing it right here. And this is for all the jewels.
Well, if ace high holds, and it will 58% of the time, we have our champion in the FPS main event. Zeryav looking for a king or a queen or some straight possibilities. The flop. 10-5-5, looking good for ace high.
Always a sweat, chat.
Zeryav has 6 outs, needs a king or a queen.
Dat is goed.
6 on the turn.
Come on.
And it's the 6 of hearts. That takes away 2 of Zeryev's outs. Only 4 cards he can hit now to survive. Matthias Mulhausen, a 91% favorite to win this record-breaking tournament. The river is the deuce of hearts. It's a flush for Mulhausen.
Wow, incredible stuff.
He takes it down, besting a field of 4,149 to win the biggest France Poker Series main event yet.
Good gedaan. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks.
470,830 euros for his first place finish. Congratulations to our runner-up.
You're real the whole time.
Yesterday, you said, I'm short.
Yeah, 2 days before. Yeah, 2 days ago.
Blaj Zeryav cashes for 294,530 euros as the runner-up.
Huh? Tanto doy pa. Nah.
Well played, both guys. But a great result for this guy who's become a fixture on the EPT.
I mean, James, if you're going to win a 1K, I feel like this is a great one to win. Absolutely huge payout. Just unbelievable scenes here in Paris.
What? Trots op je. Ik dacht rainbow in the sky. Typisch op zijn Nederlands, hè, tegenwoordig.
James, cut the VT.
You were at my table beginning of day 2 when I was like.
Can't have people just playing songs off their phones.
Unbelievable.
The YouTube overlords will not be liking that one. So here's a reminder of how this final table went down today. A record-breaking event with 6 players returning for the FT, and it was Scott Margerison who was first out. Got it in with 3s against 9s. Did not improve. Casper Pizarro all in and ahead against Enis Ruisi, but the 7 is always coming, and that resulted in him bowing out in 5th place. We were 4-handed for a while before Ruisi ran queens into kings. No help on the board, we were 3-handed. Yassine Bakar rode his luck all day, eventually eliminated, leaving us with 2, and that heads-up battle resulted in Matthias Mulhausen getting the better of Blaj Zeryav to become our FPS main event champion. So here's how it finished. These are the results, these are the monies that everyone cashed for today. And congratulations to a player who up until now thought he wasn't very good at winning tournaments on the European Poker Tour. But Matthias Mulhausen has won this France Poker Series main event. He cashes for 470,830 euros, and he is down on the floor with Joe Stapleton. It's time for the winner's presentation.
Hello and welcome to the trophy presentation for the 2024 FPS Paris main event. Here with me on stage is our champion, tournament director Toby Stone, tournament director for Casino Barrier, Lucille Denos, and PokerStars Live Events Associate Director Cedric Bilot, who would like to say a few words.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to say a few words in French first. Bonsoir tout le monde. C'est le plus gros FPS de l'histoire des FPS. Plus de 4149 participants. Enfin, exactement 4149 participants. La première édition des FPS, c'était en 2010. Il y avait 150 entrées. Que de chemin parcouru depuis. Des événements à Mazagan, à Anneville, à Monaco, à Deauville, dans énormément de casinos. Toujours avec le souci de proposer la meilleure expérience de jeu pour les joueurs. Et on est ravis de tout ça. Donc, je voulais profiter de faire un remerciement à tous les casinos partenaires depuis 2010. Évidemment, un remerciement spécial à notre partenaire Barrière, partenaire ici de l'événement et partenaire historique, représenté ici par Lucille Denos. Un remerciement à toutes les personnes du staff, des médias qui ont participé à nos tournois depuis 2010 et même avant. Et évidemment, un remerciement à tous les joueurs qui ont pris part à nos tournois. Et un remerciement spécial à la communauté française, qui est la communauté la plus active d'Europe. Donc, félicitations à tout le monde. Merci à tous. Le PT Main Event a commencé. Et je vais maintenant le faire en anglais. So just the same words in English for everyone. 2024 is the largest FPS in the history of FPS, more than double the previous record. It's an amazing achievement. The FPS circuit is running for the last 14 years. The first stop was in 2010 with only 150 entries. So amazing work, amazing development. And it's mostly thanks to all the players, their loyalty. So thank you, everyone. A big thank you to all casino partners as well. A special thanks to Barrière, our historic partner for the EPT and for the FPS. Thank you, Lucille. And thanks to all the media, thanks to everyone. We have the EPT main event going on. We don't have the stream tomorrow, but we'll see you on Wednesday for the stream. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Cedric. Just a couple questions now for Maddie before we give you the trophy. You have done quite well in massive field events. How do you do it?
Run good, I would say. And other than that, it's like, just look them in the eyes and you know they're full of bullshit.
All right. Don't translate that one into French. I guess that leads into my second question, which was people say it's hard to be a good poker player these days and still have a personality, yet you managed to pull it off. What's your secret?
I'd like to be colorful. I think I showed it in a physical way, of a visibility way as well. And I mean, poker it's full of, I would say, almost like artificial intelligence, just robots. And I prefer to give poker a little bit of a boost to make the stream a bit more entertaining and people enjoy the table talk and whatnot.
Well, we appreciate a real human being. One last question, Maddie. You said that the more money you won, the bigger the guest list for your wedding was going to get. What number are we at now?
It depends on the number of gifts they're going to give. No.
All right, give generously. Folks, breaking a record-breaking field of over 4,149 entries to take the title and over 470,000 euros. Please give it up for our 2024 FPS Paris main event champion.
Congratulations to Matthias Mühlhausen. And that concludes our coverage of the FPS main event. For more on the EPT, go to the PokerStars blog for updates and stories from what's happening in the main event. Day 1A today, Day 1B tomorrow, and as Cedric alluded to, no stream on Tuesday, but on Wednesday, you will get to see Day 2 of the main event, including world-famous bubble coverage. We will see you then, 12:30 Central European Time on Wednesday for EPT main event Day 2. Until then, from Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Paris. Thanks for watching.